Analysis of myths. I'm invincible upon knowing the plot. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 251, Return to the Limit of Mana. The Great Lord and his men left. Finally left. Lee Su sat on a stool with a depressed look on his face. This was simply an evil guest coming to the door, a robbery by a bandit. It was completely impossible to describe this outrageous situation. If he could beat them, when such relatives came to the door, he would definitely be greeted by weapons such as kitchen knives, rolling pins, and wolf tooth sticks. More than 200 kilograms of meat and more than 300 kilograms of vegetables were roasted by him alone. Not only was he tired and sweating, but the other party actually shouted at him to speed up and disliked his slow roasting. Listen, is this what a human being would say? Lee Su felt tired and hated. It was really impossible to imagine such a jackal-like relative. He hugged Yang Chan and asked for comfort. Yang Chan burst into laughter, and the girl's eyes were a little shining. This was the first time she saw such a good talking great lord than the Queen Mother. It could be said that it subverted her three views. That was the Lord of Heaven and the Mother of Fairies. When ordinary people saw them, which one would not be respectful and trembling? Only Lee Su. Not only that, but also called him uncle and grandfather all the time, which was really unimaginable. The following days became leisurely. After all, the great heavenly venerable had come to the door, and the marriage between the two of them was also recognized by the elders. Yang Chan's mother, Fairy Yunhe, was also there, and did not refuse. In other words, from this moment on, the opinion of the eldest brother-in-law was no longer important, and no one could say anything about it. Although Lee Su was tired, he was willing to do it. After all, if you want to marry a girl, you have to pay a price more or less. A barbecue is still very profitable. The only pity is that Yang Chan is pregnant and the posture cannot be unlocked. Can't you just take care of yourself? What about this man? You have to endure when you should, and you have to endure when you can't. With Yang Chan and Roaring Skydog, go hunting and fishing when you have nothing to do. I also made 200 or 300 kilograms of barbecue and sent it to the Heavenly Palace and gave some to Nisa, Kyong Xio Big Xio, brother Gangming, and sister Young Xio. The story of the Lotus Lantern is over. Perhaps because he is not immortal, the heavenly rule did not lock him, so it is estimated that Xiao Chengxiang will lack fatherly love, but he must have motherly love and uncle's love. Lee Su could feel that a repulsive force was impacting him and trying to lead him out. It is estimated that as time goes by, it will gradually become uncontrollable, just like the Shushan patriarch. However, the other party ascended to heaven, and he left this world. He went to Shushan. He said goodbye to Abayo and the others, touched the little girl's head, and asked them to ascend to the fairyland as soon as possible, and there would be a chance to see each other again in the future. Abayo and the others did not know the truth, and thought that Lee Su could not suppress his realm, and was about to ascend to heaven, so he could say goodbye to them. Abayo nodded and said, "Okay, Asu. We will catch up." The girl had a reluctant look on her face, but at the same time, she was also very determined. She said directly, "Brother Su, you go. We will come later." Asterisk 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 farewell to Shushan. Lee Su began to travel around, taking Yang Chan and Xiao Dog with him, being carefree and happy all day long. Let's not talk about Yang Chan. Roaring Skydog has let himself go. He howls and runs around every day. It's because the Heaven Palace is too dull and his master is a serious and rigid person. Although not all dogs are huskies, they all have some noisy attributes. Over the past few thousand years, Roaring Skydog has been forced to not look like a dog, and of course not like a human. Overall, he is neither a human nor a dog, and he is tired of rubbing against it. Lee Su threw a frisbee to the sky. Roaring Skydog howled and ran up. After chasing for more than 10 kilometers, the frisbee ran back. His tail was so happy that it fanned out a whirlwind. That's right, this is a dog. Erlang Shen Yang Jian was very silent during this period and did not come to disturb him. Lee Su was very happy. Looking at Yang Chan, who was happy every day, he tried hard to suppress the repulsion of this world to him. This was much more difficult than suppressing the ascension. After all, the story was over, and this world was about to be closed. After staying in the human world for 3 months, Lee Su could no longer suppress his emotions. Light began to appear on his body, like cracks in the mist, which severed him from this world. Lee Su took a deep breath, and wanted to say something. But he found that Yang Chan was looking at him silently, with a happy smile on her face, as well as longing and reluctance. Lee Su suddenly realized that the other party's identity was there, so it was not surprising to know the situation. He leaned over and touched the head of Roaring Sky Dog. Roaring Sky Dog seemed to know it, and it barked twice, indicating that it would take good care of the young master, and he would also take good care of the young master. Lee Su smiled and nodded. Okay, I'll treat you to big bones when I come back. He held Yang Chan in his arms and said softly, wait for me to come back. Yang Chan nodded. After a century-long kiss, Lee Su let go of Yang Chan. He raised his head and said to the sky, uncle, aunt, mother, sister-in-law, China is in your hands. Your great-great-grandchildren and nephews are also in your hands. Lee Su wanted to say something, but his figure became fainter and fainter. Finally, he pointed at Zai Ocean Dog helplessly and gestured a big bone. The next moment, he disappeared. When Lee Su disappeared, Yang Chan squatted down, tears streaming down her face. Zai Ocean Dog also shouted, Aoa, Aoa. Asterisk 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 in the fragments of the world. Lee Su couldn't help but take a breath. There was no doubt that parting was extremely painful, especially this kind of separation. However, before he had time to think about this problem, he saw the huge river above his head began to shake, and a large amount of water fell from the sky and landed directly on Lee Su's head. Boom. The river water was like iron slurry, heavy and hot. The river in Lee Su's body was smoking. Not only was it expanding crazily, but his tension was also greatly impacted and expanding. This time, it was beyond imagination. After all, Lee Su actually reached the ceiling of the mortal world. Erlang Shen had to go all out to beat him up. The height can be imagined, reaching the realm of Tai. In the story of the Lotus Lantern, although there are heavenly soldiers and generals in it, in fact, the only real strong enemy is Erlang Shen. Not only that, in order to save his sister and change the heavenly rules, Erlang Shen kept cutting himself and lowering his height. As a god teammate, he was a pig opponent. Therefore, the power height of this story itself is only that of a celestial being, and it has not entered the level of Tai. Therefore, Lee Su has undoubtedly touched the ceiling. No, above the ceiling. This kind of super advancement naturally brings super benefits. Before he went in last time, his mana was 600 years, plus 300 years in the inner long river, 900 years. Undoubtedly, in terms of the amount of mana alone, he is almost close to the limit that can be reached in the realm of Taoism, 9,999 years. This is the maximum value. There will be less, but it will definitely not be more than this. Lee Su's eyes flashed. After this time, he is almost close to that value, right? This maximum value was obtained through the voice of the raider. In order to understand the maximum height that the mana realm can reach, Xia Guo used it before entering the world to obtain the information. Can it be used like this? This was the first thought that occupied Lee Su's mind after seeing this information. And there is a reason why he specifically asked this question. Although the supernatural realm still uses mana, it is still different from the mana realm, and the difference is huge. One of the characteristics is that the mana of the supernatural realm is vast and boundless. Why is it vast and boundless? Simple, open the Danshan. After entering the supernatural realm, the capacity of the Danshan will be directly increased tenfold. Not only that, why does the mana realm pursue the transformation? Because every time the transformation is completed, the capacity of the Danshan will double. Therefore, a 5 transformation cultivator will directly expand his Danshan 15 times after he enters the supernatural realm. What is that concept? It is equivalent to having 5 more layers of cultivators without transformation. Not only that, every time the transformation is completed, the attack power and defense power will be strengthened by a full 5 layers. This is why the attack of a cultivator in the mana realm can only reach a maximum of 100 meters, but once he enters the realm of supernatural powers, he can transform into 100 or 1,000 meters with supernatural powers such as the Dharma of heaven and earth. Thinking of this, Lee Su took a breath of cold air, mastering several supreme books. Once he achieves the realm of supernatural powers, the danshan he holds may be increased by 20 times. This is definitely unprecedented. In the realm of supernatural powers, he is basically invincible. Even if he faces the immortal realm, he may not be able to beat him, but if he just fights or escapes, it should not be a big problem. Lee Su couldn't help but curl his lips and showed an expectant look. This time, it should basically be full, right? The next time he enters the world fragment, he should be able to enter the realm of supernatural powers and stand at the high-end combat level of this world, and he doesn't need to dodge. After all, this time he entered the precious lotus lantern, and it took him 1,400 years to practice, opening up infinite days, and the vastness of his mana is beyond the reach of the immortals. There is no doubt that this is definitely the longest time he has practiced so far. Therefore, danshan should be able to reach the limit, the number of 9,999 years, and at the same time, the inner long river should also be able to break through and enter the level of 499 years. Undoubtedly, it is very awesome and abnormal. You should know that the record of the perfect limit of the mana realm is still held by King Zaire on the human side. When he entered the supernatural realm, he held the maximum amount of mana, 1,300 years, 5 transformations. He held the power of mana for 19,500 years. This is definitely an earth-shattering number, close to 20,000 years of cultivation. Even if it is a pig, it should be extremely powerful and can travel between heaven and earth. If I can reach the maximum, when I reach the supernatural realm, I can reach 22,470 years. No kidding. Ordinary immortals are probably more amazing than him in output, and in terms of the amount of mana, they may not be as good as him. As Lee Su thought, the long river kept washing him, again and again. The feedback was extremely fierce, and the pain was so severe that his soul, that had grown for 1,400 years, could not bear it. Facing this extremely familiar scene, Lee Su smiled, his face full of disdain, no longer afraid, thinking that the current operation of the fragments of the world was just like showing off in front of Master Guan, which was extremely ridiculous. His mind moved, and he directly cut off the soul, and let the heavenly soul dominate. The heavenly soul was mainly rational, and pain was not something that could affect him at all. Thinking back to when he practiced the Lingbao Sutra, he could withstand the sword intent of the 4 swords of Zhu Zion, let alone this little pain. The Sea of Qi continued to expand. 500 years, 600 years, 700 years, 800 years, until it was full, until 9,999 years. Similarly, the inner long river was also expanding. 300 years, 400 years, 499 years. Undoubtedly, it had reached its limit. Even if it was said that the heavenly soul dominated, at this moment Lee Su still couldn't help but curl his lips. This was undoubtedly the maximum level of mana in the inner long river that could be achieved in the Taoist realm. However, it had already reached the end. Why was it still being poured? The long river above his head kept flowing. It was obvious that Lee Su's 1,400 years of cultivation had not yet been completed. It was still transforming into benefits and kept falling on his head. The pain became more and more intense. The inner long river was swollen and getting hotter and hotter. The riverbed was burning. As for danshan, not to mention the benefits that fell down, kept merging and digging in his danshan, trying to expand it. Faced with this result, Lee Su's soul gradually changed color. He felt something was wrong and something was going to happen. Sure enough, with a click, the danshan was dug. Puff. Lee Su spurted out a mouthful of blood. This was not only affecting the body, but also the soul. In his mind, the Yuan Shandao felt it, and he fell to the ground holding his stomach. There was a crack there, and he experienced the pain of a mother giving birth. The lotus Daogo also trembled. The 9 lotus flowers were fat and big, and the branches were bent. It was obviously over-supplemented. Even if his rationality could bear it, his eyes still couldn't help but burst into tears, mixed with blood. His nose, mouth were all full of blood, and all the holes in his body were bleeding. Undoubtedly, Lee Su's plan failed, and the reward of the world fragment was higher. However, he also succeeded, because under absolute rationality, Lee Su had no sense of shame, and didn't know the term black history. He just frowned at this moment, feeling uneasy. Because the benefits are not over yet, they are still continuing. The inner long river is cracked, and there are more and more holes in the dungeon. Wouldn't he be the first person in the past 1,000 years who starved himself to death because of too high a benefit? Lee Su thought silently. He was not afraid, nor panicked, because he knew that struggling was useless, resisting was useless. Unless the long river above his head stopped, he would be useless. Finally, Lee Su's inner long river and dungeon couldn't bear it anymore. Even if there were holes and air leaked, they still couldn't bear it. They broke. A large mouthful of blood was spit out directly. At this moment, Cheyenne felt the mood of the dragon whose cramps were pulled by Neza, and the feeling of a pregnant woman who had a difficult birth after 10 months of pregnancy. It really felt like he could find a brick to hit himself to death. However, Cheyenne was very calm. He didn't even blink, just waiting silently. As a symbol of rationality, he was a little curious at this moment. Will I die? The answer, of course, is no. After the inner river and dungeon in his body were completely destroyed, more river water fell down and began to help him reorganize and reshape him. A brand new inner river, plus a brand new dungeon, quickly appeared. The river water above his head also reached its end at this moment. After it vibrated slightly, it was no longer surging. Lee Su Cheyenne blinked his eyes and returned directly to let the soul of life come out. As the soul of life took control again, his face immediately showed an extremely rich and vivid expression, and his little face turned green. He was thinking about something else, completely thinking about something else. It's not just that Guanca failed to guard. Wrong, Cheyenne didn't guard. He has no shame. Would he care about these? Therefore, he has another black history. Cheyenne's thoughts make him feel even more distressed. Will he die? What the hell is this? Can you be curious about this thing? To look forward to it? Even if the severe pain has passed, Lee Su still can't help but twitch his mouth and inhale. It's really that memory is too shocking and unforgettable for him. Can't help but exclaim, women are really great. Just this pain, it's simply unbearable. Lee Su couldn't help but take a breath. The benefits are so many that his dungeon exploded once. How is his power? 1500? After feeling it for a while, Lee Su opened his eyes. His little face was blue and green. You? Question mark? Just added 2 points. I really need these 2 points from you. Dungeon exploded for me. Chapter 252. Escape. I have committed such a great sin, and the result is only 2 points added? Am I the kind of person who lacks these 2 points? No, I lack 1000 or 2000. Lee Su stood in the fragments of the world and had the urge to curse loudly. Before he could open his mouth, something fell from the long river again. It was the sword intent that he had cultivated for thousands of years. In an instant, his body felt it, and the green light sprouted. The Kingping sword fruit stared at Daimao and flew out in a flash, without Lee Su needing to move, and automatically greeted it. Immediately, the green light was strong, and the Kingping sword fruit burst out with amazing sword intent, and there were 4 color sword flowers surging. One by one, the inscriptions written by the avenue flowed down, and were engraved on the Kingping sword fruit. But, the sword body rang lightly, and the sword intent sang long. The sword intent of 1400 years flowed into the sword body little by little, merged into 4 color brilliance, reflecting the surroundings. Feeling the changes in the Kingping sword fruit, Lee Su's eyes couldn't help but move. As the sword intent was cast in, he felt something. Not here, very far, very far, very far, but he did feel it. The real peerless divine sword that belonged to Tang Shan Taoist, to Shanking Ling Bao Shianzhen. It was responding, echoing, and constantly exploding waves in the dark void. Lee Su couldn't help but take a deep breath. Just like Pangu Banner, he had a connection with another innate spiritual treasure held by a saint in conferred god. He couldn't help but exhale. His eyes kept shining. Undoubtedly, this time's harvest, just this point, was enough to be terrifying. Looking up, He looked at his Kingping sword fruit. He could feel that, as long as he continued to practice, and continued to practice, the Kingping sword fruit in front of him would sooner or later reflect the real Kingping sword, and truly become his divine weapon. The Kingping sword fruit made a pleasant sound, absorbed the 1,000-year sword intent, burped, and whooshed back into Lee Su's body. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Not only the Kingping sword, but also with its return and the sound, Lee Su also felt the existence of other things. One of them was the Pangu banner, which was also resonating and responding, but the realm was not enough, and the strength was not enough to summon the real thing from the nameless place. Not only that, his flesh and blood were also shaking, his heart thunder was also ringing, his Buddha kingdom, his Vajra dragon realm, his ghost realm, all was shaking inexplicably, and an unprecedented feeling filled Lee Su's body and mind. His eyes were changing little by little, becoming pitch black. His gaze was pulled away. In a trance, Lee Su found that he seemed to have entered an inexplicable place. It was a place full of various stench and extremely ominous. The sky there was grey, and all that fell was enough to kill people. The earth there was green and furry, covered with mosses like nerves, which were floating in a curved manner. The rivers there were full of stench, black and not even reflecting light, and were highly poisonous. In this strange world, there is also red light. No, it is not light, but flesh worms. There are too many of them, flying everywhere. In this extremely strange world, there are 2 things he can clearly feel, and 4 things he can inexplicably feel. One of them is a sword, the Kingping sword. It is inserted into an extremely huge rock, located in the far east. The long sword keeps ringing, and the 4 colors ukes and sword intent keeps falling. At the same time, going west, about the middle and back of the journey, there is also a banner inserted into the ground. Its body keeps shaking, and the 4 forces of earth, water, wind, and fire are transformed into a world. Not only that, the south, north, and the south and north of the west can all feel it. There is also something between the sword and the flag, which can be felt, resonating with the magical power in his body. Roar. At this moment, a roar suddenly sounded, and it seemed that the whole world was making a sound. There is a huge demonic nature, intertwined with endless resentment, accompanying the roar. That voice was simply unbearable to the ear, so filthy. After it was spewed out, the sky and the earth were cursed by it. The grey became greyer, the green became greener. Those words were not a language for communication at all, but a kind of rule, a great way, a kind of extreme destruction and chaos. For a moment, even Lee Su couldn't help but feel dizzy and his soul was shaken. This magical voice was affecting him fundamentally, trying to change his composition and reorganize his principles. In an instant, Lee Su's eyes grew eyes, and tens of thousands of eyes grew out of one eye. Those eyes were full of hands, constantly calling, shouting, and asking people to come over. His nose slowly split open, and it began to spew flames, green fire with the howling of living creatures, and there was a purgatory inside, which was slowly opening the door. His body split open, his heart jumped out, and a mouth grew out, laughing loudly. The laughter seemed to be composed of tens of millions of heartbeats, making a thumping sound. His lungs twisted, and he grew hands with noses on his hands. The lungs began to absorb a lot of spiritual energy from the world, and then spit out poison. His spine also moved, growing one section after another, stretching out from his back, and began to climb up crazily. It was densely covered with mouthparts. As soon as it appeared, it took root in the void and devoured something. Buzz. At this moment, the Kingping sword and Pangu banner vibrated at the same time, spewing out endless brilliant light. The light penetrated time and space, crossed the void, and surged out from Lee Su's soul, pushing the power out of Lee Su's sight, squeezing it out little by little. After a moment of distraction, Lee Su looked around, and found that he had already come out of that place, and his body had returned to its original appearance. Obviously, it was the Kingping sword and Pangu banner that protected him. Lee Su couldn't help but widen his eyes, lowered his head, and looked at his body. What just happened was really too scary. Tens of thousands of eyes grew in his eyes. The heart jumped out by itself and laughed. There were also spines. Lee Su couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling and his hair standing on end. Every place where the mouthparts pierced was filled with blood and flesh. People, demons, monsters, and monsters were all its food, and they were all being eaten by it. Li Su couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, and his face changed. What is that place? If he sensed correctly, all the saints' magic weapons were in there, suppressing that world. Feeling the great ominousness in this world, the strange power that could make the souls of living beings degenerate, corrupt, pollute, and finally twist into a part of this world in just 1 second, Li Su was still frightened. The inexplicable voice, he was actually polluted, and the principles that constituted him were greatly affected, changing in an indescribable direction. Just a moment ago, he felt that his morality was being lost, and his reason was collapsing. This was not an adjective, but the real three views were being changed by the other party, and the ideology was distorted. He fundamentally no longer considered himself a human being, but an existence like the other party. This change is really too terrible. What is going on in this world? Once through Pangu Banner, Li Su saw the scene of the saints fighting with others. Now through King Ping's sword, he once again saw the scene of the saints' divine weapons suppressing the world. Undoubtedly, all of this gave him great uneasiness, and he couldn't help but feel anxious. In fact, this time he entered the world of Baolian Lantern. Although it was after the conferred god, the words in the book said that the saints were not obvious, but with the saints' great power, it was impossible not to feel his existence. As long as there was any thought, he could find a way to come. In fact, only the great heavenly venerable, who was below the saint, came. And his words were also very strange. Go find the real heaven? The real heaven? What does it mean? Is the one in the world fragments now fake? What about the great heavenly venerable? What's their situation? What happened? 4,000 of years ago, the only description was a catastrophe. A disaster swept all mankind. 7 billion people were killed in an instant, leaving only tens of millions. Afterwards, the earth collapsed, and the 4 states of the ocean disappeared. Instead, only a small amount of territory of Xia country was left. No kidding, the complete earth is supposed to be much larger than Xia country. Not to mention the earth, even the rooster that used to be on the earth is larger than it. Almost 4/5 of the land in the ocean are gone. Outside the land, it is not the original universe and starry sky, but a dark black area. Of course, the most important thing is what the saint is fighting against. Has the saint also encountered an enemy? What are the divine soldiers suppressing? What the hell is that ominous world? Obviously, the power of that world is completely different from what he encountered when he entered the fragments. Although both are evil, there is no doubt that the former is more terrifying. For a while, the improvement of strength not only did not make Li Su feel happy, but instead he had an indescribable sense of urgency, feeling that this world still contains huge secrets, and it is obvious that when those secrets are revealed, it will cause earth-shaking changes. Ding. Congratulations on successfully attacking the Lotus Lantern. Complete the achievement. Surpass the combat power ceiling that people in the world can reach. Fight Erlang Shentai realm undefeated with human body. Break the fate of the Lotus Lantern. And learn the secret of the Heavenly Palace. Reward. World Key +1. Raider's Voice +1. Ancient Jade of Heaven. Ancient Jade of Heaven. As the reward sounded, Li Su blinked his eyes. Obviously this time he was given something new. He couldn't help but open his world book directly and turn to the location of the Ancient Jade of Heaven. Item. Ancient Jade of Heaven. Function. Enter the secret realm of heaven. How to obtain. Get the approval of the Lord of Heaven. Secret realm of heaven. Li Su couldn't help but take a breath. No wonder his uncle and grandfather just asked him to find the real heavenly palace, but didn't say anything else. At first, Li Su was still very confused about what he was going to do, but he didn't expect that the world fragments would be directly rewarded to him. Undoubtedly, in this case, at least the great heavenly venerable himself was not controlled by the world fragments. But he didn't come out, but kept choosing to be a chess piece there. Can the dignified great heavenly venerable be a chess piece in a world that is just playing around? Why? Those who can become the Emperor of Heaven should have unquestionable character and skills. Li Su scratched his head, not understanding. Damn, things are getting more and more complicated, aren't they? Why does it feel like as he gets stronger, what's waiting for him ahead is not pretending to be a king, but a huge pit, beckoning him to jump in? After a while, Li Su calmed down all the doubts in his heart and stopped them from affecting his mind. He took a breath and said, "Forget it, let's go out first. These problems are obviously not something he can figure out now. Anyway, his realm is still low now. These things will be discussed after he reaches the immortal realm. No, the mythological realm." Shaking his head, Lee Su waved his hand to drain the blood from his clothes, took a breath, and looked at the exit. Now, he still can't be careless. Without the support of Pangu Banner, he once again returned to the mana realm. Although it is undoubtedly the limit of the mana realm now, and he can step into the divine power in the next step, it is still not a divine power. The reality outside is not friendly now. That bastard who totally disregarded his manners and played with the clock was obviously waiting for him according to the meaning of Pangu Banner. Although Pangu Banner said that it would send him directly into the 100,000 demon caves, where the cause and effect were chaotic, and the other party should not be able to lock onto him. But if the one who was targeting him was really the ancient lord of the heaven and the war between witches and liches, no matter how careful he was, it would not be enough. That was Dong Huang, the Sun Golden Crow, who had the pseudo-saint realm. How strong he was, he didn't say specifically, but looking at his son's methods, not to mention the immortal slashing flying knife, there was no reason why Dong Huang couldn't use such a weird skill as the 7 arrows with a nailed head. In fact, it was very likely that Dong Huang had collected it, and Liu Ya finally got it. With some caution, Lee Su jumped out in one step. When he landed, Lee Su's eyes widened. At this moment, in front of him was a pair of huge eyes, which looked at him in astonishment. It was a centipede spirit, followed by a dense mass of centipede insects, crawling all over the tunnel. The other party was surprised and asked, "Human race?" Lee Su was stunned and asked, "Demon race. Kill." With a roar, the centipede monster rushed directly towards Lee Su. The centipede monster clan that is about to break through is not bad in strength, and the middle and lower levels are quite powerful. This race has two evolutionary directions. One is mainly based on a huge body, and the other is mainly small and highly toxic. The huge one aims at the dragon. As the top of the long creatures on the ground, long insect creatures basically take it as their goal. However, it is obvious that this kind of practice method with the goal of turning into a dragon requires a lot of talent. In fact, most centipede monsters do not have this talent, so they gave up turning into a dragon. Instead of based on the dragon, they based it on a centipede monster called the flying centipede in mythology. This centipede monster, once it turns normal, is mainly fast, lightning-like, and highly toxic. If it is bitten, it is usually basically hopeless. If it is at the level of the supernatural power realm, it is even more terrible. The highly toxicity is a little worse than that of the scorpion monster who specializes in highly toxicity, but it is also very terrible. Lee Su took a breath, and the following words were all shrunken in fear. Facing a large group of densely packed flying insects, it was definitely a nightmare for people with trypophobia. He clenched his fists, and the supreme power of life burst out on the spot, and the terrible life fire rushed into the sky. The void was a hit. The terrible Tao burst out with endless Tao rhyme, and the life fire exploded instantly, turning into thousands of flowing fires, crashing into the group of centipedes rushing over. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Facing the terrible impact of Lee Su's life fire, a large group of centipedes trembled in the void, their bodies twisted rapidly, and fell to the ground. Ding, ding, ding. The centipedes fell like rain, falling to the ground, making a sound of fine iron colliding. HMM. The other party was startled, and a strange color appeared in his indescribable huge eyes. The centipede group it controlled was carefully refined, and could withstand hundreds of degrees of high temperature, the same as the boiling point of iron. Lee Su was also stunned. Although the temperature of his life fire was not high, it was still several hundred degrees. How could it not even ignite the corpse? How high is the burning point of this group of insects? Unfortunately, the life fire attack not only hit the body, but also burned the soul. Although the body resisted, the soul obviously couldn't stand it. Thinking about it, Lee Su didn't want to fight a protracted war. His figure flashed, the ghost domain was activated, and his body suddenly merged into the shadow. After absorbing the Yuking chapter, he had a comprehensive understanding of space. He broke through the distance of tens of meters between the two, and appeared in front of the opponent. The bone spear protruded, and the lightning flashed. The white bones written with the supreme chapter were mixed with his extreme mana, like a divine weapon, emitting this terrible treasure light. The centipede was startled, and it turned its head 180 degrees directly, opened its mouth, and sprayed at Lee Soo. That was the poison of the flying centipede. The black poison gas, with the faint Dao rules in it, was all corrosion and erosion Dao marks, extremely poisonous. Under normal circumstances, in the same realm of magic power, facing this kind of attack, the human race can only retreat and avoid the poison that can infinitely weaken itself if it is infected. Unfortunately, it encountered Lee Soo, and the golden light floated on its body. The diamond realm directly blocked in front of it and pushed away the poisonous fog. At the same time, the bone spear did not stop, and the spearhead hit the opponent's body directly. Although it did not learn the aspect of a huge body, the hardness was still very high. There was a pressure slight on the body, flashing a hardness that was 10 times harder than steel. Then, like an eggshell, under the stunned eyes of the centipede monster, most of the body was directly pierced by Lee Soo's spear. Ah! The centipede monster let out a shrill scream, and the remaining half of its tail flew out. Lee Soo's face changed for a moment, and he couldn't help cursing. He raised his hand and grabbed the remaining opponent, along with the corpses around him. After taking away the fight, he turned around and ran without thinking, and the ghost domain launched one after another and lurked directly in the shadows. While running, Lee Soo couldn't help cursing. "Fuck your dad, what the hell is this? I hit your head, and your ass made a noise." That's right, Lee Soo was very measured when he attacked, and he would never give the other party a chance to call the police. But he didn't expect that. Even though he had hit his head, the other party's ass opened its mouth and started to scream. Boom. Not long after Lee Soo ran away, there was a loud noise behind him. A centipede monster arrived, and it was a centipede monster in the supernatural realm. It came very fast, and after landing, it sniffed instantly. Soon, it locked direction and rushed over. This was not a flying centipede, but a dragon centipede, with a huge body and terrible power. Fuck. In the distance, Lee Soo couldn't help but curse inwardly. What the hell? What the hell? I was targeted by the supernatural realm as soon as I came out. He ran all the way, and he went into any hole he saw, but he was not afraid. After all, this is the territory of the centipede monster and the scorpion monster. Who knows how many of these two things there are in the 100,000 demon caves. Although the supernatural realm behind him was strong, he was not a big threat to Lee Soo, who had killed dozens of supernatural realm masters. Once he was entangled by him, it was obvious that he could not be solved in a short time. If he attracted the top of that clan, it would be a big trouble. Run. He ran fast, and the other party chased him even faster. Even if it was some small holes, the other party was not affected at all. The speed of drilling holes was simply unimaginable. The Dao rhyme that covered his body was like a drilling machine. Feeling the huge movement behind him, Lee Soo couldn't help but curse. Is it a drilling machine? So fast. Chapter 253. If you can't beat them, join them. Boom. 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 Lee Soo ran fast, but the other party chased him even faster. Finally, he was caught up. After all, he was not familiar with this place, and he ran into a dead end by running around everywhere. They started fighting directly. Lee Soo's fist was spitting fire, his flesh and blood were steaming, and his fist was covered with bones. The chapter of the supreme flesh and blood was all over his body. He was full of great power in every move. The supreme flesh and blood, as he had completed the practice of transformation, and also engraved the life mark from dozens of magical monsters, had entered a new stage. The cells in his body were expanding and bulging, and each of them was branded with the patterns of various birds and beasts, bursting with unparalleled light. Although it was not complete enough, every move and every posture could only see a roar in his body. That was the roar of a dragon, the cry of a phoenix, and the long roar of a unicorn. As the pinnacle of flesh and blood, Lee Soo semi-imitated the power of dragons, phoenixes, and unicorns through the analysis of the life patterns of the monsters. When he punched, it was the pinnacle of the power that flesh and blood could burst out. It was like a dragon stretching its claws, a phoenix spreading its wings, and a unicorn dropping its hooves. Boom. With one collision, the centipede spirit's dragon-shaped life force collided with Lee Soo. The same extreme, the same great power, erupted in this small place. In an instant, the rocks turned into fine sand, and the metal was crushed into dust. Under the impact of pure power, even iron composed of carbon atoms could not withstand it, and was split by their violence. Puff! Lee Su spat out a mouthful of blood, and blood burst out of his 7 orifices. He landed on the ground, turned around and disappeared again, and got out of the new cave that was cracked, because of the fight. The centipede spirit was not feeling well either. He took a step back, and there were traces of shattering on his head. The shell that was far more than steel was cracked, and there were dense cracks. He was dizzy and his soul was shocked. After all, Lee Su's life fire was more aimed at the soul, rather than the burning of the body. This kind of fire is a kind of energy, but also a kind of spirit. Once ignited, the damage to the spirit can be said to be huge. The centipede clan, although powerful, has some obvious defects in its soul. Although it is not known whether the clan leader has this defect, the 2 insects killed in the cliff before have this defect, so he relied on this method to beat the other party to death. The one chasing Lee Su was no exception. It twisted and rolled on the spot and couldn't help but screaming in pain. After a while, it recovered. After all, without its master, the life fire became a rootless source. After burning for a while, it stopped. At this moment, its murderous heart swelled and its killing intent was high. As a supernatural power realm, it was beaten to the ground by the mana realm. This was undoubtedly a huge shame and completely unacceptable. It sniffed frantically and looked for the smell of Lee Su from the countless caves exposed. Soon, it locked a direction and quickly chased after it. Damn it. Lee Su, who ran more than 10 miles in the blink of an eye, couldn't help but curse inwardly. Although the other party was in the supernatural power realm, he was only at the peak of the mana realm. But now Lee Su's internal force has reached the maximum limit of 1500 years, and he has also transformed into 2 fundamental laws. His strength is naturally not comparable to that of ordinary mana realms. In fact, at this stage of mana realm, there are very few people who can fight him. Even if Aang Zhan and Zhang Shengying are at the 5th level, Lee Su is not intimidated. Just as he screamed in the fragments of the world, he suffered so much. Is he only 2 points short of mana? There is no feeling without fighting. Once the fight started, he immediately found something different. The perfect mana. Although the quantity has not increased, the quality has changed. Perhaps it was because the supernatural power realm he faced was too bad, and the first level was not completely perfect. In the previous attack, Lee Su only used the supreme life. With one punch, he almost killed the opponent. The quality of mana was obviously higher than that of the opponent. As for the fact that he vomited blood and bled from his 7 orifices, that was forced out by himself. He was acting. You ask why Lee Su did this? The human race's mana realm killed the demon race's supernatural power realm. What do you think the centipede monster and the scorpion monster would think in the 100,000 demon cave? Therefore, rather than being chased and killed by the strong men sent by the 2 tribes, Lee Su would rather spare their lives and not let the 2 tribes pay too much attention to them. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but curse. Just now, he had obviously burned the opponent's soul to the point of shaking. Shouldn't he be smart at this time to pretend to be cool, saying that the opponent was also severely injured by him, but there was no trace left, and he retreated temporarily? As a result, he chased after him with his head down, looking like he was unwilling to kill him. Is he stupid? Don't you have any idea in your heart? With your broken soul, how many times can you withstand my blows? Not only that, with the vibration behind him, Lee Su's brows gradually became solemn. As if resonating, there were subtle vibrations coming from all directions, very far away. Undoubtedly, if this continues, the possibility of him being besieged will be very high, very high. This centipede demon didn't know what was going on. Its tracking ability was even better than that of a dog. He escaped into the void. That was the supernatural power of the ghost realm, and there was also the understanding of the Yuking chapter mixed in. Shouldn't it be invisible once it lurks? Lee Su gritted his teeth and couldn't bear it anymore. You said that there was a great master behind him, so it would be fine. He was obviously a weak chicken, but he acted as if he was sure of his own behavior. Do you really think your father is afraid of you? He took a breath and didn't retreat. When being locked, it's useless to run. you will only be caught up again and again, and finally be surrounded. Not only that, the 100,000 demon cave is not safe. If you run around without a map, something will happen. Why is it called the demon cave? There is a reason for it. There are countless tunnels here. Legend has it that the depths are connected to the 9 netherworlds, and there are thousands of ghosts hidden in it. They are all extremely terrible old demons. The weakest one is also in the supernatural realm, and the means are difficult to deal with. It is a soul body. If you are not careful, it is not as simple as being trapped in the hands of the demon, but will be directly replaced by the opponent. If it weren't for the fact that all the ghosts had great malice towards living beings, and that both humans and demons were their food, and that the auras were obviously different after the replacement, this place would undoubtedly become a huge disaster place, making the human race and demon race extremely afraid, and want to destroy it completely. Lee Su didn't want to rush into the lair of an old demon, and be swallowed by the other party, when he was blindly wandering around. He took a breath. His eyes began to glow, the golden Tao solution was vibrating, and the scriptures of the Supreme Chapter were flowing. He made a decision to kill the guy behind him. Boom. With a loud bang, the centipede spirit broke through the tunnel and rushed towards him. Lee Su's flesh and blood glowed, the Supreme Chapter kept flashing, and the life fire burned fiercely, interpreting the extreme state of life. Boom. 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 The simplest and most violent battle began. The centipede spirit was wrapped in Tao rhyme. It was the great power engraved by the centipede clan from the dragon clan. Although it was just the simplest physical violence, it was extremely powerful and broke through everything unreasonably. The so-called one force breaking all laws is like this. Lee Su directly fought head on, punching and punching. The centipede monster did not dodge or evade. It rolled its body, and hundreds of pairs of legs under its huge body grasped the ground tightly. As they intertwined, its power seemed endless. Its huge head was like a meteor, swinging and smashing towards Lee Su again and again. Although it was very reckless, the opponent had learned a lot this time. It repeatedly hit Lee Su, but it was no longer using its own shell, but the pair of mandibles on its mouth that had been cultivated for the longest time and were the hardest. Not to mention, its poisonous mandibles would spray poison mist at Lee Su's body every time it hit. The poison was quite intense, and the air was filled with a smell of corrosion. It began to hiss as soon as it was sprayed out, as if it was super sulfuric acid that could melt fine iron. The poison was so intense that even Lee Su's cells were vibrating, and he kept spewing out life fire to burn the poison that tried to approach. There is no doubt that the centipede monster is really strong. As a supernatural power realm, the human race's mana realm basically has no way to survive. It's a pity that this simple blood and flesh divine power has almost no advantage over Lee Su, who has mastered the Supreme Chapter of life. His blood and flesh divine power can quickly repair all biological toxins, unless it can carry out the most subtle attack to the level of attacking DNA. His life fire is a natural restraint of all biological toxins. It is the interpretation of extreme life and the greatest desire of living things for life. They want to live. They don't want to die. Therefore, it has the same effect as immunity and can kill all factors that are not conducive to the growth of life. Lee Su fought madly with the centipede monster and hit the real fire. Every move was full of great power. The tunnels where they fought were quickly destroyed by the power of the two. Rocks, metals and other things could not bear it at all, and collapsed and shattered bit by bit. The huge vibration stretched for more than dozens of miles. Countless tunnels collapsed directly, and the hard ground cracked directly, with dense cracks. The Dao pattern in Lee Su's eyes kept flashing, and the Supreme Chapter of life was flowing. He just punched the centipede monster again and again, but did not kill him immediately. Under his fist, the life fire penetrated into the opponent's body little by little, and attached to his soul. It did not burn, but precipitated. Life fire is not real fire. Whether it burns or not depends on how Lee Su uses it. In a sense, Lee Su's life fire is actually a kind of poison. It is a cry that is performed by life, a toxin that can burn the spirit. Finally, after fighting for almost a minute, and fighting frantically for nearly 1,000 times, Lee Su's flesh and blood were peeled off, and deep white bones could be seen on his fists, and then quickly covered back and repaired. The centipede monster in the supernatural realm also realized that something was wrong. For the first time, the fear that no longer existed after becoming a supernatural realm appeared in his heart. The small brain in his huge brain could not help but start to think, is this really a human? Is he really fighting with a human in the mana realm? He planned to retreat, lock on the opponent, and wait for reinforcement to come and beat him up. Lee Su's eyes flashed, and he said softly, "It's almost done." His body began to vibrate, and there was a terrifying treasure light bursting out. The supreme dao of flesh and blood began to wash out, forming an extremely strange structure. The centipede monster on the opposite side could not help but be stunned by this scene, and the steps that began to retreat also stopped, because this pattern looked so familiar, as if it had seen it countless times. It couldn't help but look down at itself, and then it was stunned. Looking up, the two pairs of tentacles on the top of its head couldn't help but tremble. The centipede monster looked at Lee Su in disbelief. How could it be possible? You die. Lee Su's eyes flashed, and he exhaled and shouted directly. Fierce. In an instant, the life fire that had entered the centipede monster's body completely erupted. This time, it was different from before. They had fought too many times, and Lee Su had been suppressing it. In an instant, he burst out and covered the opponent's soul in an instant. The first time, it was burned by just one punch, and it couldn't help rolling on the ground. This time, let alone, the soul roared and was directly burned by Lee Su's life fire. The life fire interpreted by the Tao of the Life chapter was extremely terrifying in destroying the spirit. In an instant, the soul of the centipede demon was covered and blocked by the life fire. No. The centipede demon wanted to speak and wanted to say something, but it was a pity that the soul was attacked. Even if the button mouth could convey the message, it was useless. Lee Su, who had suffered a loss once, naturally couldn't give the other party a second chance. The soul was directly detained by Lee Su, and the huge body lost control in an instant and fell directly to the ground. There was a Buddha's light, which instantly enveloped the other party's body, and then the huge, 30-meter long body disappeared directly. Rumble. At the end of the battle here, a huge vibration occurred. The outer wall of the space of more than 1,000 square meters that was hit by Lee Su's battle with the centipede demon was directly cracked, and several heads stretched out. There were 5 centipede monsters, and their auras were undoubtedly at the level of supernatural powers. One of them had even completed the Dao transformation, and its aura was no worse than the 2 centipede monsters that Lee Su had killed in the Dao Seeking Cliff. Sanjiu, what's going on? The strongest centipede monster spoke directly when he arrived. At this moment, there was a 30-meter long centipede in the huge cave, but Lee Su disappeared. The centipede that was called raised its head and said, "There is a human cultivator who was just killed by me and eaten." Looking at Sanjiu, the centipede spirits that arrived did not suspect anything. The one in the lead frowned and said, "Recently, people from the human race have been going deep into the 10,000 demon cave. It seems that they want to rescue the human genius who was forced into the 10,000 demon blood cave by us. Everyone, be careful. Don't let the human race break through and find the other party's location." Yes. Before, the demon race lost dozens of demons in the magical realm, and 2 of our strong men died. The tribe has issued a death order. The human genius trapped in the 10,000 demon blood cave must die, and must not be rescued by the human race. Also, news came from the Crow clan. It is suspected that the human race who killed dozens of my demon race's powerful men in the magical realm, Qiu Daoya, is likely to appear in the 10,000 demon cave. This place can avoid cause and effect lock and cannot be tracked directly. Once a person with strong strength comparable to that of the human genius is found, send a signal immediately. Do you understand? Yes. Soon, the 5 centipedes that came left, and the centipede called Sanjiu also began to wander towards his own territory. Donghuang, you are an ancient emperor of heaven. You have the nerve to deal with a mana realm like me. As he walked, Sanjiu complained wildly in his heart and couldn't help cursing. Well, he is Lee Su, who has directly transformed into a centipede spirit. This move was inspired by Yang Giant's transformation into a soaring snake, and it was the application of the art of controlling the way in the Yu King chapter. If you can't beat him, join him. Since the other party was determined to die, Lee Su was lucky to help him. Although he had never used the art of transformation, it was extremely difficult for the mana realm to imitate the supernatural realm, but he was very confident. After all, the talent bonus was there. This kind of talent, I have seen Yang Jian transform once with my own eyes. If you can't learn it, you can really find a piece of tofu to kill yourself. He was not surprised that the one with the clock would make trouble for him. After all, Pangu Banner said so, not to mention that the other party had already secretly attacked without caring about his identity. 10,000 Demons Blood Cave. Zhang Shengying was forced into it? Lee Su frowned. Although he had never been to the 10,000 Demons Cave, he knew a lot about it. The 10,000 Demons Blood Cave was undoubtedly a dangerous place. In the 10,000 Demons Cave, there were countless old demons in it. It was very scary. It was mentioned in the textbooks that one could not enter it unless he reached the Divine Power Realm. What was Zhang Shengying like? Did she achieve the Divine Power Realm? Lee Su scratched his head. Forget it. Now he had a lot of problems. He would read the memory of that guy named Sanjiu first, and then talk about it after fully understanding the situation of the 10,000 Demons Cave. As for Zhang Shengying, he would save her if he could, but his current situation was obviously not strong enough. He would not save her, but put himself in trouble. Forget it. Asterisk 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 10,000 Demons Blood Cave. This was a very scary place, covered in blood. The rocks were dripping with blood. It seemed that there were hundreds of millions of wrong dead souls inside, howling constantly. Outside the blood cave, there are centipede spirits guarding, and there are scorpion spirits. The centipede spirits are numbered in odd numbers, 2 in total. First, second. The scorpion spirits are in color. The brighter the color, the stronger they are. There is one colorful and one black. Colorful and glowing black. They are the strongest of the scorpion spirit clan except for the king. With 4 top level supernatural powers guarding, the blood cave is really hard to get out. Their eyes are cold, staring at the blood cave, waiting quietly. At the same time, deep in the blood cave, a woman, an extremely beautiful and extremely cold woman, sat on the ground, spewing white mist from her mouth and nose, and there was a terrible freezing air constantly erupting. Her breath was extremely powerful, but there was a trace of disorder. Above her eyebrows, there was a red light flashing again. Beside her, there was a demon dancing wildly. Ha ha ha, woman, how long can you endure? Zhang Shengying's eyes were cold, with a terrible murderous aura. She didn't speak, suppressing the desire that was constantly induced in her mind. Silently, quietly waiting for the opportunity to come. Chapter 254 Demonic Soul. The body is really inconvenient. Through the memory of the centipede monster, Lee Su returned to the place where the other party rested. It was not far from where he was found. Then Lee Su regretted it, and felt that he should not become a monster, and should continue to escape. Damn, it stinks. He is already in the realm of supernatural powers, but the cave is still filled with an unspeakable stench. There was a lot of feces piled up in that corner, which made Lee Su frown. He was a particular person. He couldn't stand the idea of putting the toilet and the bedroom together. This is not scientific. What's the situation with this thing? How big is this monster? Why is it still pouring out this bad substance? Lee Su's eyes jumped. There were bones and human bones in the pile of feces. There were quite a few. Taking a deep breath, Lee Su pinched the other party's soul and directly increased the firepower. Hearing the other party's tragic wailing and loud begging for mercy, he felt a lot better. The flames on the body rose up. This time it was not the life fire, but the fire of the Jade Purity chapter. After burning everything in the cave in an instant, Lee Su curled up and shrank back in. It was really uncomfortable. You said you could obviously transform, but you had to make such a body. Isn't it tiring? After feeling the surroundings for a while, Lee Su's eyes moved, and he pinched the soul of the centipede spirit, and went directly into the Buddha's kingdom. Without hesitation, he asked 500 ahats and 3000 bhikkhunis to set up the flames and start roasting. To be honest, the taste of centipede meat is really unique. The 7th prince in the legend of the Condor heroes liked centipedes the most. After removing the poison, they were fried, grilled, and steamed, and they were all very fragrant. The meat was particularly delicious. full of protein, not to mention the nutrition. The famous centipede wine is quite good for the kidneys. It's a pity that the physical body needs to maintain the transformation technique, so it's impossible to eat centipede meat directly, so I'll just have to make do with the yuanshan first. Reading the memory of this thing eating people, the other party has undoubtedly fallen to the lowest level in Li Su's eyes. If it is not necessary, then chop it up and boil it. If it is necessary, take your time and burn your true spirit. Directly roast the huge centipede spirit. Li Su opened his mouth and ate it. Well, it tastes good. The spirit, especially the spirit that has been cultivated successfully, is also a good thing. In the Yu-King Sutra, there has been a special analysis of a soul. When the soul grows stronger, it will have physical properties and become a real thing with the characteristics of the flesh. Therefore, if conditions permit, you can get some hairy and horned people's spirits to roast to supplement the soul material. Hiss, Master Yu-King is not happy with Master Shanking's miscellaneous disciples. Isn't it because of this reason? Li Su chewed the centipede spirit with big mouthfuls, eating oil all over his mouth. The soul felt unprecedented satisfaction, and a large number of memories poured into his mind. Burning those damn cannibalistic scenes, he accepted all the memories of this centipede spirit little by little. As he ate, Li Su's eyes lit up a little, and he saw something. It was a huge stone slab, very magical, with the rhyme of Tao flowing on it, and the laws of the Great Way appearing. It was a mural. It came from the depths of the 100,000 demon caves, and the centipede master had finally obtained it from an extremely dangerous place with great difficulty. This mural is very special. There is magic power, and the patterns carved on it are powerful. The centipede clan's dragon transformation magical power seems to come from it. Dragon? Li Su blinked, not sure, too little. But it is indeed carved with the patterns of some kind of beast, which is quite interesting. Unfortunately, because he looked directly from the other party's brain, although he found it very magical, he still had a layer of separation, and could not see it clearly. This thing should be useful to him. The mark on the pattern touched him greatly, and the flesh and blood supreme was beating and eager. If he could get it, his flesh and blood supreme should be able to go further. Then Li Su immediately looked for the way that the centipede spirit could approach the stone slab. After a moment, he couldn't help but curse inwardly. Waste. It was indeed a waste. Even if it died, Li Su couldn't help but pinch the remaining soul of the other party and burn it with flames. Waste. To waste. This guy only got a chance to see the stone slab once, but he couldn't stand the pressure of the stone slab and vomited blood soon after. Although he mastered the method of dragon transformation after waking up, his level was extremely poor, and it was simply unbearable to look at. Finally, I know how it got the title of Sanjiu. According to the rules of the centipede spirit clan, the strongest is the single digit, then the 10 digit, the 20 digit. These are undoubtedly the core of the centipede spirit clan. 30 digit? Sorry, it's just a stronger cannon fodder, specially used to deal with ordinary man-realm enemies of the human race. Those who are slightly stronger are not given to it, for fear that it will not only fail to kill the opponent, but be killed by the opponent instead. Although it is not important, it knows more than the centipede spirit in the mana realm after all, and it is alive, so it is very familiar with the environment here. If the soul is enslaved by the human race, it will be very troublesome. Throwing the last soul into the oil pan and refining it directly, Li Su raised his finger, and a ball of fire floated on it. The true spirit belongs to the centipede spirit. There is a corner missing on it. It should be that the true spirit is split into pieces and placed in the centipede spirit base camp. Once the true spirit escapes or is completely annihilated, they should be able to get the news. Put the true spirit away directly. Li Su lay on the ground and began to think. Although he can wait silently for a month and then go directly to the world fragments to become a supernatural power realm. But in reality, it is not possible. In terms of his transformation, he has only now completely completed the second transformation. The Buddha Kingdom, Vajra Realm, Thunder Method, and Jade Purity Chapter are not enough, and there is a huge lack. Blindly advancing to the supernatural power realm is of no benefit to him. And if you want to continue to transform, resources are also a huge problem. Without the Tao Cliff, it is not a little difficult to break through. However, thinking of the resource problem, Li Su's eyes flashed. According to the memory of the centipede spirit, although the centipede spirit clan in the 100,000 demon cave also uses extraordinary spiritual stones, the main resource here is not spiritual stones, but demonic evil. That is, the unique demon souls in the 100,000 demon cave. Although they are very scary, once they are caught by them, those who are not strong enough will be eaten by them and take over their bodies. But at the same time, their souls carry an extremely strong evil spirit, which can be used to strengthen their own bodies. The reason why the centipede spirit is so strong and the body is so hard is not simply because of the stone slab, but also because of the demonic evil in the 100,000 demon cave. This undoubtedly makes Lee Su very interested. It is equivalent to movable resources. He now has a lot of resources left, but he needs too much to transform. And the acquisition of this thing is not rationing, but hunting by himself, which is undoubtedly very convenient for him. It's a pity that this guy is too weak. He dares not go to the supernatural realm. He only dares to hang around in the magic realm, and the number of demonic evil he obtains is pitifully low. After all, it is in the realm of supernatural power. The place of the realm of magic power needs to cultivate the next generation of centipede spirits, and it is impossible to let it hunt at will. Thinking of this, Lee Su had an idea in his mind, stood up, and took action. Although these centipede spirits were assigned the task of monitoring various places in the 100,000 demon caves, and they need to patrol and guard every day, but it does not mean that they need to guard the original place at any time and anywhere. After all, for cultivators, the most important thing is to practice. Without going to the hunting place of the supernatural power realm, Lee Su still went to the hunting place of the magic power realm honestly, intending to try it first to see the effect. After all, he himself is only in the magic power realm. If he rashly goes to the hunting place of the supernatural power realm, what if he really can't beat it? Isn't it sending food? What's more, according to the memory of the centipede monster, let alone the magic power realm, the strength of the demon soul in the supernatural power realm is directly more than 10 times that of the magic power realm. It has been there once. If it weren't for the tribe members passing by, it almost died. Since then, it has been traumatized and dared not go again. It has been wandering around the magic power realm. Although this monster is very weak, it is still in the realm of supernatural power, right? It is better to be careful, at least to understand the methods of the demon soul. Asterisk 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 I say Sanjiu, you come to the realm of magic power again. In the territory of the realm of magic power, there is an old centipede monster guarding it, and there are many small centipedes. It looks very disdainful, mainly because Sanjiu has obviously reached the realm of supernatural power, but he has been running here to beg for money and rob the resources of the younger generation. In an instant, those small centipedes also looked at Sanjiu and began to whisper. They have not yet opened their minds, and they can't spit out human eyes and make a rustling sound. But maybe because they have become monsters, Lee Su understood. That's Sanjiu? I heard that he has been in the realm of supernatural power for decades, but he has never dared to hunt in the realm of supernatural power. He has always been in the realm of magic power. Yes, I have heard of it too, but I didn't expect to see the real one. The tone, the words and the meaning are all the same. How did this guy reach the realm of supernatural power? It's really a monster. Lee Su's mouth twitched, and he felt that he had become the wrong demon again. He was a master of the divine power realm, but he was mocked by an old demon and a group of young demons. Instantly, the memory of Sanjiu emerged. Well, this was not the first time. I was drunk. The demon race was the law of the jungle, but these guys dared to mock it in front of it. Thinking back to the centipede that surrounded him from all directions, his reaction was also very wrong. Under normal circumstances, the divine power realm would need such a battle to kill the mana realm. It shouldn't be necessary, right? Now that I think about it, it's afraid that it can't beat it. But why? He didn't understand. How dare the other party chase him so bravely? Lee Su was a little confused. He didn't say anything. Anyway, he was not Sanjiu. He just raised his foot and walked inside. The centipede in his memory was like this. The old centipede shook his head. There was a noise over there not long ago. This guy went to chase and kill the human mana realm, but he fought for a long time, which alarmed many demons to go out to encircle and suppress, even if they couldn't kill him. It's so hard to kill a mana realm, but he can actually reach the supernatural realm. God is blind. Entering the hunting ground, Lee Su took a breath and began to restrain his breath to suppress the power of the supernatural realm. Although most of the demon souls have no thoughts, their instincts are still there. When the demon souls in the mana realm sense the breath of the supernatural realm, they will naturally turn around and run away, and will not come over at all. For this reason, the advanced Sanjiu specially learned a set of tricks to hide his breath, so that the opponent will not find it. Looking through the contents of the opponent's mind, Lee Su had no opinion. After all, he had never encountered a demon soul. Who knows what means the opponent has? It is undoubtedly best to be careful. He restrained his movements and did not take the initiative to attack, but waited in place. After all, Sanjiu is very large in size. Once it moves, it will make a lot of noise, which is easy to alarm the demon soul. And what's wrong with the breath holding technique it has learned? It can be described in 4 words. That is, it is extremely lame. Can't move, and it will lose its energy when it moves. Then Lee Su began to wait, and wait. He was getting annoyed waiting, thinking that this guy was too much of a ripoff. When it was so inconvenient, a demon soul finally floated over. 1. Lee Su took a breath. His eyes flashed. At least, it came. Soon, the demon soul sensed something and rushed directly towards Lee Su. Then, the demon soul was gone. Lee Su felt a little bit of evil falling on his body, splashing a small splash of water, and then it disappeared. He could feel some benefits, but they were too little, not enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Standing there in a daze, Lee Su took a deep breath, and he understood what the demon soul was. This thing is really difficult to deal with, a little evil, specifically targeting the soul. Without some ability, it is really hard to guard against it. But thinking of this, Lee Su's face turned black. Just this level, is it necessary for you? A supernatural power? Even if the level is 10 times stronger, it's just that. He was shocked, got up and turned around and left. Considering the strength of the magic realm, killing 1,000 or 10,000 of them would be like hearing the sound of water, with no effect at all for Lee Su. Chapter 255. I didn't want to be dazzling. Lee Su really couldn't bear it. The magic souls in the mana realm were too weak. Through Sanjiu's memory, the one just now was already one of the stronger ones in the mana realm. The strongest one was only slightly stronger than the one just now. As for Lee Su's own situation, the number was estimated to be at the beginning of 100 million. How many magic souls were there in the place, opened up by the Centipede clan for the mana realm centipede monsters? Well, the daily output was less than 3,000. After all, it was just a small place, and the magic souls were leaking out from it. Maybe occasionally there would be a big one, causing a bloody incident in the mana realm. After all, it was a centipede monster, and the protection was not so delicate. Mixing here? That would make Lee Su anxious to death. Although he didn't intend to be conspicuous at the beginning, he was prepared to take it slowly, and step by step. But now it's not possible. The magic soul is a good thing, much better than the extraordinary crystal. Although only a little bit fell on Lee Su, not enough to fill the gap between his teeth, but his flesh and blood supreme was jubilant, his body was also jubilant, and his soul was somewhat touched. If this thing can be obtained in large quantities, it will not only be a resource, but also speed up his transformation. Seeing Sanjiu running out not long after entering, the old centipede spirit was a little stunned. After absorbing the devil soul, it takes a considerable amount of time to completely digest it, so it can be seen from the outside. At this moment, there are probably less than one floating on Lee Su's body. This is different from the usual Sanjiu. That guy will go in for at least a month and accumulate thousands of devil souls before coming out. Sanjiu. There was no time to pay attention. As soon as he came out, Lee Su turned a corner and headed straight for the hunting ground of the supernatural realm. The old centipede spirit was stunned for a moment. What direction is that? The supernatural realm? Many little guys were also stunned. As for Sanjiu, in fact, there are many little centipede spirits in the magic realm who know it. After all, they have mocked it a lot. Is that the hunting ground of the supernatural realm? What are you doing there? Looking for death? Obviously, there is no good talk. The law of the jungle is much clearer than that of the human race. Sanjiu can survive in the centipede monster clan. It is undoubtedly the blessing of the human race. At present, manpower is needed. The supernatural realm is very precious. Otherwise, it would have been swallowed by other centipede monsters long ago. However, after a few miles, Lee Su instantly felt that there were guards at the door, and their strength was much stronger than that of the mana realm. Seeing Lee Su, the centipede monster was stunned and laughed. What kind of wind is blowing? Sanjiu? The tentacles seemed to be able to speak. After a few swings, they slowly mocked Lee Su's forehead. Hey, isn't this King of the Mana Realm hunting ground, Sanjiu? Why did you suddenly remember to come to the supernatural realm hunting ground? Is there no room for you there? Lee Su ignored it and went in directly. After all, he was not Sanjiu, so what did mocking Sanjiu have to do with him? Bah. Seeing Lee Su quickly enter, the centipede monster guarding the door immediately spit on the ground. Are you pretending here with me? What are you pretending for? That look is really like a human, so vivid. Wipe. On the side, another centipede monster spoke. It was also a gatekeeper. They were responsible for watching this passage. If a powerful demon soul appeared, they would immediately sound an alarm and notify the centipede monsters in the supernatural realm to come and deal with it. It said directly, you should be careful. If not, the other party is also in the supernatural realm, stronger than us. If we anger it, we will be unlucky. The demon race has the habit of eating its own kind, especially the insect race like the centipede monster. It has eaten a lot of centipede monsters in the single digit. Although there are rules now, the two of them are just ordinary mana realms. Killing them is just a punishment, and they can go hunt some demon souls to compensate. Bah, that's it? Sanjiu? The unhappy centipede monster spoke, its tentacles vibrating constantly. I tell you, it will come out in a quarter of an hour at most, believe it or not. How can you be sure? Hey, it's not like that guy didn't go in later, several times, and he ran out immediately after entering. He was scared to death. Lee Su could naturally hear the words behind him. Sanjiu did come here many times, but unfortunately he was completely scared. He ran away after several times. Although he remembered that an elder of the centipede monster clan had talked to it, he almost died not because the demon soul in the hunting ground of the supernatural power realm was too strong, but because he was unlucky and encountered a big fish that slipped through the net. The demon soul in the late supernatural power realm ran to the front, and he would not be so unlucky every time. Unfortunately, Sanjiu failed to break the demon barrier, otherwise it would not be so easy for Lee Su to kill him before. He rushed in. There is not much time. As a person who has transformed into a centipede monster, he doesn't intend to be too conspicuous. He is prepared to improve a little bit. At least he can't let the centipede suspect, right? He has thought about it, and the first time he will only stay for a quarter of an hour. Because he killed and swallowed an extremely powerful human in the mana realm, he had a little confidence. He couldn't stand the depletion of resources in the mana realm, so he ran to the hunting ground of the divine power realm in one go, and killed 30 or 50 demon souls in one fell swoop. Although he retreated, he broke the inner demon, and from then on he could blossom, and bear fruit, and become a normal divine power monster. Well, this script is undoubtedly very good. Thinking about Lee Su, he was still a little happy. Suddenly, he felt that Sanjiu, the divine power realm, was quite suitable for him, right? There was a lot of room for growth, so he could take the opportunity to obtain a lot of resources. Entering the hunting ground of the divine power realm, Lee Su's tentacles moved. It must be said that the transformation technique of this Yuxu chapter was amazing. Starting from the Tao, not only did his appearance change, but he also had the functions of the centipede monster. He had captured the demon soul once before, and he had a feeling, and he found the target instantly. Lock the direction and pounced directly. It went through the wall directly, and opened a new passage for 20 meters. As soon as it came out, wow, there were so many of them. The quality was very high. Far from comparable to those in the realm of magic power. Each one was so solid, so strong, and extremely powerful, with a large number of demons bred. Lee Su didn't hesitate, and pounced on it. He waved his countless limbs, and the void made a crackling sound. That was the ability of the flying centipede monster, and he learned it. With a leap, he landed directly next to more than 100 demon souls. The body shook, and the magical power learned from the stone slab from the centipede monster clan, which was formed by studying the body lore of Sanjiu, appeared. That was the dragon transformation method. Sanjiu learned it very superficially. Except for the huge and extremely strong body, he didn't learn anything else. Therefore, it was very rough when it was used, and it was basically a physical attack. Lee Su is different. He has a strong talent, Taoism, and has experience in studying the Yuking chapter. He analyzes all the Tao and analyzes everything. The Tao in his body vibrates, inducing muscle resonance, and a large amount of terrible Tao rhyme begins to burst out of his body. His own strength is amazing. Although he is not yet in the realm of supernatural power, the strength he bursts out has long exceeded the scope of the realm of mana. Even in the ordinary realm of supernatural power, he can be the leader. Especially this breakthrough, although the last 2 points of the evolution of the mana power have suffered a great sin, from 1498 to 1500, and the cost of almost Caesarean section has increased by only 2 points, but the quality of these 2 points is really terrible. It is so terrible that he can directly collapse the power of the supernatural power realm of Sanjiu. There is no doubt that the improvement of the 2 points should be a qualitative leap, allowing him to completely transform and exceed the scope of the realm of mana. Therefore, the same talent supernatural power, when used by different people, the power is completely incomparable, and the gap is huge. Just a shock, and a huge amount of blood and energy gushed out around the huge centipede monster body that Lee Su had transformed into. That blood and energy, like fire, can burn matter, and the spirit inside is even more scorching, which can ignite the soul. In an instant, the flames fell like rain, and Lee Su did not move. The tunnel space he had just come out of was burned with holes by its blood and energy. Hundreds of demon souls that were pregnant with a lot of evil spirits were infected by his blood and energy, burned, and killed their cause, and then rolled back and swallowed into his stomach. Well. Lee Su couldn't help but tremble, and the centipede head swayed left and right, as if he had inhaled a high concentration of nicotine, and the whole person was sublimated. A large amount of evil spirits merged into the flesh, and Lee Su's body couldn't help but groan, cheering, and jumping for joy. Evil spirits are terrible. For ordinary people, it is undoubtedly highly poisonous. A trace of it can poison people to death. But for Lee Su, it is different. How to say it? It was like beef dipped in red oil. Although it was so spicy that it made him cry, he felt very comfortable eating it. He was sweating profusely, and his pores couldn't help but dilate. His Yuan Shen was shaking, and his own soul and Dao fruit couldn't help but emit a look of joy. After the demon soul entered, it directly turned into a raging fire, calcining and smelting. Special substances appeared in it, making the soul stronger. In just a moment, hundreds of demon souls entered the body, and Lee Su directly felt his own improvement. The soul, the body, the energy, and all aspects were improving. Even the speed of transformation, Lee Su felt that it had become a little faster. His thunder method has extended from the inside out, and is currently struggling on the meridians, where the Buddha kingdom lives. The progress is not fast, but just now, he made rapid progress, directly improving by 1%. Lee Su was shocked, his eyes were shining, and countless Dao rules were colliding on his body, and a large amount of Dao rhyme was constantly shaking. He directly absorbed the remaining resources in the Buddha kingdom. There were quite a few, especially the spiritual ore core taken from the Zhou clan, which had been with him for a long time. A large number of spiritual energy blocks had formed in the Buddha kingdom. After a while of fierce inhalation, Lee Su directly pushed the speed of the thunder method on the meridians to 1/5. His eyes were shining, and he couldn't help but feel happy and shocked. At this speed, he was not far from the third transformation. He took action directly, and his tentacles kept searching. Soon he found the traces of the demon soul again, and the next moment he flew over directly. Time, too fast, too fast. It felt like he hadn't killed several groups, and a quarter of an hour had passed. Lee Su took a deep breath and struggled a lot, mainly because the speed of transformation was really scary. In just a moment, the meridians were almost completed. At this speed, if he stayed here for 3 days and 3 nights, he would most likely be able to directly transform into the third transformation. After the third transformation is completed, is the fourth and fifth transformations far away? Not far away. He kept breathing in and comforting himself. No hurry, no hurry. Lee Su can't be anxious. You have to take your time. You have to know that this is a long-term process. You have to improve yourself little by little. You can't let the centipede monster get suspicious. You can't attract attention. And you can't let the monster get suspicious. Therefore, Lee Su found another place where the magic souls existed. After swallowing about 20 high-quality magic souls, he felt the time. It was more than a quarter of an hour, and he had to go out. With a heart full of reluctance and unwillingness, Lee Su turned around and rushed outside. It was uncomfortable. So fucking uncomfortable. Watching so many resources, but unable to use them. He had to change his name as soon as possible. He could feel that the so-called hunting ground in the supernatural realm was just the division of the centipede monster itself. The outer layer of magic souls was not strong. It could only be said to be average. Of course, it was also more than 10 times that of the mana realm. Why is this level the supernatural realm? The main reason is that the centipede clan has no spiritual cultivation method. Their souls are not strong. Only their bodies are strong. Lee Su is different. His spiritual power is extremely terrifying. Not to mention the heart knife turning into thunder. The spiritual method of Tau heart planting demons is also now inhabited. Inside lives the Pangu banner that can suppress the world. That's right. The magical power hosted by the Pangu banner is his Tau heart planting demons method. This spiritual magical power. In essence, Tau heart planting demons is a wave ability that can affect the void through spiritual power. After the Pangu banner is hosted, a qualitative change occurs. The spirit can further sense the void and can directly cut it apart. It's a pity that it hasn't started to transform into Tau, otherwise his spiritual power will be even more terrifying, and he can directly cut through the void through his eyes. Therefore, the strength of the demon soul here is probably a spicy chicken burger for him. Although it is said that it is very spicy for Lee Su now. He is undoubtedly in the last level of the 3 levels of not afraid of spicy, not afraid of spicy, and afraid of not spicy. He is afraid of not spicy, which sounds a bit delicious, but it is not enough. Far from enough. As Lee Su left, there was naturally a lot of noise. After all, the body was so huge. The 2 centipede monsters at the door, the one who looked down on Sanjiu the most laughed, looked at his companion beside him, and shook his tentacles. Look, what did I say? A quarter of an hour. Look, it came out. It must have been the demon inside. He wanted to say something else, but the next moment, he would not move. Not only him, but also the centipede monster next to him could not move. Evil spirit, extremely terrifying evil spirit came from the cave. The breath was so strong that they could not help but shiver, and their souls were frozen. The 2 monsters' faces changed drastically. Is there another big demon coming out from the depths? Question mark? Cold sweat flowed down, and the 2 monsters were instantly soaked. Sweat fell to the ground, and their souls were trembling. If the big demon appears, they will definitely not survive. Just as they were about to move, they saw an extremely huge body rushing out. Dead. 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 Damn Sanjiu, that idiot. How could he be so useless? How could he be possessed by a demon soul in the outer periphery when he was in the realm of supernatural power? And he also implicated them. One of the centipede monsters couldn't help cursing in his heart, hating it endlessly. Lee Su, who came out, ignored the other party. He exhaled a long breath. His body kept shaking. The shell was glowing, and there were black lines shining. The demon was really a good thing. It could improve his body and soul and speed up the transformation. Next time, I have to stay longer, at least an hour, to absorb more. He faced it and ignored the 2 centipede monsters guarding the door. He ran directly to his resting place with a body of evil spirit. And it was obvious that Lee Su didn't realize one thing. The more the demon absorbed, the more magic patterns would be formed on the body. This kind of pattern has an extremely terrible frightening effect. If it is described by the biological surface layer, it is coercion, or it can be said to be domineering. It takes a certain amount of time to slowly integrate into the spirit to form supernatural power and be able to control it freely. After all, Sanjiu didn't have the opportunity to absorb a lot. so he never formed that terrible aura of pressure. Now Lee Su is different. His spirit is too terrible. In less than a quarter of an hour, he swallowed 300 or 400 powerful demon souls. At this moment, the pressure of the demons on his body is so strong that it really feels like a dark cloud pressing down on the city. Running all the way, like a brilliant light, countless centipede monsters couldn't help but look sideways. This breath and fluctuation are usually only seen when the genius centipede monsters in the depths go out. As a result, the other party rushed all the way to the upper level, feeling that it should be the cave where Sanjiu is, and lived in it. For a while, countless small centipedes in the upper level were extremely terrified, and their souls were shaking. It was like a giant dragon suddenly appeared in front of a group of shrimps, which could scare a bug to death. What's going on? There are tens of the older generation who were alarmed. Are there any geniuses returning from hunting? How can they be so ignorant? Running to the upper level, won't this scare the younger generation to death? The 11th, 12th, and 13th old centipedes in charge of the Mana Realm frowned. The centipede clan has territories divided according to strength. The weaker the upper, the stronger the lower. They cannot live together, otherwise the pressure of the powerful centipede can directly make the weak centipede unable to even live. The three elders sensed it and then froze. Sanjiu? Although the aura is extremely overbearing, the fluctuations are correct, and the soul is also correct. It is undoubtedly Sanjiu. That other centipede clan is obviously in the realm of supernatural powers, but lives in the realm of mana. He is very timid. Because of an accident, he was completely ruined by demons. If it weren't for the fact that the centipede clan's supernatural powers are not easy, this guy might have been divided and eaten long ago. It's really embarrassing for the centipede clan, and he was often laughed at by the scorpion spirit. Originally, I thought that this annoying thing didn't have much life left. Once the king of this tribe broke through and achieved the immortal realm, the centipede clan would not be so urgent to reach the supernatural realm, so I killed it to avoid hindering the centipede clan's dominance. I never thought that this guy actually broke through. Several centipede elders looked at each other. The breath, fluctuations, and soul were all correct, and there was no problem with the true spirit. It was Sanjiu. They couldn't help but be shocked, but at the same time they were also a little happy. Yes, that's it. This is the supernatural realm of the centipede clan. They immediately took action, without thinking, and went to the upper level. Lying in his nest, Lee Su closed his eyes and began to digest silently. He also felt a little bit, feeling that his breath was leaking and out of control. How can this be done? It's like farting in a crowd. Suddenly there is a loud fart. You can still look at others and cover up in other directions, but it becomes a series of farts. No matter how you cover up, you will die, right? However, he had just closed his eyes for a while. 3 old centipedes came to the door. Lee Su suddenly opened his eyes, and the centipede's eyes burst into brilliant light, with murderous intent gathering. 11, 12, 13, the old centipedes in the realm of magic power. What's going on? Why did they suddenly come? And there are 3 of them together? Normally, even if there is something to notify, at most one person will come, and according to Sanjiu's memory, that guy's not well received by the top management. These old centipedes don't want to see it at all, thinking it is an eyesore. When there is something, they let the little demon in the realm of magic power come to notify, and there is no room for discussion. Now 3 old guys come together, and the aura is extremely heavy. What's going on? Is he exposed? Impossible. He just went to the divine power realm to hunt some demon souls, nothing else, right? Why? Lee Su was at a loss. He took a breath, began to prepare, and was filled with grief and indignation. The wall he had finally found was exposed before he even started to pull it. This centipede demon clan, are they too smart? Question mark. Sanjiu. A huge breath overflowed, closing the Sanjiu cave, at least to lock its breath, to prevent the little centipede demon from being scared to death. Lee Su's eyes were dim, ready to attack. You said that your strength has improved, so you came to us to report. Such a strong breath. What are you doing in this level of the mana realm? Come on, come down with us. We will hold your breath. Don't let it leak, so as not to scare other little demons. In the cave, Lee Su's expression froze, ready to attack. He showed a question mark face. What are you standing there for? Hurry up. I have to report to you later. At this strength, the number 9 is just missing. I'll change it to 19 first. If you keep working hard, you may be promoted to a higher number. What the hell? I'm not furious, but promoted. Lee Su was confused. What the hell was going on? Chapter 256. Low profile. Low profile. Lee Su moved. In his inexplicable situation, he was confused and jumped several levels, from number 30 to number 10. This is incredible. Going forward, it is the digits. You should know that the Centipede Monster Clan has suffered heavy losses. A total of 3 single-digit numbers have died. Before the death of a lower number, number 8 was nothing. In the Kingwan world, Lee Su killed a centipede monster in the first level of the magical power realm. 2 more died later, but this time it was different. The ones who died were number 2 and number 4. The first 5 who died directly were the real core of the Centipede Monster Clan, and they were related to the strength of the clan's high-level combat power. The 2 centipede monsters killed by Lee Su in the Cliff of Seeking the Tao. The death of number 2 and number 4 can be said to be a loss. Although the progress is now made by the way of late entry, in fact, the overall combat power of the centipede monster has been directly reduced by more than 1 layer. Now it is missing 3 digits, number 7, number 8, and number 9. It can be said that the loss is urgent and tragic. You have to know that the 100,000 demon caverns are extremely dangerous and need strong masters to suppress them. Now, with huge losses, the Centipede Demon Clan is still very strong, but it is also showing signs of fatigue. It has already returned to defense with all its strength, and dared not go out of the magical realm. The Demon Clan is different from the human race after all, not to mention the centipede demons that can eat each other. If there was no king above, Sanjiu would probably not wait for Lee Su to kill him, and would be eaten up. Even the same clan is like this. Living in this cave, there are not only centipedes and scorpions, but also other insects and beasts. A few days ago, there was an attack on the territory of the centipede demon cubs, and many newly sprouted mana realm seedlings died. Therefore, Lee Su can stay on the top, because although his realm is high, his strength is not worth mentioning. Now that his strength has improved, he will naturally quickly step onto the rules, and be treated as a priority. When he came back to his senses, he had already gone deep into the middle surface of the 100,000 demon caverns. Not only did the pit he could squat in become larger, but his treatment was also improved. Not to mention that he could receive about 3 tons of extraordinary crystals every month. The place where he was located was beside the main road for the demon souls in the demon cave. Even if he sat and waited in the cave, there would be demon souls coming to visit occasionally. Not only that, he also got the opportunity to go to the Centipede clan to observe the core stone tablet of his clan. That was the strongest of the Centipede clan, who was about to become the Centipede King. It was imprinted with the principles of the Great Way, and retained the life rhyme of a certain unimaginable great existence. Now, the Centipede King was not there. He said that he was in seclusion, and wanted to make a breakthrough, and sprint to become a real immortal. In other words, as long as he wanted, he could borrow the supreme chapters and core scriptures of this clan to read and learn anytime and anywhere. Although Lee Su was a little confused, he was undoubtedly very happy when he came back to his senses. After all, he had a feeling that, if he could really learn everything on the stone tablet, it would have a huge benefit to his life supreme. Therefore, he had undoubtedly complained that Sanjiu, the waste, could not see it clearly and leave a memory. Now, he had the opportunity to go and see it in person, and he was not afraid of being discovered by the demon clan who was too powerful. However, he was not in a hurry. Instead, he was trying to digest it. He understood why he was exposed and turned into glittering gold, the kind that couldn't be covered. It was because he leaked it. In his opinion, it didn't matter at all, just a little bit of clarity, but for the centipede monster in the mana realm, it was very tricky and terrible. A slightly weaker strength was enough to be fatal. After all, the killing power of the devil souls and devils was high, and the centipede monster clan had poor spiritual methods. Lying in the cave, this was the original position of 19, which was not bad. The amount of spiritual energy was sufficient. Is there any good quality devil soul coming to have a feast? While Lee Su was trying to restrain his leaking breath, He was constantly transforming. Originally, he planned to make a fortune quietly and become stronger slowly. But his talent was too amazing, and his performance was too extraordinary. This was the case with the human race, and it was still the same when it came to the monster race. It would definitely shine and attract targets. Lee Su took a deep breath and kept reminding himself that the exposure this time was not bad, and it was the way he expected. However, if he continued like this, it would undoubtedly be very likely that something he did not expect would happen. Therefore, while trying to improve himself as much as possible and make himself stronger, he must also be careful and try to get as much benefit as possible without attracting too much attention. Therefore, Lee Su applied for the qualification to view the stone tablet as soon as possible. After all, that thing is quite important. If you can see it, the sooner the better. Even if it will attract attention, you have to borrow it. If you can practice something, it will not be beautiful if you delay it for too long. At most, you can just show it casually. It is not easy for such a thing to explode, but it is not easy to hide it. Unfortunately, it was rejected. It was not because of his own problems, but because there were already monsters borrowing it and were observing it, and they planned to figure out a stronger battle method. Helplessly, Lee Su could only wait. He began to practice silently. After his status was improved, his treatment was quite good. The benefits of the extraordinary crystal were delivered the next day. 3 tons, that is, 6,000 kilograms, not a small amount. Even if it is the realm of supernatural powers, this amount is really incredible. Lee Su's cultivation of the Tao can almost kill 1/3 of the first layer. The thunder method was quickly developed by Lee Su, and the meridians were already fast, and they were completed quickly. After resting for almost 3 days, Lee Su felt that the leaking breath was completely restrained by him. Without saying a word, he went to the hunting ground of the supernatural power realm again. He quickly arrived at the entrance, which was not far from his cave. Seeing his appearance, the centipede monster guarding the gate became more respectful. Alas, it can only be said that the monster clan is so straightforward. If you are strong, you will be respected, and if you are not, you will be looked down upon. Now Lee Su has at least vindicated the name of Sanjiu and regained the respect that he should have in the realm of supernatural powers. However, one of the gatekeepers still didn't believe it. It still poked its head and looked at Lee Su, who went in with suspicion, thinking that the other party was just lucky to get in last time and would soon be exposed. Lee Su ignored it and didn't care. He wasn't really Sanjiu. As long as he could keep getting resources and speed up his cultivation, it was enough. Low key, everything should be low key. Asterisk 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 entering again. He looked around. With the improvement of strength, the treatment was different. The old centipede monster also explained this hunting ground to him. This so-called supernatural hunting ground is one of the main roads leading to the deepest part of the 10,000 demon caves, the 10,000 demon blood caves. The tunnel that maintains this road, extending for hundreds of miles, is full of demonic energy, and the deeper it goes, the heavier it becomes. Therefore, there are several rules for the hunting ground. Extending downward, be careful. This 100-mile land will undergo a qualitative change if it sinks about 30 kilometers. The demon soul will become more and more powerful. Occasionally, powerful demons will come out from the depths to counter-hunt, capture people outside, and return to the depths. Although the demon soul is terrible and can take over the body of a living being, it basically will not go too far or go out for too long, because the farther away from the 10,000 demon blood cave, the weaker the demonic energy outside. If you stay for a long time, the demonic nature will decrease, affecting your strength. Therefore, if you find that the demonic energy around you suddenly becomes extremely dense, you should retreat immediately. This is because the old demon is using weak demon souls to clear the way. At the same time, if you really encounter an old demon, don't be too afraid. You may entangle with it. Stand and retreat. After a long time, the other party will retreat by itself. Finally, don't enter the main road. There are the most demon souls on the main road, and there are countless powerful ones. It is also the habitat of the powerful monsters. The single-digit numbered centipede monsters, the colorful scorpion monsters, and other monsters of different races all live there. The closer to the main road, the more there are. At this time, let alone the same race, the foreign race may make a move, so if you are not strong enough, stay away. Lee Su didn't get too close, he was on the periphery. After all, he is only in the realm of magic power, not the real realm of supernatural power. It is still very dangerous to get too close to the main road. It's not just the realm, but also this body. Although he has unparalleled talent and his strength is rare in the world, he is basically invincible at this stage of the mana realm. However, he has transformed into a centipede body after all. It is awkward to fight. He is not used to it. He can only exert to levels of his 10th level of combat power. He began to hunt quickly. Even in the periphery, there are still many demon souls. There are a large number of demon souls lurking in some caves. Although Lee Su imitated the centipede spirit to sense with tentacles, he actually captured them through the Jade Purity chapter, the Buddha Kingdom, the Thunder Method, and the Ghost Realm. The Ghost Realm is especially active. As he hunted the demon souls, he had a feeling that it was the fastest among all the skills. Those demon souls had something falling into the Ghost Realm, and there was a luster shining. It was probably because of the similar nature that they could complement each other. Lee Su's movements were extremely fast, completely different from ordinary centipede monsters. This time he stayed for more than an hour, sweeping around inside again and again, and found a large number of demon souls, more than 1,000, more than twice as many as before. Combined with the extraordinary crystal, Lee Su's meridians quickly completed the transformation of thunder magic, and the only thing left from the third transformation was muscles and epidermis. His eyes glowed, and he absorbed everything from the demon soul crazily. Not only did his soul become more crystal clear, but his body also grew further. Another breath began to leak sideways, and Lee Su stopped and left the hunting ground. After all, he had to be low-key and become stronger in a low-key manner. And this time was different from the previous time. He felt a little bit of the leakage before, but he didn't suppress it. This time, the leakage was suppressed as much as possible, but he swallowed too much and couldn't suppress it. Lee Su had no choice but to go out again, and didn't dare to continue to increase it, so that his aura would expand again. However, with a huge pressure, the centipede monsters guarding the door and preparing to enter were still suppressed, especially the gatekeeper who didn't want to believe it trembled in fear. He no longer had any doubts, and was sure to believe that the guy who became 19 was no longer the 39 in the past. For a while, voices began to come out from the centipede monster group. It is likely that in a few years, 19 will become the new single-digit number of the centipede monster clan. Asterisk 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 this time, the number was huge, and the souls were greatly strengthened. The solidification degree was increased by more than one layer, and the evil spirits were almost all over his body. If Lee Su returned to human form at this moment, what he could see was definitely a black man, pure black. Once the lights were turned off, as long as he didn't smile, you would still not see him, even if you bumped into him. Start to absorb and settle. This time, it took a full week for Lee Su to completely absorb and refine the magic pattern, and make it his own. The thunder method also went through almost one layer on the muscles. From time to time, there were flashes of lightning, one black and one white, with great power. He stood up again, and he entered the hunting ground silently again, in the awe of countless centipede monsters. This time, he undoubtedly stayed longer, not to mention a whole day. It seemed that, because he killed too hard last time, there was no surrounding area, so he could only go deep and chase in circles. Fortunately, the main road was very large, with a radius of more than 20 miles. Although Lee Su increased the range, he was still in the territory of the centipede monster, and did not invade the scorpion monster or even the chaotic area. However, it was a bit annoying that he started to encounter other centipede monsters because of the increased range. He didn't get close and left immediately when he felt a breath. There was no other way. He could only get closer to the main road and deeper to avoid the monster's eyes and ears. Just like that, time and time again. Lee Su was extremely low-key, and he quietly killed the demon souls frantically on the periphery, capturing 1 or 2,000 at a time. After a full month, his thunder method reached 99.9%. Well, this time, 0.1, it was not, because he didn't master the thunder method enough, and couldn't transform it, but because he forced himself to hold back, and didn't transform it. He turned around, and started to transform it into the Buddha kingdom. After all, the transformation of the way is very noisy, especially in the thunder method. You need to find a secluded place, away from the centipede monster clan, so before you are ready. Lee Su doesn't plan to transform directly. It's really a surprise. I didn't expect that. After coming out of the world fragments, I actually completed the 3rd transformation in a month, and the 4th transformation is also on the journey. It's only 1 or 2 months away from perfection. In terms of strength, he has directly improved by 3 levels. On the ceiling of the Mana realm, Lee Su has once again made a leap. If he were to face the Sanjiu who was killed before, he would most likely be able to kill him instantly. Thunder magic is indeed the most extreme attack, and the 2 element of yin and yang strike in sequence, causing 2 injuries, targeting the body, and destroying the soul. For the centipede monsters with weak souls, it is simply a killer. When Lee Su started practicing again, he was ready to go deeper next time, not only to get closer to the main road, but also to break through 30 miles, and enter the next stage. After Lee Su entered again, a group of centipede monsters started talking at the door. Did you notice? Master Yajiu has become stronger. Nonsense, how could I not notice it? Just a moment ago, all the hair on my skin stood upside down. Not only the hair, but also the domineering aura. Even if Master Yajiu has suppressed it as much as possible, once I get close, my soul can't help but tremble and I can't move at all. It's normal. Master Yajiu's talent is not bad. My centipede monster clan has only reached so many magical powers after hundreds of years. It was just because he was suppressed by the inner demon before. Now that he has broken through the demon barrier, he has completely jumped over the dragon gate and truly exploded his talent. At this moment, the centipede monster guard who had previously held great doubts about Lee Su couldn't help but eagerly said, "Yes, I think Master Yajiu can be promoted to the single-digit number. His strength is completely different from before." One after another, the impact not only numbed its brain, but also turned its previous disdain into admiration and fanaticism from the bottom of its bones under Lee Su's terrible pressure. On the other side, the elders. What a surprise. Was it restricted too much by the demon barrier? Once it broke through, it transformed directly? Isn't there a saying in the human race? This is called breaking out of the cocoon and rebirth. What should we do next? From the domineering aura it showed, it is undoubtedly at the level of a single-digit numberer, and can take on the responsibility of the centipede clan. Well, by the way, I remember that Yajiu applied to observe the stone slab, right? Yes, but now the stone slab is inside for meditation and cultivation. Is it the younger brother of Master number 3? Yes. It has been monopolizing it for more than a month, right? Let it come out first, and let Yajiu go in, to observe and comprehend first. Now Yajiu's aura is very powerful, but his magical powers are too shallow and too low. It is not enough to become a numberer. That's right. Reconsideration. Lee Su came back from the hunting ground again in a low-key manner. This time he gained a lot. Because of the breakthrough of 30 kilometers, he encountered a big guy. It took 10 seconds to kill him with the yin-yang double thunder and the 4 swords of Zuxan. It was not easy. It was the first time I encountered such a strong one, and it took so long to fight. After beating Lee Su, he ran away. Because the demonic energy was vibrating violently, a large number of demon souls surged over, and there were many big guys lurking inside. After finally leaving the middle 30 kilometers, Lee Su stayed for a full half day. The demonic evil of the big guy was very strong and full, as if it had been aged for hundreds of years, and it almost made him full. Not to mention the large amount of domineering aura, the energy contained in it was also full, which made his soul soft. The Dao fruit deep in his mind couldn't help but vibrate, and his eyes, mouth, and nose were all emitting light, with thunder, fire, sword energy, and space fragments. The ghost domain was vibrating, and there were simply a group of demons dancing in it. A large amount of black mud was constantly rising. The originally sporadic Dao rhyme began to become organized and structured, which gave Lee Su a feeling that once it was formed, it might not be necessary to write a chapter of cultivation scripture. The demon souls in these 100,000 demon caves also sent a chapter of cultivation. Lee Su was a little confused and puzzled. However, compared with these, he was most happy about the Buddha kingdom. The harvest was simply huge, right? This time, his bones were 99% complete. You know, he only went in a little over one level before. There is no doubt that, if he goes in a few more times, he will be able to achieve the 4th transformation by the end of this month at the latest. You know, in this world, the 5th transformation is the limit, and he has 4 supreme chapters of transformation. Even if it is only the 4th transformation, it is an extremely terrifying and remarkable achievement. Lee Su couldn't help but take a breath. He felt that it was really great to come to the 100,000 demon caves this time. At most half a year, he felt that he should be able to break through the realm of mana and achieve supernatural powers. Supernatural powers. Once you reach the realm of supernatural powers, this world is really a place to go. Even if the other party is in the immortal realm, as long as he is not in existence of the level of the 8 kings, he will not be intimidated, right? Just when he arrived at the entrance of the cave, Lee Su froze. His eyes widened, looking at the 3 old centipedes guarding his door in disbelief. They were the management, 11, 12, and 13 of the centipede clan. Their combat effectiveness was not strong, but the centipede clan, except for those with single-digit numbers, basically all other matters of the centipede clan were under their control. Seeing the 3 old centipedes approaching with a smile, Lee Su's mind was shocked. He didn't feel any killing intent, which means, am I exposed again? No, although I leak every time I come out, the leakage is almost the same. It shouldn't be bigger. Why? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 257, Fish in the North Sea. The 3 old centipedes came to see Lee Su, and they did not delay, and directly stated their purpose. They did not mention a further promotion of the number, but his application had been approved, and he could go to the clan to view the contents of the stone tablet. Lee Su could not help showing a look of surprise on his face, and he was quite looking forward to viewing the stone tablet. He immediately asked when. The 3 old centipedes told him that he could go there at any time. He did not practice anymore, and planned to go there immediately, the sooner the better, preferably before the king of the centipede clan came out. Although he was confident in his own transformation skills, what if the other party was going to break through the immortal realm? That would be a big trouble, so the sooner he saw it, the better. After all, it was related to the progress of the Flesh and Blood Supreme. The 3 old centipedes smiled, said yes, and took him directly to the clan. The clan of the centipede spirit is a large cave with a diameter of about 3,000 meters. This is the place where the centipede spirit made its fortune. Hundreds of years ago, the king of the centipede spirit clan set sail here step by step, leading the entire centipede spirit clan to gain a firm foothold in the demon clan. There are no solemn and conspicuous buildings. After all, they are centipedes, and we cannot expect them to have human artistic cells. Of course, as a representative, there is still something here. There is a long mark that does not fill the entire cave, which is more than 30 meters wide and several thousand meters long. It is a walkway, that is, the trace left by the centipede after it passed. Looking at the 3 old centipedes standing in front of the cave with a respectful face and saluting, the body and mind are constantly overflowing with emotions, as if they are looking at the myth in their minds, just like the behavior of humans when appreciating works of art. Lee Su remained silent and waited quietly. But when these 3 old guys stood in front of the big cave and maintained the same action for a quarter of an hour and began to develop towards 2/4 of an hour, Lee Su's face suddenly darkened. Is this a pilgrimage? Or worship? Still, Lee Su didn't wait too long. After about a quarter and a half, the 3 old centipedes came back to their senses and said, "Let's go." The stone slab is enshrined in the deepest part of the big cave. There are many centipede monsters here. Although they are not densely packed in groups, there are still hundreds of them. They are all in the mana realm and are not small in size. Although they are not the 8 kings, there are quite a few members of the centipede monster clan. As far as he can sense, the mana realm is almost up. This is just a branch of the monster clan, and there are hundreds of such clans in the earthly immortal realm, which shows how strong the monster clan's foundation is. Following the 3 old centipedes, they came to the depths of the big cave. Where there is a cave, there are already centipede monsters inside, and they can feel the breath. It is a mana realm, and the breath is very strong. Even in this hall, it is one of the best. Shh. One of the old centipede monsters spoke up. That was 12. After a long time, an impatient voice came from inside. What are you doing? Your time is up. Time. A head stuck out from inside. It glanced at the 3 old centipedes, then looked at Lisu again. Its tentacles swayed, and after slightly feeling the breath escaping from Lisu's body, it said contemptuously, "Who did I think it was? Isn't this Sanjiu? Okay, trash is not worthy of occupying my clan's secret method. I want your time. Get out." It has been practicing here, and doesn't know what is happening outside. In fact, even if it knew, it wouldn't care. Who is it? It's the number 3, man's younger brother, who will soon reach the supernatural realm, and will inevitably be a single-digit numberer in the future. After saying that, it stuck its head back. Lisu was stunned for a moment. So cool. Directly dominate the pit. He couldn't help but look at the 3 old centipedes, but found that the 3 old centipedes were turning their heads to look at him at this moment. Although they didn't say a word, the constantly waving tentacles showed expectation. Lisu was stunned for a moment, and was a little stunned. What does this mean? At this moment, there were chirping sounds all around, from the people who were practicing in the cave. Kai has been in there for a long time, and has robbed 3 centipede monsters of their chances in a row. There's nothing we can do, because he is the younger brother of Lord number 3. No one can go in there, until it is satisfied. Unlucky guy, why did he come here at this time? Didn't he inquire before applying? Once it is occupied, there will be no chance this time. There's something interesting to watch. Something interesting? That's Sanjiu. He has risen recently, and became number 19. Many centipedes are saying that he has the strength close to that of the numbered 1. Sanjiu? That useless magical power. He became number 19. Yes. What's going on? Hasn't that rubbish been staying at the outermost edge? That's right. So that's how it is. Interesting. Approaching the numbered 1. Haha, does it dare to attack? Kai is the younger brother of Lord Man, the 3rd master. Most likely, it doesn't dare. Lord Man likes his younger brother very much. Almost all those who dare to attack his younger brother have died. Aren't there 2 people who are much stronger than Kai in front, but they didn't dare to make trouble? Afraid of being retaliated by Man. Suddenly, more than 100 centipede monsters in the mana realm, who were watching the centipede king in the big cave, stopped practicing, and stared at Lisu. The centipede monster clan does not have the first come first served principle of the human race, and there is no rule. If you want to get something, you have to rely on your own strength to get it. Glancing at the group of mana realms looking at him, and feeling the old centipede monsters who were looking forward to him, Lisu's head hurt. Don't you know he should keep a low profile? Competing with the younger brother of the numbered 1 for resources, isn't this pushing him to the forefront? Lisu sighed about this, took a step, and walked towards the cave, looking for death. Kai ran away in the cave. Who is it? It is Man's younger brother, who will soon reach the realm of supernatural powers, and the future numberer. How can he tolerate such provocation? He has been told to get out, so he should get out obediently. This kind of provocative behavior cannot be tolerated. It rushed out in a flash, with a fierce light on its body and a terrifying Taoist rhyme. To be honest, at this stage of the realm of magic power, if it is not considered to be transformed into Taoism, it is amazing. Its magic power is close to 700 years. If it is placed in the mortal world, it will definitely be a big monster that brings disaster to one side. Looking at the little thing with fangs and claws, Lisu's eyes condensed, absorbing the devil soul to form a pressure, which was vented by him. Boom. In an instant, the pressure-like substance exploded. Even the little centipede watching the excitement, or the 3 old centipedes who showed expectation and wanted to see how strong Yejiu was, fell to the ground with a snap. In a trance, all the monsters found themselves on a huge dinner plate, being looked down upon by a giant dragon. Their souls froze. Boom. Lee Su's spirit was already overbearing, and he practiced various supreme chapters, and mastered several sets of fundamentals. Especially after practicing the Lingbao chapter, he learned the method of spiritual forging, and condensed a nearly immortal sword will. Without the integration of the magic soul and magic pattern, his mental power could cut through the void. Now, with the integration of the magic pattern, a special pressure was formed. The will was like a substance, and the large cave could not help but vibrate. With him as the center, a will that was enough to freeze the soul could be felt within 1,000 miles. He was the first to bear the brunt, and he fell to the ground with a domineering and boundless sneer. Every cell and every pore was shaking, and he fell directly to the ground. Not to mention moving, he even wailed. Looking at the other part his dirty body, Lee Su stretched out a claw in disgust, hooked the other part his small body, and threw it to the corner. After taking a look at the feces and urine gushing out from the inside of the cave, his body shook, and the strong ki force rubbed against it directly, turning into fire, and burning the inside first. Only then did Lee Su restrain his momentum, turned his head, and looked at the 3 old centipede spirits and said, "Then I will go into practice first." The 3 old centipede spirits did not react at all, and they had not yet come back to their senses. The pressure was too great, and the demon souls were in a trance. Lee Su waited for a while, but there was no movement. He shook his head, and walked in directly. After a full quarter of an hour, the 3 old centipede spirits came back to their senses. They looked dizzy, and their souls were still shaking. The terrible domineering brought them strong physical discomfort, and their stomachs were cramping. They couldn't help but vomit directly. Compared with them, the little centipede spirits who were watching the excitement were even more unbearable, spraying up and down, vomiting and defecating. The flesh was frightened out of control by the domineering, and the soul was completely subdued by the pressure. Number. At this moment, all the little demons couldn't help trembling, and couldn't help but open their eyes wide. Is this the number? No. They had only felt this kind of crushing dominance from one demon, the king of the centipede demon clan. The 3 old centipedes were trembling, bringing Lee Su here, and their momentum was also a test. With man's character, if Kai was beaten, he would definitely come to cause trouble, and man's strength as a number was beyond doubt. As long as Lee Su could hold on for a period of time under his hands, he would be recommended to become a single-digit numberer, such as number 9 or 8, and there should be no problem. After all, the Centipede Demon Clan has suffered heavy losses recently, well, all caused by Lee Su, and they are in a serious need of replenishing their combat power. In contrast to the increasingly rampant scorpion demons in the 100,000 demon caves, their losses are much smaller, and they only lost an extremely colorful scorpion at the Seeking the Way cliff. But they never thought that Lee Su would be so terrible. This pressure intensity is comparable to the top 3 numbers, right? Good thing, good thing. The 3 old centipedes couldn't help but smile. After Yujio completes enlightenment this time, he should be able to become a numberer. It should be much easier to fight against the scorpion monster and other monsters next time. In this 100,000 demon cave, the interests are determined by the strength of the race. If the centipede monster loses its combat power, the interests will naturally be affected. Asterisk 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 in the cave. Lee Su held his breath and kept spitting fire until he burned all the visible stench inside. He stopped. It was very dark in the cave. Well, the centipede monster is a nocturnal animal after all. Well, a little knowledge, centipedes are not insects. But soon his attention was focused on the huge stone slab placed in the deepest part of the cave. It was very big. At least 10 feet high and 5 feet wide. That is, 33 meters high and 16.5 meters wide. There were dense inscriptions on it, and there were stripes of the avenue flashing. What was bred inside was the Supreme Avenue, which was the principle of some supreme life. At just one glance, Lee Su was completely attracted, and his soul was intoxicated. His spirit was shaken, the Dao ball in his mind was vibrating, and he began to absorb Lee Su's spirit crazily. The whole ball began to glow, and golden light burst out directly from his transformed centipede body. The Dao eye was open. The blood was shaking, the cells were resonating, and the supreme Dao of flesh and blood was also ringing at this moment. Analysis. Crazy analysis. Unlike Sanjiu, under Lee Su's DOI, the secrets on the stone slab in front of him were quickly captured by him, and the magical methods bred in it were analyzed bit by bit. There are generally two types of magical powers. One is based on strength. The other is based on speed. Not only the dragon transforming centipede spirit, but also the flying centipede spirit. However, the latter has a very light flavor, and it is mainly the former. But there is no doubt that the part belonging to the flying centipede spirit is not inferior to the strength, and the level of understanding is also higher. The Dao solution is shaking, the Yuking chapter, the Shanking chapter, the Flesh and Blood chapter, the Thunder method, and the Buddha kingdom are all ringing, helping him to analyze the thing in front of him. This thing has nothing to do with dragons. As time passed, Lee Su constantly captured the Dao rhyme on this stone slab. He found that the secret method imprinted on it was not from the ultimate life in mythology, the dragon. It was another terrible creature with two forms. One, in the sea, huge and boundless, unknown how many miles. One, above the sky, huge and boundless, unknown how many miles. He couldn't help but flashed a sentence in his mind. There is a fish in the North Sea. Its name is Kun. Kun is so big that I don't know how many thousands of miles it is. It turned into a bird. Its name is Peng. Peng's back is unknown how many thousands of miles. Is this Kun Peng? Lee Su was stunned. With the help of the Daoji through the Supreme chapter to analyze, he gave him an extremely unexpected answer. Although it is one of the ancient mythical beasts like the dragon, there is no doubt that Kun Peng is not mentioned in the conferred god. As an ancient fierce beast, it feeds on dragons. It is even said that the bird transformed by Kun Peng is a golden winged dappling. I couldn't help but take a breath. What kind of understanding ability did the centipede clan have to understand Kun Peng Daoan as a dragon? As the memory of Sanjiu who was eaten by him emerged in his mind, Lee Su couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Dragon, in the demon clan, especially in the centipede clan, means something different from that of the human race. The dragon they refer to is a kind of ultimate life form, not specifically the dragon clan. I couldn't help but take a breath. Lee Su's eyes were shining. Kun Peng Daoan undoubtedly still has a gap with the supreme law he mastered. After all, Lee Su Supreme is all the art of saints, the top law. But it is really not bad, especially for the supreme life. It can supplement and make his flesh and blood supreme more complete, forming the top flesh and blood power. Not only that, the extreme power and speed of Kun Peng Daoan also touched Lee Su a lot, which can further strengthen his understanding of the supreme law and master it at a deeper level. Without any hesitation, Lee Su started to realize and study. This scripture is very important to him. Not only can it greatly improve his overall combat power, but it can also give him more means. In this 100,000 demon cave, the supreme chapter he mastered is really difficult to display, and it is easy to be discovered. With the thought, Lee Su frantically captured the secrets in the stone slab and interpreted the Dao in it. At the same time, he couldn't help but have a thought in his mind. That is, this stone slab is obviously not complete. There are lines reaching the edge of the stone slab and extending out. It is rumored that the master of the centipede spirit found it in the depths of the demon cave and brought back one of them. I don't know how many there are in it. If possible, I really want to see the whole picture. Lee Su quickly practiced, constantly capturing the Dao rhyme on it, imprinting it into his own flesh and blood, and supplementing it with his other fundamental laws. At the same time, its body was also vibrating and glowing, and the Dao pattern was recombining. This was also an opportunity to get rid of this bloated and extremely huge body. With the inscription pattern falling, Lee Su began to feel the body structure of the magic power centipede that he had killed at the beginning. He directly restrained the Kun pattern and let the Peng pattern burst out. Originally, Kun Peng was a body, an expression of two ways of power, one based on violence and the other based on speed. Unfortunately, the centipede spirit was not smart and understood it as a single pole power. His body began to shrink rapidly and became smaller. The extremely black body became shiny, and the wind was whistling again. He reshaped his body. Although there were still many claws, and the body was weird, it was more or less the right size. With the Peng method, it was undoubtedly much more convenient. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Soon, a full week passed. Li Su, who captured all the similar contents on the stone slab, took a deep breath. His flesh and blood soul couldn't help but emit waves of satisfaction. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh. It was a pity that there was only one piece. If he could read all of them, his life supreme should be able to complete a complete transformation and enter another level. Well, it's almost time to go out. Although Kunpeng's Daoyan is powerful and extremely complex, it is not as good as the Supreme Chapter after all. It is just a supplement to make him comprehend the fundamental law higher and faster. It can't withstand the analysis of Daoji, although it is a bit difficult, as long as Li Su is willing, through the Supreme Flesh and Blood, plus the transformation technique of the Yuking Chapter, he can directly transform Kunpeng and reproduce his magical powers, just like Erlang Shen, making the disappeared ancient beast reappear in the world. Rumble. At this time, there was a vibration. The terrible killing intent came from outside, and the extremely domineering pressure directly stuck to the cave where Li Su was and pressed on his body. Li Su was stunned for a moment. Is this the realm of magical powers? Moreover, the strength is quite strong and very tricky, and this is undoubtedly quite amazing. His strength is weaker than one of the two centipedes that he killed in the cliff of seeking the truth, and the one that almost attacked his lower body, but it is much stronger than the other one. The breath sensing is close to one transformation. The transformation of the demon race is equivalent to 3 times of the human race, and it is close to being comparable to the transformation of the human race twice, which is very powerful. In Li Su's current situation, it is undoubtedly a bit strenuous to fight. Sanjiu, come out. Without waiting for Li Su to move, a voice came from outside, calling Li Su's original number. Li Su frowned slightly when he heard it. This strength should be a single-digit number. Is it the brother of the guy who was driven out by him a week ago? You are not a centipede now. How can you be the same as a human? Are you partial? You are a centipede, the kind that can eat each other among the same race. Can you be a little cold-blooded? The style of painting is wrong. After complaining for a while, he did not continue to stay in the cave, but walked out directly. Anyway, the enlightenment was over. As Li Su appeared, all the centipede monsters outside the cave were startled, especially the 3 old centipede monsters who had been waiting outside. He was several dozen meters long when he went in, but less than 2 meters when he came out. Not only that, he was completely black, but now he turned white with silver light flashing. Is this the flying centipede? As the breath was captured, the 3 old centipedes could not help but be startled for a moment and quickly realized Li Su's situation and frowned as they walked away. Undoubtedly, for the centipede monster clan, turning into a dragon is the right way and the flying centipede is the evil way. Except for being a little faster, there is nothing special about it. In addition to the 3 old centipedes and hundreds of small centipedes in the magic realm, there is now an extremely large centipede demon outside the cave, with an extremely strong aura. Next to it is a small centipede demon, which was forcibly taken out of the cave by Li Su a week ago. Seeing Li Su, it couldn't help but shudder, but when it felt the breath of its brother, it immediately raised its head and had full confidence. It stared at Li Su with hatred and resentment. After that day, it had a hard time. It was often gossiped and taught by the supernatural realm. You have to know that, since it became conscious, it has been very domineering and has never suffered such a big grievance. It's a pity that its brother was guarding the 10,000 demons blood cave and didn't come out until today. The biggest centipede demon in the audience, that is, Kai's brother man, said directly, 2 breaths of time, show what you can do. He didn't make excuses and didn't care about right or wrong. He was extremely domineering. If he hit his brother, he would pay with his life. Li Su took a breath and was a little speechless. This was very un-centipede. He couldn't help but glance at the 3 old centipede spirits. Well, just like before, they looked very calm and were not surprised at all. The reason why they recommended Li Su to come to Rob was that they thought he was strong enough to become a single-digit numbered person. Therefore, even if he was troubled by the barbarians, although he might not be able to beat them, he should have no problem saving his life. Now the only thing that was a little surprising was that Yagyu actually gave up the strongest dragon transformation method of the centipede spirit and embarked on the path of the flying centipede. Is this a failure? Forget it. If that's the case, it would be a pity. Single digit numbered people are not easy to become. They need to go through trials and are in danger of life. Therefore, they have great privileges in the centipede spirit clan. Lee Su sighed. Just like before, he couldn't avoid it. Can't he practice in a Loki manner? Become stronger in a Loki manner? Become a supernatural power realm in a Loki manner? Question mark. If you two want to fight, please enter the world to avoid causing huge damage. An old centipede spirit stepped forward. It was 11. It spoke lightly and took out a fragment. It was a world fragment, but the luster was different from what Lee Su had seen. With the vibration of mana, the fragments of the world opened directly, and there was a small world inside. Judging from the size of the mountain, there were thousands of paths and tens of thousands of miles. The barbarian body moved and entered the fragments directly. It appeared directly in the small world. It raised its head and said lightly, "You can escape, but I promise that you will die miserably. No centipede will be able to protect you," I said. It was awesome and arrogant. The old centipede spirit also turned to look at Lee Su and said, 19. If you want to become a single digit number, you must fight with a single digit number without dying. As long as you show enough strength, Lord 3 will not kill you. Only the god wants to become a number. Lee Su secretly complained in his heart and felt that these 3 old things were pits. He would definitely steal them if he had the chance in the future. With the thought falling, it was impossible to run away. There was also the demon soul that he was thinking about. The deeper he went, the identity of the human race would undoubtedly be very troublesome, and he would be hunted by countless demons. Then fight. It's hard to win, but to lose? In other words, have you ever been kicked by light? Chapter 258 Codename 5 Silver. As Lee Su and the others entered, the 3 old centipedes immediately took action. They simultaneously used their magic power. Their bodies began to vibrate, and the eyes under their tentacles began to expand visibly, expanding to an incredible degree. The 3 people presented 3 angles, using their own eyes, to directly observe the entire world fragments in all directions. At the same time, their bodies began to burst out with precious light, vibrating, making sounds, and causing resonance. Along with their actions, in an instant, the centipede spirits at the station, where the centipede spirits were located, in the center of each gathering point, suddenly had a burst of bodies, and their bodies began to glow. Their eyes became huge, and pictures appeared. The pictures in the world fragments sprayed out of their eyes, and fell on the wall not far away. Even in front of the entrance to the 10,000 demons blood cave, in front of the 2 centipede spirits with single digit numbers guarding here, there was a small centipede vibrating its body and showing pictures. Snap, snap, snap. There was a sound, and it was one centipede spirit after another, so dense that there was almost no end. Not only the centipede monster's residence, but also a large market outside the 100,000 demon caves, where there are also centipede monster bodies. A picture appeared. With the appearance of 2 centipede monsters, most people soon put down their hands and looked at the picture. Challenged by the single digit numbered person. This is the biggest event of the centipede monster clan, which means that another strong person will appear in the centipede monster clan. Those who can be included in the single digit number are undoubtedly strong people, even if they are placed outside, and they are quite powerful in the realm of supernatural powers. Every time a war starts, the centipede monster clan will broadcast it to the whole clan, so that all the centipede monsters can come to admire the clan's top strength and understand why they enjoy privileges in the centipede monster clan. At the same time, this is also a display. There are many races in the 100,000 demon caves. Not to mention the human race, the number of demons is even larger, and there are all kinds of races. Insect monsters, plant monsters, animal monsters. Add them up, I'm afraid there are more than 100 species. Although they are all called demons, in fact, they are just like that. When there are no human beings, they still kill each other. After losing 3 numbers in a row, the demons in the 100,000 demon caves are undoubtedly ready to move and feel that the centipede monster is not doing well. The young nest was attacked by surprise, which has never happened before. For this reason, it is necessary to shock other demons and let them know that the centipede monster still has strong people, just like before. The 3 old centipedes were ecstatic about Sanjiu's outbreak this time, and they kept giving benefits and resources just for this day. As for success or failure, it doesn't matter. As long as the strength it shows is not too bad, as long as the battle is exciting enough, it will be fine. In fact, they have also said hello. This time they can let it go appropriately. If the strength is similar, keep one to fill the position of the single digit numberer. Killing, forget it. If you want to establish your authority, you can beat him up civilly. In this way, it is estimated that no one in the tribe will provoke his brother. The centipede monster's numberer will fight. Facing this scene, there is no surprise. Too many times, in order to show their own toughness and strength. There were also people watching silently on the human side. That was the branch of Zaya country stationed here. Because a large number of demons died in the supernatural realm, many places have been recaptured and considerable resources have been obtained. In the Battle of Kyudeo Cliff, although the human race lost Kyudeo Cliff and could not enter it, it undoubtedly gained in other aspects, especially that more than 50 powerful demons died in that battle. This is undoubtedly great news for the human race. The biggest trouble that bothers the human race now is Zhang Shengying, who is trapped in the 100,000 demon caves. The Centipede clan and the Scorpion clan have joined forces to defend her strictly and cannot be broken through. They looked up and saw that the black one should be the barbarian who recently became the number 3. The challenger is silver, flying centipede. It's the first time I've seen it. Isn't this kind very weak? The human race showed a puzzled look in their eyes. Of course, this is also the doubt in the hearts of most demons. They are very puzzled. Although the flying centipede is also the development direction of the centipede clan, it is completely incomparable to the dragon centipede. It's too weak. Is this a plan to have a massacre? To show their cruelty? The centipede monsters have the habit of cannibalism. In order to show their cruelty, not all challenges by numbered players are successful, and some challenges are killed. Asterisk 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 in the fragments of the world. Lee Su felt the place here, and his eyes flickered. He didn't expect that there was such a place specifically used for competition. This was quite unexpected. However, Lee Su turned his head and looked at the number 3 barbarian who raised his body high after entering not far away, but did not move. What does it mean? Didn't you say to come in and fight? Why is there no movement? Is it saying that I should take the initiative? Finally, the barbarian who had been frozen for a while began to move. Its body made a clicking sound and began to burst out black light. In the light, there was a huge figure, and terrible power exploded from its body. It raised its head high, and the Deo patterns on its body were flashing. Its 1,000 feet were shaking, causing a roar like an earthquake. Roar. With his mouth open, man let out an extremely sharp roar, as if a sleeping demon had awakened. An extremely terrifying aura gushed out of his body, and the space was distorted by him. Not only Lee Su at the scene, but also through the broadcasting images, the shock was transmitted. Many small centipedes were almost scared to pee. At the top of the 100,000 demon cave, many monsters also looked solemn, feeling the terrible pressure transmitted by the number 3 of the centipede monster clan. The human race also looked solemn. They had just killed 3 of them not long ago, and now they had just filled in the position and emerged, showing amazing strength again. The centipede monster clan is really a big problem. Lee Su was shocked by the other party's behavior. If you want to fight, then fight. What does it mean to be so aggressive? The next moment, Sanjiu's memory jumped out, making his tentacles move uncontrollably, and he felt embarrassed. This is the war dance of the centipede monster clan, a decisive battle between the same clan, or a necessary ceremony at the night banquet hosted by the centipede king of the centipede clan once every 10 years. To be honest, Lee Su didn't want to pay any attention to it, but obviously, he couldn't. He was silent for a while. After all, who made him a centipede now? Okay, isn't it just to show off? Who can't do that? Lee Su slowly opened his mouth and lifted up his body, which was not worth mentioning in front of the dragon centipede, and was as small as a bug. He gently started to vibrate his 1,000 feet. Undoubtedly, it was not a little bit worse than the same barbarian. It felt like watching a passionate ethical film, and then a romantic film popped up the next moment. The whole person was almost bored. Just like this? In an instant, many people and many monsters couldn't help but have such a thought in their minds. At this moment, Lisu's mouth burst into a huge roar that was completely different from his body. The roar was like an angry predator. As soon as it broke out, the earth shook, and the clouds in the sky of the small world were also vibrating. Boom. 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 At the same time, thunder sounded, and the waving 1,000 feet became faster and faster, and it had turned into a white light, with lightning flashing on it, turning into a terrifying thunder. Boom. Lisu's domineering will broke out, with Kunpeng's tapping as the core. A phantom broke through the air, and the aura of a predator who used all creatures as food completely broke out. The first to bear the brunt, man couldn't help but tremble, and got goosebumps, feeling the power of the small figure in front of him. The supernatural realm had goosebumps all over his body. What kind of scene was being watched outside? Lisu's will was too domineering. His realm might not be as good, but in terms of quality, it was still better than man. The small body burst out with the domineering of all beasts, the pressure of the jungle master and the ocean overlord. In an instant, the smell of stench spread in countless venues. Not to mention the supernatural realm, the magic realm was really scared to death. Is it okay? Lisu was impatient. If he wanted to fight, he would fight. Why did he pose specially? There were only a few monsters to watch. Was it necessary? His body began to vibrate. His whole body was covered with silver light. The silver white back began to glow. A sharp Deo rhythm emerged. It spread out directly and turned into a team of huge wings. Then, Lisu moved. Kyanzu shook, and he traveled thousands of miles in an instant. A stream of light, extremely bright, flashed in an instant, as if a white horse passed through a gap. In an instant, all the audience were stunned. Good. Quick. The moment the thought fell, the small world shook. Clang. The earth was directly cut by Lisu, and dozens of 100-meter-high mountains were cut in half. The direction Lisu rushed to was like a huge knife, scraping away everything. Bang. Cutting off was just the beginning. Then, those stone voids disintegrated directly, being cut again and again, and being severely damaged. TSK. Lisu smacked his mouth and turned around. It was because it was too fast and the angle was wrong. Crack. Man slowly lowered his head and looked at his body. The extremely hard centipede was broken, and a 1 meter long, shocking gap was cut on his body. Just now, the angle was obviously wrong, otherwise, it would be very likely to break it this time. Its pupils shrank slightly, and its tentacles began to vibrate wildly. Roar. The terrible Taurime continued to spread, and the dark light spread all over the body. There was a Kun shadow on the body that was vibrating. At this moment, it realized that the seemingly ridiculous flying centipede in front of it was not a joke, but a strong enemy. The black light began to burst out, and man shook his body, and the whole earth was vibrated by it, as if there was a magnitude 12 earthquake, and terrible power continued to surge from the ground. It moved its body, like a mountain, and hit and attacked Lisu. Boom. With a loud bang, the ground of thousands of meters exploded directly, and the dust rushed up to a height of thousands of meters. Everything there was powdered. After a blow, man raised his head directly the next moment, and turned to look at the other side. Needless to say, it obviously didn't hit. It was already very fast, breaking the sound barrier, but facing Lisu's speed like a stream of light, it was completely onto levels. A dimensionality reduction attack. Hiss. 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 His body cracked, blood gushed out, his eyes were shaken, his body was cut apart with countless scars. Not only did he not hit Lisu with that attack just now, but before the power landed, Lisu surrounded his body and chopped him thousands of times. Interesting. Is this the power of another kind of power on the stone slab? It laughed. Its blood was burning and boiling, and it was really serious. It raised its head and roared, and a terrible breath burst out from its body, instantly covering the surroundings, covering dozens of miles around, including Lisu. Feeling the restrictions on his body, Lisu's tentacles twitched slightly, a little angry. Damn, domain. The supernatural realm has many characteristics, and one of the biggest characteristics is undoubtedly this thing, through the display of huge mana, with its own supernatural power to transform and form a domain. And this is undoubtedly what the speedsters hate the most. Damn, he is just in the mana realm, how about a fair fight? He shouted in his heart, took a deep breath, and did not run away. Undoubtedly, if it was before entering the cliff of seeking the way, or before coming to the 100,000 demon caves, Lee Su would never fight with the divine power realm that opened the domain. It would be too disadvantageous and something would happen. But now, he has already transformed into the Tao 3 times, and his mana has reached the limit of the limit. In addition, the magic soul is strengthened, and the stone slab is upgraded. The ceiling of the mana realm has long been pierced and crushed by Lee Su. Even in the realm of breaking limits, he is definitely beyond imagination, and beyond the limit. Although it is a higher level of domain power, the sense of threat to him has also been greatly reduced, and is not fatal. Moreover, it is not like he has never fought in the divine power realm, so there are many ways. Looking at the barbarian rushing towards him, Lee Su's eyes flashed, and the next moment, silver light burst out from his body. In an instant, his centipedes vibrated tens of thousands of times, and there was a Deo rhythm, and a phantom of a Bagrok shone between his eyebrows, and he turned into a stream of light and directly crashed into the barbarian. Boom. With a loud noise, both of them shook violently, and retreated at the same time. After the small hit the big, it was actually a draw. The barbarian's tentacles shook, and he couldn't help but be surprised. Although he didn't fire at full power, he also had the 8th level of strength. And if it felt correctly just now, although he only hit once, the opponent hit it 10 times in a row in an instant. What kind of speed is that? I opened the field to suppress it. Although the barbarian was a little surprised, his hands did not stop. The centipedes under his body directly grabbed the ground, like a pile driver, and in an instant, his head covered Lee Su thousands of times. Lee Su also did not retreat. Being covered by the field, he would be involved. Unless he also has a field. Otherwise once he dodges, the opponent will follow the field to hit him, and the trouble will be even greater. His body glowed, and turned into a silver wheel. The wings behind him, which were composed of mana and the great Deo, turned into the sharpest blades, and chopped at the opponent's head. Clang, clang, clang. The silver wheel and the black light did not retreat, and they collided madly in the void. 10 times, 100 times, or 1,000 times. Endless impact, impact. The terrible power continued to explode, and the airwaves fluctuated in circles. At this moment, the solid earth became as fragile as water, forming a series of sand and dust that rippled outward. They madly intertwined, the power kept tilting, and they kept impacting again and again. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The battle inside was fierce, and the outside was frightening. For the centipede clan, the flying centipede actually had such a huge fighting power. The dragon centipede was surprised, and the flying centipede was excited, so it was probably nothing. But for other races, that was another matter. This speed was really too terrifying. Even though it was suppressed by the domain, it could still show such a terrifying speed. Looking at the silver white centipede, that was almost completely transformed into a silver wheel, the human race, scorpion spirits, vine spirits, black rat spirits, etc., all looked extremely solemn, with extreme fear on their faces. Too fast, too fast. Its existence is too tricky, far more tricky than the dragon transforming centipede. It's just that its power is strong, but it's not scary. At this speed, if it is not low, it will really be dead. Any means of escape are useless. The moment you see the silver light, you will probably be killed by it. This monster is too dangerous. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A full quarter of an hour. Lee Su's body shook, and the silver light directly cut through the lock of the other party's domain, and instantly turned into a terrifying stream of light, thousands of miles away. After landing, he exhaled, and some of his strength was exhausted. After all, he was only in the realm of magic power, and all his means were restricted. He could only use the Peng in the Kunpeng technique. If he could use his own means, it would not be a problem to kill the other party. After all, he could feel that the other party was very strong, but the centipede clan still had its shortcomings, and its soul was not very good. Thinking of this, Lee Su's eyes were a little burning, glowing, and shaking. He was not in the supernatural realm, but in the mana realm. With the body of the mana realm, he won the battle against the supernatural realm. Although the opponent should not have used his full strength, there is no doubt that he, who was only in the mana realm, already had the ability to fight against the supernatural realm head on and kill him. Man was no longer moving, it stopped in place. If the opponent was too weak, then kill him, but if the opponent was strong enough, that was another matter. There was no doubt that the once insignificant Sanjiu had shown the strength of the numberer. Killing the opponent was no longer a question of whether it was difficult or not, but that the clan would not agree. After it took a deep look at Lee Su, it said directly the next moment, "Open the world." Soon, the world was opened directly, and man moved his body and left directly. Standing there, Lee Su also relaxed a lot. After all, his mana was almost gone. If he continued to fight, there would be problems. He dared to come in not to risk his life, but because the 3 old centipedes said that this was a test, which means that, as long as the strength is sufficient, there is no danger. He moved his feet, and the next moment he turned into a stream of light and rushed out. Outside. When Lee Su came out, man was gone, and his brother was also taken away. But there were many monsters in the cave. They looked at Lee Su with bright eyes, with incomparable fanaticism and respect in their eyes. Strength, for the monsters, is absolute. Not only that, many centipede spirits in the realm of mana who practiced the methods of flying centipedes were extremely shocked. They saw the future and the hope. It turned out that when the speed reached a certain level, it could not be inferior to strength. The 3 old centipedes also came over and said with joy on their faces, "Congratulations, Master number 5, the challenge is successful." Lee Su couldn't help but frown. Damn, people are undercover for 3 years and 3 years. How come I have entered the upper echelons in less than 2 months? Sure enough, as gold, I will shine, no matter where I am. Unfortunately, there is no beauty cheering here. Being respected by a group of insects, I can only feel tingling on my scalp, without any sense of pride. However, in this way, my position on the centipede side should be completely stable, and I can hide for a while. Asterisk 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 centipede clan, single digit number, 5, code name, silver. Master unparalleled speed, show extraordinary combat ability, threat level 4.5 stars. Outside, the human territory. The leader's surname is Yan, the head of the Xia State Administration Department, and a descendant of the Yan family. At this moment, he applied with great solemnity. It is recommended to focus on eliminating the target. Under normal circumstances, the threat level of the human race is 5 stars, which is the immortal realm. In the heart of the scorpion demon, after the intelligence was transmitted back, he said directly, "Number 5, the speed is extremely terrifying, and the threat is extremely great. If there is a chance, we will kill him. Where the vine demon is, this monster cannot be left alive. It's too scary. If we let it continue to grow, it will pose a huge threat to us. Black rat demon, so scary, find a chance and kill it. Wolf demon, I didn't expect the flying centipede to evolve so fast. If I meet anyone who practices the flying centipede lineage in the future, I will kill them all." That's right, it's Lee Su who is as good as gold. With just this one battle, he was directly listed on the must-kill list of all the major clans. Chapter 259, Gang Up on You. The hunting ground of the supernatural realm. After finishing the battle, Lee Su rushed here without stopping. The wool of the centipede clan has basically been taken. They also have spiritual ore, but in fact, the main resource of the centipede is still the magic soul. The spiritual ore is only small, and the best is medium sized. It is strictly guarded, and basically has no chance if it is not exposed. Besides, he is not short of spiritual ore. On the contrary, the magic soul is more important to him. Not only does it have energy, but the most important thing is that it can accelerate the speed of its own transformation. With more abundant means, Lee Su immediately moved closer to the depths, directly broke through 30 kilometers and went down. Undoubtedly, compared with 30 kilometers, the concentration of demonic nature here is much higher, and there is a corrupting force in the air. The magic soul is almost everywhere, not only in astonishing numbers, but also in groups. Once there is movement, it will call friendly forces to come. Turning into a stream of light, Lee Su quickly harvested it. Using the flying centipede as a shell, the thunder method and the spiritual treasure scripture as a core, Lee Su directly cut the leaks in the depths. It took a whole week to cut it. After all, with speed as a cover, it was too convenient to directly use the fundamental method to harvest the demon soul. Whether it was the thunder method or the sword intentive's Yuxin, the lethality to the demon soul was very strong. During this period, Lee Su also encountered a strong one, but facing his terrible speed, this time it was just a blink of an eye. Lee Su cut the opponent back and forth dozens of times, and directly cut it into pieces. Soon, Lee Su accumulated a large number of demon souls, and returned to the upper level. He did not go out from here, but directly cleared a large area, and he began to digest it. The Buddha kingdom was rapidly completing, with lines on the bones and lines on the muscles. The 4 transformations seemed to be in sight. Not only that, something that surprised Lee Su very much appeared, that is, his ghost domain. The remnants absorbed from the demon soul flowing in the endless black mud were really gradually taking shape, and scriptures were being composed. And, judging from the aura emitted, the level was quite high. Undoubtedly, this was very unexpected, very unexpected. There are still very few scriptures, only a few traces of the Dao in them. It is hard to see anything at the moment, but he has killed so many demon souls, to form such a little. This scripture must be extraordinary. Is it the scripture in the 100,000 demon cave? Thinking of this, Lee Su became more and more curious about the 100,000 demon cave. The stone slabs of the centipede clan and the scriptures in the demon souls. The 100,000 demon cave should probably be the same product as the Tower Cliff. It is possible that there are also benefits of the immortal realm or even the mythical realm here. Without thinking too much, Lee Su kept practicing and accelerated his transformation speed. Buddha Kingdom, Vajra, and the 5 transformations are not far away. Once completed, he will have completely reached the ceiling of the mana realm and can advance to the divine power realm. Thinking of this, Lee Su's eyes became a little hot. Once he achieved the divine power realm, he basically didn't need to hide like this. If he didn't come out of the immortal realm, he basically had no opponent in the earthly immortal realm. Even if the immortal realm takes action, with the height of his achievement, ordinary immortal realm basically can't do anything to him. Even if a war breaks out, he can run back to the hinterland of the human race, and then the immortal realm of the human race will naturally take action. Next, Lee Su began to harvest frantically, and then practice frantically. He was only number 5. Before coming here, the 3 old centipedes specifically told him that the 10,000 demons blood cave was currently guarded by batches of 1, 2, 3, and 4, and he was not needed. What he had to do next was to keep getting stronger, and it would be best if he could enter the main road to shock other demons. At the same time, he also paid attention to the movements of the human race, and immediately passed on information if anyone went deep. Undoubtedly, this was to prevent someone from saving Zhang Shengying. In this regard, Lee Su didn't say anything. Although he was currently able to fight with the divine power realm, it was just a fight, and it was still a bit difficult to kill the opponent. Number 3, unless the opponent didn't run, it would be difficult for Lee Su to kill the opponent. As for number 2 and number 1, from the arrangement of the centipede clan in the numbering, he was not the last 7, but was arranged in the 5th position, which means that he should be stronger than the 6th and 7th, but not as good as the 4th. Based on this speculation, it would not be too difficult for the 1st to fight the 3rd. He was not afraid of the opponent, and it was likely to be difficult to deal with. After all, he did not have much mana. If the opponent consumed the powerful mana, it would be very troublesome, and it would become a protracted war. Fighting a protracted war beside the 10,000 demons blood cave was not a good choice. So even if he really wanted to save Zhang Shengying, he had to wait until he really advanced to the supernatural realm and could crush all the supernatural realms in the 100,000 demons cave. Time passed by little. When Lee Su came out of the world of the precious lotus lantern, 3 months later, he exhaled a long breath. His eyes were glowing, and his body was ringing. The Buddha kingdom is also complete. It was not easy, and he finally reached the 4th transformation. Unfortunately, because it was not safe here, he did not dare to completely transform into the Tao, leaving a line for his soul to slowly transform. I have to go to the main road. As the transformation continued, the effect of low-level demon souls was greatly reduced. Not only that, the old centipede monster also sent a message, asking why he hadn't gone to the main road yet. Forget it, I'll go there. Hunt for better demon souls and find out the situation by the way. The main road is different from the centipede monster's territory. There are many races, especially humans. If possible, contact them. He still has a human communicator on him. This thing has the master's method in it, injected with cause and effect, and can prove his identity. If there is a signal, it's just right to contact them. It has been a quarter since he disappeared. Although he is sure that he is not dead, he is still worried, right? Not only that, he is now a single-digit number of the centipede monster. In this main road, except for the sudden attack of the big devil in the depths, he should be safe. Thinking of this, Lisa moved and rushed along the final tunnel of the breath. Like a stream of light, he approached the main road in an instant. The next moment, he collapsed in one step. Just like the main road, Lisa was stunned. The closest time was about 300 meters away. He thought about the situation on the main road, which should be a big cave. But when he entered, Lisa found that his thinking was too simple. This is a big cave, with a diameter of at least 5 or 6 kilometers. Not only is it extremely huge, but there is a river in the center, a river formed by the gathering of black and purple magic energy, flowing with a little Tao rhyme and terrible magic. The gravity here is also very strange, spreading from the river in the middle to the surroundings, which means that everyone is firmly sucked into the ground, just like the space station in the science fiction movies seen in the previous life. Hundreds of demons and humans live separately on it. If it weren't for the racial opposition and the extreme danger of this place, it would undoubtedly be a tourist attraction. The business should be very good. Lisa glanced at the building not far away, which was obviously built by humans, and the antenna standing in the center. Very good. Lisa couldn't help but curl his lips slightly. There is a communicator, and the next step is how to pass the message in public. Suddenly, Lisa frowned, feeling that he was being stared at, full of malice. He was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but look at the place where the malice came from. It was a big black and ugly rat, looking at him with a grim look. Divine realm. But, what's the situation with this thing? Looking at me? Before Lisa's thoughts fell, he found that he was stared at by many eyes, all with great malice, and there was a killing intention. After a slight perception, the vine monster, scorpion monster, mantis monster, millipede monster, spider monster, and even the human race were all full of vigilance and looked at him with malice. Lisa was stunned. What the hell? What's the situation? The human race can still be understood. After all, humans and monsters are hostile. What about the other monsters? Sir. A centipede flew towards Lisa. Judging from the breath, it was from the flying centipede. It was extremely excited, as if it had seen its idol, and its cry contained passionate emotions. Do I know this centipede? Looking at the other party's fanatical emotions, Lisa was stunned. He had never seen it before. However, the next moment, his little fanboy was gone. But a black light flashed, and the big black rat that had initially revealed its malice to him fell to the ground. It kept chewing with its rat mouth. Half of the centipede's body was twitching a little bit, and was swallowed by it. With murderous intent in its eyes, it sneered, "Young man, you dared to fly over my head. Did you ask me?" The voice was sharp, like the collision of golden stone, and it was extremely unpleasant. Immediately, in the territory of the centipede spirit clan, feeling the breath of Sir Number 5, they rushed out excitedly. A few flying centipedes and more dragon transforming centipedes showed great anger on their faces, and their eyes were fixed on the black rat's territory. It's clearly a million miles away, but you insist that it's its fault. It's just looking for trouble. A few flying centipedes immediately looked at Lisa. Their bodies kept shaking. Although they didn't say anything, their emotions, eyes, and postures were very much like the sons in the human world who were beaten and crying for their fathers. Who the hell are you? Do I know you? You're very creepy. Okay. Number 5. Don't be impulsive. Before Lee Su could speak, a voice rang directly in his mind. I'm number 6. The black rat spirit is deliberately targeting you and wants to force you to attack it so that it can take the opportunity to kill you with other monsters. Now that number 1 and the others are not here, be patient for a while. When number 1 and the others come back, we will slowly settle accounts with this group of bastards. This group. Lee Su's tentacles trembled. No, they took the opportunity to kill me. What did I do? Did I dig up your ancestral grave? Feeling the guy who passed the message to him, Lee Su's tentacles moved again. No wonder he became number 5 instead of number 7. It seems that after number 4, everything is just water. This guy, although strong, is not that strong. Compared with the same period, it is about 2.539. Compared with the barbarians, it is a big gap. No wonder he is so low-key. After all, he is not strong enough to suppress it. But, ignore it. Feeling the provocation of the black rat spirit, the malice of the garbage magical monsters, and even the malice of the human race, this can't be tolerated. If you tolerate it, there will be endless troubles. Let's not talk about the monsters. If they really come, they can be killed directly. What about the human race? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he can't hold back. Although he doesn't know why he was targeted as soon as he came, and he is so full of malice, but there is no way. Killing the chicken to scare the monkey, as a human, Lee Su knows very well that, if he doesn't let them understand how powerful and terrible he is, with the way the human race looks at him, they may sneak attack him in his tent tonight. Well, the look in their eyes confirmed that they were a group of ruthless people with heroic spirit. As soon as the thought came to his mind, Lee Su waved his claws. In an instant, the black rat spirit was horrified, and the fur on its body exploded. It felt the crisis of death. A stream of light, a terrible stream of light, directly broke through the sky level and fell towards it. Fast, so fast that it was unimaginable. Although the centipede spirit clan was temporarily safe, the picture and the reality were completely two concepts. The place where Lee Su and his men fought was a huge world space of 10,000 miles. Even so, he could travel 1,000 miles in an instant. In reality, this distance of less than 1,000 meters, by the time you react, the fist has already hit you. Boom. That was the light of a knife, and even more of a shockwave. By the time the black rat spirit reacted, the silver light had already hit its body, and was cut by the wings of the big rock. The whole rat flew out, and blood was splattering. Squeak. Squeak. The terrifying silver blade directly brought the black rat spirit to smash the base of the rat clan, and flew all the way. After a distance of hundreds of meters, the black rat spirit burst out with magical powers, and pushed the light blade away. Boom. With a loud bang, the silver blade flew a full 3,000 meters, before it plunged into the ground, cutting a 10-meter deep crack. As for the black rat spirit, it opened its mouth and spurted out a large mouthful of blood when it landed. A horrible wound was cut on its huge body, and its internal organs could be seen moving inside. At this moment, the black face showed an unmistakable pale look. The black rat spirit looked at Lee Su in disbelief. How could he be so strong? Although the attack came too fast, the strength was a bit scary, right? Far beyond imagination. In the battle scene more than a month ago, was he so strong? Of course not. Lee Su, who had completed the 4th transformation, jumped up again on the ceiling of the mana realm, and jumped up another level. Not only that, the knife just now was not just the wings of the rock, but also contained the sword intent of Zhu Zun. Therefore, under normal circumstances, the killing range of the mana realm should be within 100 meters. Lee Su's slashing attack can not only reach a terrifying distance of 3,000 meters, but also cut a 10-meter wide, bottomless crack when it lands. So, what height has he reached? The tentacles moved, and Lee Su was a little surprised. He didn't hold back just now. This guy is stronger than Sanjiu. He is about to move, killing chickens to scare monkeys. If he doesn't kill them, how can he scare them? DOIR number 5. Is this over? At this moment, 5 magical realms quietly surrounded Lee Su. They looked unkind and murderous. They seemed to be dissuading him, but in fact they were secretly accumulating strength to attack. Ha. Lee Su laughed. Damn, it's really like playing with a big knife in front of Guangdong. Looking for death. Lee Su's eyes flashed, and his killing intent exploded. He didn't know why this group of monsters wanted to target him, but since they wanted his life, he should be prepared to be killed by him. He moved his 1,000 feet, and the silver light shone, and instantly turned into a halo. In the halo, lightning flashed, black light was fierce, the sword intent rang, and the four forces of earth, fire, wind, and water vibrated. Without saying a word, he just spun in a circle on the spot, and swept out with his tail. In an instant, the terrible silver blade exploded, and the air was torn apart. Black cracks were visible, which was the power of cutting through the space. The 5 monsters who were ready to attack, their malice dissipated, with faces full of horror and disbelief. Although slicing the void is something that can be done by the supernatural realm, it is obvious that this is not something that small tribes and monsters like them can do, but only large tribes can do it. There is one in the centipede monster tribe, and one in the scorpion monster tribe. In addition, only the tribe leaders of each tribe can barely do the supernatural realm of the 100,000 demon caves. With a scream, the 5 monsters didn't even have a chance to dodge. Their Daoyun magical powers were completely insignificant in front of Lee Su's attack, and were cut off by Lee Su's tail on the spot. The silver light exploded, swallowing the 5 monsters directly, and they entered the Buddha kingdom, where they were boiled in a pot. After killing them, Lee Su gently raised his body and swept across. Suddenly, the huge main road, hundreds of races, were silent. Not only were the magic realms scared to death, but even the magical realms turned pale, blue, and purple. Especially the human race. They lowered their heads, turned around and walked back to the house. Is the 5th dangerous? What the hell is this dangerous? Although the leader's magical realm looked down on the scum of the monster race in the main road, they were too weak, and had not even completed the Dao transformation. But they were magical realms after all, not cabbages. Killing a chicken is not that easy. Glancing at the human race who knew the current situation, Lee Su nodded with satisfaction. Right, put out the killing intent, otherwise he would have a real headache. With a move, Lee Su appeared directly in front of the black rat spirit. He had not forgotten this thing. No. With only time to let out a scream, the trembling black rat spirit was covered by his silver light, suppressed by the Buddha kingdom, skinned, tendons pulled out, meat cut and bones stewed. After finishing, Lee Su stepped into the territory of the centipede spirit clan. He missed the largest cave, and walked in directly and said, "It's okay, don't disturb me." After that, under the fanatical eyes of a few flying centipedes, a large number of dragon transforming centipede spirits, and the extremely shocked eyes of number 6 who was guarding here, and the frightened expressions of hundreds of other monsters, he entered the tunnel. The cave was directly closed. Lee Su didn't even have time to deal with the piles of dirty things in the cave, but immediately began to read the memories of the monsters he had killed. Something is wrong. Something is wrong. Although he suppressed everything and acted like a big shot. But why? It's not surprising that the centipede monster knows him. Why do all the monsters know him? And are they targeting him? Want to kill him? He can understand that the human race has great hostility towards him. After all, the hatred between humans and monsters is great. But the monster race has no reason. Is he digging up someone's ancestral grave? When number 6 sent him a message, he also said that the other party wanted to kill him on the pretext of something. How big is the hatred? How much hatred is this? As the memory emerged, after a moment, Lee Su's face turned black, and it was longer than a horse's face. Damn. Nimmer, 3 old centipedes, sooner or later, I will stew you, and scatter your ashes. His battle with man was actually broadcast, live by those 3 old centipedes. No wonder the monster race targeted him as soon as he arrived. Ask me if I passed. Did I pay the appearance fee? Chapter 260, 18 Encrypted Chats. After figuring out what was going on, Lee Su's face looked very bad. He finally understood why there was so much hostility. The power displayed by Lee Su was also very powerful, but the most terrifying thing was his speed, which was beyond imagination. This would undoubtedly give him an extremely fast harvesting ability, which was very tricky. Once a conflict occurred, the upper part had not even started fighting, and the lower part was swept away by Lee Su. What a mess. Therefore, although the individual dragon centipedes were powerful, the flying centipedes like Lee Su were a headache. At least, the 6 supernatural powers he killed had this idea in their minds, thinking that Lee Su was very troublesome and should be eliminated immediately if possible. The plan was also designed. The 6 led by the Black Rat Spirit planned to kill Lee Su by siege. Unfortunately, they overestimated their own strength and underestimated Lee Su's situation. In more than a month, Lee Su's progress was to a point that was outrageous enough. When performing the Kunpeng method, he was able to integrate all the attacks of the fundamental method of his supreme chapter. Although his realm did not improve in terms of attack power, even if he met a barbarian again, Lee Su could kill it. Even if he kept the centipede body, Lee Su couldn't help rubbing his eyebrows. He thought that he had become a numberer and should be able to enjoy a long period of peace next time. Now it seems that it is more troublesome. Not only because of the live broadcast, he was afraid of the 6 guys he killed. There is no doubt that there are monsters behind them. They will definitely come back to trouble him. How can it be peaceful? With a large amount of spiritual energy overflowing from the Buddha Kingdom, it must be said that the effect of the Buddha Kingdom's transformation is simply awesome. Not to mention the suppression, the speed of refining has also become faster. So 6 big lumps of supernatural powers were refined in less than 10 minutes. The bones were turned into ashes and thrown into the black mud. With a large amount of spiritual energy constantly spitting out from the Buddha Kingdom, Lee Su took a deep breath and began to prepare for the next step of transformation. So far, he has completed 4 transformations. There are 2 more supreme laws, one for the Diamond Realm and one for the Jade Purity chapter. Originally, Lee Su was going to get the Diamond Realm, but after some consideration, he decided to get the Jade Purity chapter. As for the reason, of course, it was space. The world was reopened with earth, fire, feng shui, and the world here was actually a combination of space. Today, Lee Su's ability to save his life is not low. Not to mention the supreme of flesh and blood, there is also the immortal golden cicada technique that can withstand a certain death. Other supreme laws also have more or less defensive functions. The Thunder Law is mainly for the soul. The Buddha Kingdom can also defend, and the Kingping sword that uses offense instead of defense. In fact, he is not lacking in defense. With the Kunpeng Law in his hands, his speed is undoubtedly faster. He can instantly turn into a stream of light and travel 1,000 miles in one breath. In addition, the Ghost Domain can sneak into the dark, so his ability to escape is also very good. But this method is okay for a single one or a few supernatural powers, but once there are more, there will be big problems. He has to find another method to make his ability to escape impeccable. Pangu's transformation into the world is undoubtedly the best power, and it is also a top level attack and killing technique. With the Kunpeng method, the effect is amazing. Thinking about it, Lee Su started to work. It's really unlucky. One by one, he didn't even have a moment of peace. How long has it been since he first entered the world fragment? It's still a little short of a year. He can already fight with the supernatural realm. Although it is a good thing to be stronger, Lee Su always wonders why he is so tired. The 5th transformation has undoubtedly slowed down a lot. Well, it should be said that it is a lot. The consumption has become terrible. Although 6 supernatural realms are rubbish, they only provide him with 6% of the bone transformation. That is to say, it takes about 1 rubbish supernatural realm for 1 transformation now. This ratio is really scary. He is just a bone, and there are tendons, meat, and skin next. After thinking about it, it is likely that all the supernatural realms of the hundreds of tribes in the main road have been killed, which is likely enough for his bones to be perfect. It seems that being targeted is not a bad thing. Lee Su couldn't help but have such an idea in his mind, but he quickly shook his head and gave up the idea. If he really wanted to kill them like this, the demon clan would probably explode. So, he needed the demon soul. However, if he wanted to be as fast as before, Lee Su might have to go deeper. It was quite dangerous to go down the main road. Don't look at the location, where there are a large number of demons living, forming small tribes. In fact, the main road is really dangerous. Once it enters the tide of demon energy, it is like the ocean. Although the sea water flows inward, it also flows back. There is no doubt that when that day comes, the demon clan or the human race, those who are not strong enough will retreat from the main road to avoid being swept into the tide of demon energy and become the food of the demon soul. If Lee Su wants to pursue a higher quality demon soul, he can either go down to the last 30 miles deep or wait for the tide of demon energy to come on the main road. At that time, a large number of demon souls will come out together and spread all over the main road. Unlike hunting in the periphery, among the demon souls that counterattacked at this time, there must be giant old demons, the kind that Lee Su had a hard time defeating. Lee Su exhaled, he slowly closed his eyes, couldn't help but take a breath, and planned to start practicing. The next moment, an indescribable stench drilled into his nose. The irritating gas almost made him faint. His whole body was shaking, producing a strong nausea. The respiratory system was severely traumatized, and hundreds of thousands of olfactory organs were hung with red lights on the spot and crashed directly. Damn. Lee Su screamed, and almost went crazy. He quickly turned on the life fire, and burned the inside directly. Life is already difficult, and demon life is even more difficult. Not to mention, that his life is threatened. Even breathing is so tormented. Shouldn't the first thing to do when cultivating immortals be to clean the body and get rid of body odor? Why is it so smelly? Lee Su, who stopped practicing because of the stench, had to burn a layer of the cave before he could relax. While transforming into Taoism, he quietly took out the communicator given to him by Xiaguo from his ghost domain. Because of the Kingping sword, he was beaten up by the old man, and he went back to find him and talked to him about it. This is the latest product, only Zhang Shengying and others have it. It has Master Zhang's cause and effect technique on it, which can verify his identity. If he goes out and can't come back immediately, he can use this to send a message. Lee Su took it out, recalled the signal sending method, and pressed it according to Zhu Changjiao's method. In the 10,000 demon caves. It's really hard. After pressing for a long time, Lee Su nodded and put the signal device aside. Then, he closed his eyes and began to practice. Asterisk 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 here. Lee Su sent a message. Over there, the human race naturally received it immediately. In the main road, in the human camp, the communicator who had been monitoring all the signals changed his face instantly. Is this the 18th segment encrypted signal? A signal that only generals above the rank of lieutenant general are qualified to read the content? Here. Who is it? Although there is indeed a person with this encryption level in the 10,000 demon cave, she has long been trapped in the depths of the demon cave. According to the results of the investigation, she is very likely to be forced into the 10,000 demon blood cave. That's right, that's Zhang Shengying. Now, there is another 18 segment encrypted signal. Who is coming? Yingzhan. Impossible. The other party is now breaking through in Zuanhe, which is the territory of the Jiayamang clan. He took action at the first time. While transferring the signal, he said loudly, "Sir, received 18 segment encrypted signal. 18 segment encrypted signal." The human race main road camp, with the authority of a colonel, is also a group of human race supernatural powers who stared at Lee Su just now. He is about 35 or 36 years old. He took 2 steps forward and couldn't help but say, "Who's? Is it Major General Zhang Shengying?" It shouldn't be. This code is very unfamiliar. It's the first time I receive it, the communication officer said immediately. Before being trapped, Zhang Shengying sent a communication, which was very brief, and was captured here once. Later, the other party lost contact, so the communicator still remembered it. It is completely different from the current signal encryption. First time seeing it? The colonel frowned. The 18 segment encrypted signal is rare. It is basically only equipped for the human race's Xianjiao, Zhang Shengying, Yingzhan, Zhang Zhu, Zhu Tangaiyu, etc. Who is this person? Yingzhan is definitely not it. Zhang Zhu and the others are not strong enough now. It is impossible for them to come to the 100,000 demon cave. Although the human race can enter the 100,000 demon cave again, because of the loss of a large number of powerful supernatural powers of the demon race, the situation is not stable. It has not yet completely established its foothold. It will not let the Xianjiao who has not grown up come here to take risks. He thought for a while and said, "Is there any problem with this signal?" The communicator immediately shook his head and said, "No. After access, the system will first authenticate it. It is confirmed that it is an 18-segment encrypted message. This special code is only known to my Xia country. Even the 5 surnames cannot imitate it. Who is it?" The colonel rubbed his eyebrows. It was a troubled time. Zhang Shengying was trapped in the deep, and it was not resolved. A supernatural power with suppression level strength appeared on the centipede monster side. Now there is an 18-segment encrypted signal. I don't know who it is. Could he be trapped in the 100,000 demon cave? Thinking of this, the colonel really had a headache. The stall had just been set up, and the information used by the human race was still more than 100 years ago. Just standing firm on the main road took a lot of effort. And Zhang Shengying was in charge of the supernatural realm who was good at hiding. After a few months, the news sent back was not good. Now there is another 18-segment encryption. I just hope it is not a call for help, otherwise it will be a headache. Just as the highest commander was restless in the human camp on the main road, Li Su's signal was transmitted layer by layer and went out. Soon, the camp outside the 100,000 demon cave received it. The highest commander there was only a major general, and had no right to check. The signal spread again, and went to Xiacheng. Earth Immortal Realm, Xiacheng, Central Building, Top Floor. ZHU Zhang's face was not good. 3 months ago, after the Battle of Seeking the Way Cliff, the human race won a big victory, and a large number of powerful supernatural realms of the demon race died. This was undoubtedly great news. Then, it started to get bad. First of all, the Tao Seeking Cliff was broken, and the completely hidden whereabouts no longer appeared, which was undoubtedly a huge loss for the human race. Then Li Su disappeared. This is undoubtedly a very fatal thing. Although there is no way to confirm it, ZHU Zhang has a hunch that a large number of demons in the Tao Seeking Cliff died, and it is very likely because of him. The girls of ZHU Chahu later proved it to him. As for how to prove it, looking at the lumps of meat in front of him that were obviously from a certain part of the body of a certain demon in the Tao Seeking Cliff, do you still need to think of other possibilities? No. Therefore, when he heard that Li Su was missing, his father never gave him a good face. Lost once is fine, but lost twice? Why do I raise you dog thing? Facing his father's soul questioning, ZHU Zhang's liver hurts. Is this my fault? Can I be blamed? The Tao Seeking Cliff, which has not changed for hundreds of years, has so many problems, just because of that little bastard. Is this my fault? This is not it. Although he thought about it, ZHU Zhang did not dare to refute it. Why? Li Su has made contributions, and great contributions. Even if the Tao Seeking Cliff was destroyed, causing the Xia Kingdom to lose the best place for improvement, he killed more than 50 high-level supernatural powers in the demon clan in one fell swoop, which basically completely restored the disadvantage of the human race in the earthly immortal world. In the absence of the immortal realm, the supernatural powers of the demon clan are almost 3 or 4 times that of the human race. Over the past few hundred years, a large amount of territory has been lost, and in the end, only the Tao Seeking Cliff is left. What about now? The 100,000 demon caves, the 800-mile flame mountain, the Zuan river, and the 1,000 mountains and forests. Because a large number of demon clan supernatural powers died, the human race has retaken them, and occupied a lot of shares. This is all because of Li Su. Damn, Li Su, you stinky boy, where did you go? The person must not be dead, and there is a cause and effect of Grandpa Zhang on him, but if you can't find him, you can't rest assured, right? Report. What is it? There is news from the 100,000 demon caves. 18 pieces of encrypted information appeared in the depths of the 100,000 demon caves. Huh? Is that Shengying girl? No, according to the information sent back, it is not the encrypted arrangement of Major General Zhang Shengying. Not Shengying. That bastard. Doesn't he know that now is a time of trouble? The demon clan looked silent. With his many years of experience, Leo ZHU was sure that nothing good would happen. It would not be surprising if a war suddenly broke out in a few days. Show it to me. The 100,000 demon caves. Can you just go there? Could it be that Yingzhan, that little bastard, heard the news about Shengying, and planned to run to save the beauty? he cursed. After all, the only people who are qualified to directly see this kind of encrypted information are him and Zao-kun at the headquarters. But now that a large number of territories in the earthly immortal realm have been taken down, they all went to take care of it. Zhu-Zang picked up the tablet and opened it directly. He was shocked when he saw it. He couldn't help but screamed, "Fuck, that little bastard. Why did he go to the 100,000 demon cave?" His slightly fat fingers moved like convulsions and began to send signals. "Little bastard, why did you go to the 100,000 demon cave?" In the 100,000 demon cave, Li Su, who was practicing, blinked and looked at the rice-sized words that appeared on the small signal device. Reply: this tone, Zhu-Zang. He thought for a while, then started to press the buttons. "I don't know, I'm here when I come back to my senses. I don't believe the signal device invented by Uncle Zhu. It's so annoying to press." Zhu-Zang, looking at the message, was stunned for a moment, thinking about the situation of the signal device. What should I do? It's just a fart. If not, can I get you a keyboard? Can you press it? If I get one. Li Su pressed the buttons quickly and said, "My Uncle Zhu, can you use your spirit? It's definitely easier to use divine thoughts than these dripping ones, right?" Zhu-Zang's face darkened and said, "How many divine thoughts are there in the realm of mana? Invented just for you? I forgot about that. Boy, where are you? I'll ask you to pick you up right away." "Don't worry, Uncle Zhu is doing well. The demon soul is so powerful. I'm in the process of transformation. I've already reached the 4th level." Zhu-Zang's hands trembled and his heart was shaken. "Shit, the 4th level? Flying a plane. You've achieved the 4th level of enlightenment? How did you achieve the 4th level of enlightenment?" "I ate the demon souls. They are very nutritious and can speed up the transformation to the Dao. This is a good thing. I wonder why you guys went to the Dao seeking cliff. Why not just rob the 100,000 demon caves?" Zhu-Zang's face changed. "Bullshit. Demon souls are poisonous. Although they can speed up the transformation to the Dao, they also pollute the soul. How many did you eat, kid? Are you okay? Poisonous?" Li Su was stunned for a moment. The soul was polluted. "Uncle Zhu, are you kidding? I've eaten at least 100,000 of them, but my soul is still clean, white and tender." "Clean? White and tender?" Zhu-Zang's eyes bulged out. How could he be like this? He raised his head and was about to continue writing. "Zhu-Zang." A loud shout rang out. The old man showed up and broke the door violently. "Ah, Dad, what's wrong? What's wrong? I'm going to ask you what's wrong. Are you chatting with level 18 encrypted communication? Are you trying to piss me off to death? Get your mistress into her bed. Do you know how much energy you've consumed in just this short while? 30 tons of extraordinary crystals are gone. You damned prodigal son. I can't kill you." "Huh? Ah, that's not right. Dad, please listen to my explanation." "Ah. On the other side, the 100,000 demon cave. Huh? Why is there no sound? Is there a malfunction?" After waiting for a long time, Li Su, who had no information, couldn't help but touch his head. "Forget it. Continue practicing. He should be back soon." Chapter 261 Information about Zaya country. After a while, Li Su received the signal again. "Sua, are you in the 100,000 demon cave?" Seeing this completely different tone from before, Li Su's head showed doubts. Did the person typing the tone change? Yes. Ding dong. An encrypted file was sent directly. The 100,000 demon cave does not produce spiritual veins, but it has a very unique resource, the demon soul. The demon soul has demonic evil in the body. Absorbing it can strengthen the body, nourish the soul, and speed up the transformation. It can be said that there are many benefits and its value far exceeds the extraordinary crystal. But there is a huge problem with the demon soul. That is, the demon soul contains demonic nature. If it is absorbed beyond a certain level, the soul will be affected and polluted. When the accumulated amount exceeds a certain level, it will become extremely addictive and become like the demon soul. It has to rely on the demonic energy emitted from the depths of the 100,000 demon cave to survive. Otherwise the soul will be extremely uncomfortable, as if it were cut into pieces. At present, most of the demons in the 100,000 demon cave have this situation. If you want to leave the 100,000 demon cave, you need to prepare a lot of demonic nature in advance before you can go out. According to the test results, the demon souls in the 100,000 demon caverns can be divided into 3 levels. A, B, and C. C level mana realm can absorb 1 per week. B level mana realm peak can absorb 1 per month. Supernatural realm can absorb 1 per week. And A level supernatural realm can absorb 1 per month. How to observe the concentration of demonic nature in your body. You can directly observe your soul to see if there is any color change. There are 2 types, partial and overall. If it appears locally, it means that your resistance to demon souls is very poor and your mental power is seriously insufficient. The above time should be doubled. For the overall, it means that your mental resistance is very strong and it will slowly change color. You can observe your own soul light to see if there are any gray traces. If there are, stop immediately and wait until the soul is completely white. How? At the end of the message, there was a question. Lee Su's eyes flashed. With the appearance of this message, he understood why the demon souls in the 100,000 demon caverns have such great benefits, but the Zaya country rarely mentions it, and the focus is still on the extraordinary crystals. Feelings, this thing is so dangerous. However, partial, overall. Lee Su closed his eyes and felt his soul. He turned over, turned around, jumped, picked, and did some health exercises. Well, it was solid. His soul was as white and tender as before, and the soul light was bright and healthy. If he went to the hospital to see a soul doctor, the other party would probably complain. So what are you doing here? He couldn't help but show a trace of doubt on his face. You know, Lee Su himself entered here and absorbed a large number of demon souls. The number is as large as what he said to ZHU Zhang just now. It's probably more than 100,000. He didn't feel the so-called pollution either. Where did it go? Thinking of this, Lee Su opened his own Buddha kingdom, got a demon soul that he hadn't eaten yet, suppressed his instinct, and broke it directly, and started eating. Then he observed his soul very carefully. Sure enough, there were some black spots escaping from the demon soul. I didn't notice it when I didn't pay attention. When I paid attention, I found that these things were very small, only a little bit. They were undoubtedly heading towards Lee Su's soul. Looking at the demonic nature that was about to approach the soul, he drilled a hole in the spot and went straight to his feet without hesitation. Did he enter the ghost domain and be absorbed by the ghost domain? When he opened the ghost domain, it turned out that, although it was very little, the light of the scripture was a little brighter, just like a light bulb next to the sun. If you don't look carefully, you really can't find it. So, the so-called demonic nature is actually a skill. Is this thing man-made? Or does it come with the 100,000 demon caves? In an instant, Lee Su's pupils couldn't help shrinking. It was nothing if he didn't know it was actually some kind of scripture, but when he knew it, it was completely different. The whole person was terrified. Let's not talk about the human race. There are many demons in the 100,000 demon caves, and the number is extremely shocking. Obviously, they are not as defensive against demon souls as humans. Most of them are probably deeply affected and poisoned. This is terrible. It's nothing if it's just addictive. This is a skill that can change its nature. Thinking about it, Lee Su replied, I'm fine. My skills have great resistance to demonic nature and cannot pollute my soul. He did not say that the so-called demonic nature might be some kind of skills. First of all, Xiaoguo was very careful. Those who were hit should basically be demons. Then this matter was not easy to explain. It can't be said that the demonic nature was absorbed by his ghost domain, and then a scripture was derived in the ghost domain, right? That's good. The other party sent a message again. Sua, does your skills really have strong resistance? Yes. Are you in the main road now? Lee Su was ready to answer. Don't say where you are. As long as there is no danger, just answer whether you are there or not. What does this mean? Sua, you have to be careful. The demons are looking for you. I'm afraid it's because of the Tau Cliff. Lee Su frowned. He was not surprised about this. He was prepared. Otherwise, he would not have run into the 100,000 demon caves so that the bastard Zan could directly attack him. It was not surprising that the demons found him. The force is very strong, and it even involves the mortal world. In an instant, with the appearance of this information, Lee Su's face suddenly changed. He first thought of two people who were extremely important to him. Dad, Mom. Suddenly, a terrible murderous intent burst out from his chest, and the terrifying anger was steaming in his heart. I have talked about Lee Su's character before. You mess with him? At most, he will kill you, but if you dare to mess with his family, they will be killed by you for generations. And it is obvious that the more extreme Lee Su's emotions are, the more terrible his momentum is, and his strength will be unreasonably improved. Fang Jun felt this very much back then. The terrible anger seemed to have become the source of combat power. The martial arts realm pressed him to beat the dignified magic realm. In an instant, an extreme murderous intent exploded directly with Lee Su as the center. This is not in the video, when he was fighting with Manshame, but he was really angry and exploded. Immediately, a murderous intent that could freeze the bone marrow spread. There was no target, and therefore, everyone was affected equally. At the first moment, hundreds of centipedes in the centipede camp urinated, and their feces and urine flowed out. Even number 6 here couldn't help but tremble, as if someone had pinched his 7 inches and hit his heart, and his body couldn't move. As this wave exploded, the black rat spirit, vine spirit, mantis spirit, and even the human race, who were the farthest away, felt it. It was as if the July sky was suddenly poured with a basin of cold water. It was really cold from head to toe, and the heart was chilled. The Tao rhyme seemed to be frozen, and the magic power became extremely unsmooth. It was the roar of the most extreme top predator, the roar of the natural enemy of life, and the breath that could make all living things tremble. Who is it? Instantly, hundreds of people in the divine power realm had their hairs exploded and got goosebumps all over their bodies. They were in shock and panic. Since becoming a divine power realm state, they felt for the first time that they were still in the mana realm and not worthy of being one. Every day was a huge crisis of life. But don't worry, your parents are fine. They were protected, and they were not even affected. Now they have been taken away and live in the military. Soon, the other side sent another message. Seeing this answer, Lee Su's anger subsided a little, but his eyes still flashed coldly, with tyranny in his heart. The soul of the 4 transformations was shaking, the supreme Deo mark inside was flashing, and the air was affected, and was beating violently. He had basically guessed who was on the other side. He immediately typed slowly and loudly, suppressing his madly surging blood, trying not to let his breath shatter the communicator in his hand, and typed, Grandpa ZHU. Who is it? Yes, it's me. According to the results of the investigation, it's the K family. The mortal world has been cleared out. The K family has been very low-key recently. They almost stay in the holy city and don't come out. Otherwise, they hide in the territory of the demon clan. Although they killed many, they didn't hurt their bones. Grandpa ZHU, are there any members of the K family in the 100,000 demon caves? Yes, but in the territory of the Crow clan. Sewer, I know you. It's okay to take revenge, but do it within your ability. There are masters in the territory of the Crow clan. They are in the realm of supernatural powers and old-fashioned. They are very powerful. They have completed the Deo transformation once and a half, which is equivalent to the 4th transformation of the human race. It's very powerful. The demon race, which is equivalent to the 4th transformation of the human race, can undoubtedly be said to be a genius, powerful, and very troublesome. Lee Su's eyes flashed, but he didn't say anything. Strong? Strong. Then forget it? How can it be forgotten? However, there is no rush for this matter. I will kill him after I get out. Lee Su still dares not be careless with a genius of that level. After all, although he has also achieved the 4th level and his magic power has reached the ceiling of the magic power realm, it is still not enough to face the supernatural power realm. Not only that, before he can reach the immortal realm, Lee Su decided that once he achieves the supernatural power realm, he will go directly to the Wuxing and kill all the K family members there without leaving any alive. When he achieves the immortal realm, he will go directly to the territory of the Crow clan and kill all the Crow clan members including the Crow King. It would be best if he could lure out the old bastard Jin Wu and personally send him a clock. Taking a deep breath, Lee Su suppressed the murderous intent in his heart little by little. Wait a little longer. Wait a little longer. Although he was extremely furious, he was also extremely rational at the same time. Now he rushed out. Although he could kill a lot, but could he seriously injure the opponent? No. Sewer, the demon tribe is looking for you, and the effort is very strong. Just like the one they used to target Wu. You must be careful. Unless we are by your side, you must not show any traces. Do you understand? Any traces? Lee Su was stunned for a moment. This was a big problem. Remember, your teacher was ambushed and severely injured and could hardly practice. And there was also the girl Shengying, who was trapped in a demon cave. They were all betrayed by their loved ones. Your teacher was betrayed by the person she liked, and the girl Shengying was betrayed by her cousin. Lee Su couldn't help but widen his eyes. He didn't know much about teacher Yiren, but Zhang Shengying was really betrayed, and it was her cousin? How could it be? This is a close relative. The reason is unknown, but it is certain that before that, both of them were very normal, very normal. The problem suddenly occurred, and Yiren is not very clear about it, but when the problem occurred, Shengying sent a message saying that the cousin was not betrayed, but was controlled. The water is deep. There is a big problem. There are a lot of scum mixed in the Xia kingdom. Now they are investigating. Not long ago, we found one. There was no problem with it. In the end, it was your master Zhang Heo who found through the cause and effect technique that a hole was gnawed in the deepest part of its soul. There was an inexplicable thing like a creature lurking there, combined with the soul. It was almost motionless and could not be detected at all. So at this stage, don't trust anyone. Don't go to Xiacheng and break through outside with peace of mind. Everything will be discussed after you become a supernatural power. Do you understand? Your parents are fine. They have been checked. Lee Su couldn't help but take a breath, and his spinal cord was a little cold. It takes the immortal realm to discover it. What's the situation? But the parents are fine. Fortunately, I understand. Okay, that's enough of the extra words. Sewer, look at the situation yourself. If the devil really can't affect you, if there is a way, find a chance to go down along the main road. According to our speculation, Shengying should be trapped in the 10,000 demons blood cave with a high probability. Shengying still has a transmitter in her hand, and your transmitter can capture her. You don't need to find her, just locate her. As long as you locate her, we can find a way to bring her out. Of course, do what you can, okay? No matter what, your life safety is the first priority. Taking a deep breath, Lee Su replied without any hesitation. Okay, Uncle ZHU, I'll go. Not to mention Zhang Shengying. Her grandfather was very good to Lee Su and gave her the supreme chapter directly. He was his master, and naturally he could not refuse this favor. What's more, it was just locating, not saving her in person, which was undoubtedly much simpler. Lee Su had not thought of not saving him before, but his strength was not enough. He suppressed this matter and became stronger quickly. He wanted to advance to the supernatural realm as quickly as possible. He became the supernatural realm. Unless there was an immortal realm, and it was a level of the 8 kings, it would not be a big problem. Soon, the communication stopped. Lee Su restrained his breath and began to concentrate on practicing. After the 5 transformations were completed and his escape ability was further improved, he went to the depths to try and see if he could locate senior sister Zhang Shengying. On the other side, Mr. ZHU took a deep breath. His eyes were shining, and there was a video next to him. Zhang Heo was also there, and the 2 old men looked at each other, and a trace of relief inexplicably appeared in their eyes. Lee Su is safe, which is good. He was in the 100,000 demon caves, which was unexpected, but there is no doubt that this is better. This little guy, his practice is already a miracle. The Battle of the Seeking Dao Cliff has truly become their treasure, and it is an existence that can break the deadlock between humans and demons. Is the Seeking Dao Cliff lost? Is it really lost? No. Why? Because the treasure in the Seeking Dao Cliff is likely to recognize Lee Su as its master. Since the treasures have all recognized Lee Su as their master, once the Seeking the Way Cliff is restored, it will naturally become the property of the human race, and the demon race will have no chance. Even if the Seeking the Way Cliff is really gone, it's okay. More than 50 veteran demon race supernatural powers died in it, which is a great pressure relief for the human race. The trash supernatural powers and such powerful veteran supernatural powers are two completely different concepts. Those who died in the Seeking the Way cliff are at least the first level of perfect demons, which is equivalent to the third level of human beings. They are all geniuses in core combat power. Therefore, during this period of time, the crocodile race has a hard time, and the losses are too great. Crocodileo was almost killed by the crocodile ancestor. The crocodile ancestor was also miserable. It tried its best to escape, but it was also badly injured. The soul was cut open. If you want to repair it, it will take several years, or even decades, instead of 10 days and half a month. Basically, the demon race has lost an 8th level strongman in these decades. This is a great achievement, a great achievement. Otherwise, how could the demon race tolerate the human race to attack the territory everywhere? Now that Li Su is in the 10,000 demon caves, it should be no problem for him to find Sheng Ying. This kid is not short of miracles. However, Liao Zhang, how was the inspection of the human races into land? We found a lot. This method. It's hard to say. The demon race? It's probably not. The 5 surnames? It's probably K or Zhou? It's hard to say. Okay, let's start with the K family. Anyway, because they defected to the demon race, they were isolated by the 4 surnames. Get ready. This opportunity is just right. The K family can't stay any longer. Well, asterisk 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 finally, Li Su's breath was completely retracted. The terrible murderous intent disappeared. It lasted for almost a minute. The demon race, who were only in the mana realm and obviously not strong enough, and even the human race, began to foam at the mouth. For a while, the entire main road was extremely smelly. Even on the human side, countless people were scared to pee, and their souls were shaken. Fortunately, this murderous intent was only diffused, and not targeted at anyone. Otherwise I'm afraid that many people would have died directly, and were deeply crushed to death by Li Su's terrible breath. His will was already overbearing, not to mention the 4 supreme attributes on his soul. With the absorption of the demon soul, it was covered with a layer of demonic power, accompanied by violent emotions. Those who were not strong enough in the mana realm could really be crushed to death by his will. At this moment, somewhere on the main road, in a tunnel, inside, there were many supernatural power monsters sitting. They had been discussing heatedly how to kill Li Su, the number 5 of the centipede monster clan. At this moment, feeling the slight dampness under his crotch, the discussion with an expanding atmosphere suddenly became a little cold. Hiss. The ancestor of the black rat monster was trembling a little at this moment, because his subordinates were killed. He was furious and came here. It seemed that he was being stared at by his natural enemy, the cat, or the owl. What to do? And a whole hammer. Can this fight? To be honest, the ancestor of the black rat monster was a little trembling with the violent killing intent. Although it was strong, its combat ability was not high in fact. Its supernatural power was to dig holes and its speed was extremely fast. Facing such a creature that is obviously at the top of the food chain, they are naturally suppressed. For a moment, the atmosphere of discussion was gone. Kill the opponent in a group fight? The centipede monsters are not all dead. Number 5 is fast. Now with this momentum, they are a little trembling when facing them alone. I think if we want to kill number 5, we can't do it with brute force. There will be heavy losses. We need to think about it. That's right. We need to think about it. What are you planning? Do you need to think about it? Among the monsters present, the most reckless guy spoke up. It was a wild boar monster that could fight against the sky, the earth, and the air. It said, there is only one way. When the demon tide comes, the opponent's demon power will definitely be very strong, and will be attracted. At that time, we will find an opportunity to drive it into the depths. Kill it with your own hands. What a joke. Pigs won't do that kind of thing. In an instant, everyone's eyes lit up. Yes, why do we have to fight to the death? Wait for the demon tide. That makes sense. Good strategy. For a moment, a group of people in the supernatural power realm applauded and nodded, praising this strategy. Chapter 262 The demonic tide arrives. Because of the strength that Lee Su showed, the trouble with the centipede monster was gone, and the trouble with him also stopped temporarily. After all, the hard power is there. Unless it is a magical monster that has completed the transformation of the Tao, it is impossible to beat the opponent. However, under normal circumstances, the magical monster that has completed the transformation of the Tao will not easily make a move, which will cause a war. Lee Su practiced again. Before coming in, he hunted a lot of demon souls, which should be enough to complete the transformation of the Yu King chapter on the bones. Time passed, and soon, Lee Su had been on the main road for a week. Even if he stayed in the tunnel and didn't go out, he could still feel that the demonic nature of this place was getting worse and worse. In this case, judging from the memories of the hunted black rat monsters, the demon tide is coming. As the demonic atmosphere in the air continued to deepen, Lee Su's ears, no, it should be said, that around the soul, there seemed to be ghosts wailing, making ghost sounds, with strong resentment towards the living, and unwillingness to die. The shouting continued, with magical power, constantly echoing, becoming more and more intense, making it unbearable. The demons outside, and even the human race, became somewhat manic, their emotions constantly fluctuating, as if it was a sonata from hell, confusing their minds, and making them crazy. Soon, the weaker mana realms began to retreat. In fact, the main road was not very dangerous, because there was an obvious sign when danger came, that is, the arrival of the demon tide. On the contrary, outside the main road, there would often be a large amount of demon energy entering the tunnel, resulting in the lingering of many demon souls. Retreat. The human race was the most decisive, and the supernatural realm directly led the team to retreat with everyone. Although the demon tide would last for several days, it would most likely reach its first height in a week, and that would be the most terrifying. Even the supernatural realm had to retreat, and old demons would appear in the depths. The demons who had lived in the 100,000 demon caves for a long time were almost all deeply poisoned by the demons. Even the supernatural realms could easily sink, be affected by the other party, lose their minds, and finally be captured by the other party. However, one day, the number of people on the main road decreased significantly, and some of the mana realms stayed behind. They were all quite confident in their own strength, and were ready to wait for the demon tide to come, hiding in the fork outside the main road to hunt demon souls. At this time, there is no doubt that, if you are not afraid of infection, you can capture a large number of them. Of course, it is also dangerous. The soul falls, and the demon addiction is deep-rooted. In fact, the outbreak of the demon tide can also improve your strength. The most feared thing is that your will can't resist the temptation and rushes out, then it's over. Therefore, there are many preparations. Some mana realm began to look for a den, some in groups, and there are also supernatural realms. Although it is a big crisis and dangerous, if you complete a harvest, it is basically enough for a long period of practice in the future. Demon souls can be captured, and through the mana seal, they can be preserved for a long time. As long as the demon nature is not exhausted, the strength will basically not decay. Of course, there are also many supernatural realms that have not moved. Not only that, there are also powerful supernatural realms that appear, the kind that has completed the transformation of the Tao once. Number 4 of the Centipede Demon Clan also came, but man seemed to have something to do, and gave up coming this time. Although the retreat of the weak demon tribe gave people a feeling of extreme danger, with the guys who have a certain degree of confidence in their own strength coming one after another, it became quite lively, as if they were going to the ocean for fishing operations. There were big fish schools coming. Although the storm came, it still couldn't suppress the expectation of the fish schools. Lee Su ignored it, and continued to transform. After the demonic nature became heavier, it seemed that the activity of the demon souls also became higher. Each one gave Lee Su a lot of improvement, and the feeling of more than 5%. Not much, but with a large number, it was still very objective. When he came, there were almost 1,000 demons imprisoned in Lee Su's Buddha kingdom. There were 3 big ones, which were caught near the deepest position, that is, more than 60 kilometers. These were very strong. He spent a lot of effort, and it took more than a minute to catch them. He also injured them, and suffered a lot of losses. As a result, when the demon tide came, these demon souls actually recovered a lot. Lee Soo ate happily, full of energy, chewing with oil dripping from his mouth. It took him almost 5 days to stop, mainly because his demon soul was gone, and a lot of extraordinary crystals were consumed. The progress on the bones was not high, only about 10%. Compared with the previous time, the efficiency was much lower, or almost halved. Not only that, this time, the transformation of the Dao. Lee Soo frowned slightly, and truly felt a little difficult. Under the entanglement of the 4 supreme parts, his bones had been engraved with scriptures, and every inch was imprinted with extremely strong Dao rhyme, as if his body was covered with stars. Fortunately, the Yuking chapter was also the highest, and it was the method of the saints. Otherwise, it might not be engraved at all, and it would be directly destroyed by the other 4 chapters, and would not accept its integration. It's a bit troublesome. He was not too worried about the Yuking chapter, but after the 5 transformations, the 6 transformations of the Vajra realm might be very troublesome. The 5 transformations were the limit in the history of Xia country, and no one could surpass it. Could he break it? Not only that, Lee Soo also had a feeling that the 5 transformations could not be carried out like this. Once the bones, meridians, flesh, and skin were full of marks, the soul would change, which might lead to unpredictable situations. If possible, it would be best to find a place to retreat, an airtight place, in the 5 transformations. Otherwise, the 5 transformations, which were so naked, might attract the attention of the demons. If they were discovered, it would be bad. Just as he was about to go out, Lee Soo paused. There was a new message on the transmitter. Looking at the time, it was when the human race left. At that time, he was working hard on the transformation, so he didn't read it. The human race had all retreated. It was probably to remind him to pay attention. There would be no way to contact him for at least a month. Picking up the communicator, Lee Soo took a quick look. He couldn't help but be stunned. There were some things he thought of, but there were also others. Problem with the advancement to the divine power realm. Soo, you have already reached the 4th level. Although I don't know when you will reach the 5th level, I will still tell you directly. You must pay attention. The divine power realm is completely different from the breakthrough of the mana realm. You will encounter a dead end. Dead end? Lee Soo's eyebrows couldn't help but jump. What does it mean? Does it mean to practice in seclusion and not come out until you break through? Literally, there will be a world where you will definitely die. There is no way to conquer it. You will definitely die after entering it. Lee Soo's eyes widened, and he was stunned. There is such a level? Soo, I believe you should have discovered that the stories in the fragments of the martial arts world are continuous and cannot be destroyed actively. Once destroyed, the world will collapse, the mission will fail, and people will die. But after the mana realm, there are changes. Although the story remains the same, there are many changes. Even the same story, the previous part is completely different from the next part. Obviously, the same name, the personality is completely different, and there are also some people who know our existence. Not only are the stories very different, but the ending time is also inconsistent. Even if you take the initiative to do something that completely affects the story, it will only end directly, and you will not die. According to our results, the fundamental reason lies in the immortals. In the world with immortals, the immortals can no longer be simply bound by the world, so the nature has changed. And the better the talent and the stronger the strength of the raiders who enter, the easier it is to encounter this situation. I think you should have encountered it. More than encountered it. Lee Soo couldn't help but twitch his mouth. It seems that since the first world, all of them have been normal and follow the plot. So, when you are ready to break through the mana realm and advance to the supernatural realm, you must pay attention. The world that appears in front of you will refresh the world that seems to be not dangerous. You must be careful. These worlds have big problems, big ones, all of them are death calamities, and cannot be broken. So far, there are many such death calamity worlds recorded in Xiago. It is completely impossible to raid, and you can't survive until the end of the story. One is the endless night, where a day is very long as a year. Once it gets dark, it is almost a crazy night. One is floods everywhere. The ground is constantly gushing out from the depths of the ground. The previous second is the earth, and the next moment it becomes the ocean. People are gone in an instant. Another is the 10 suns in the sky. The whole earth has turned into scorched earth, and it is basically impossible to survive. So if you want to advance to the supernatural realm, be careful. If you see a dark world, a world with floods all over the sky, or a world with 10 suns in the sky, don't go in. Be alert. Be alert. Be alert. Looking at the content that was said 3 times to express seriousness, Lee Soo couldn't help rubbing his eyebrows. He guessed 2 of the 3 worlds. I believe that any Chinese traveler should guess it at the first time. Daew's flood control and Hai's shooting of the sun are both ancient myths, not novels formed later. The biggest difference is that some of these myths have godlike abilities, but they are no different from mortals. For example, Hao Yi, he could shoot down the sun and change flew to the fairyland, but he could only watch from the ground. Isn't this bullshit? Although the story was supplemented later, who knows whether the world he is in now has been supplemented or not? If there is a supplement, it would be very strange. For example, Hao Yi is a version of the witch clan. He is good friends with Kuo-fu. Kuo-fu died chasing the sun, and he was angry and shot arrows. In the end, he was calculated to death by the demon clan Heaven, which triggered the war between witches and demons, and opened the second world and earth calamity after the dragon and phoenix catastrophe. Lee Soo took a deep breath, and he directly recorded these 3 worlds in his heart. Forget about the world of death. Although he is very confident in his talent, he will definitely not step on this big pit. However, according to the rule that the higher the realm strength, the more dangerous it is, Lee Soo has a feeling that he is afraid that he is really likely to run into it. For example, after entering the world fragments after the supernatural realm, there may be a situation of choosing one of 3, which needs to be paid attention to. Go out directly. At this moment, there is only one centipede left in the centipede monster's territory. It is number 6. When it saw Lee Soo come out, it immediately stepped forward and said, "Number 5, it's a good thing you came out, otherwise I would have planned to break in. Let's go." It's the 5th day. The first big impact of the demon tide will come soon. It spoke directly, with a tremor in its tone. Because Lee Soo has not come out, it can't leave. If it had been completed before, it would have disappeared 2 days ago. It has a clear position for itself. It is not proud of becoming number 5 and now number 6. It is number 7. Because the original 2, 4, and 5 died, it replaced the position of number 5 and entered the median. But the strength is still undoubtedly number 7, and number 6 is not qualified. Lee Soo raised his head and took a look at the center. The demon pillar was more than 10 times thicker than the previous one. Countless weak demon souls were swimming on it. This should continue to grow until it covers the entire main road. At that time, the demon tide will really come and rush along the main road. It is composed of countless demon souls, forming a terrifying wave, sweeping out of the 100,000 demon caves, and then rolling back and returning to the depths. There is no doubt that it will be spectacular. When Xia Jiuo had a base here, he had taken photos at the outermost part of the 100,000 demon caves and on the main road. It was really terrible. That tsunami composed of demon souls rolled in and submerged everything. Even the terrifying demon soul tsunami on the outermost side would rush out, as if shouting to the whole world, indicating its existence. The photo was extremely spectacular and terrifying. Lee Soo nodded and agreed to leave. He would never think about facing the demonic tide. Even the supernatural realm couldn't withstand the terrifying existence, so how could he, a mana realm, withstand it? With a move of his body, he flew up directly. According to the memory of the black rat spirits, he planned to dig a pit nearby and squat in it, waiting for the demonic tide to come and put in a big harvest. It would be best if he could collect enough to complete the 5th transformation. After that, he could concentrate on finding a place to prepare for the 5th transformation, which would be the limit. As for the 6th transformation, or even the 7th transformation, we will see. Lee Soo's behavior, after being stunned for a while, number 6 didn't say anything. It turned around and ran away without hesitation through the secondary trunk next to the main road. Hunting near the main road, even the underground monsters didn't have that kind of courage. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. However, when Lee Soo went to dig a pit and prepared to capture a large number of demon souls, a look quickly swept over him and quickly converged. It was the black rat spirit, the ancestor of the black rat clan, who had completed the first transformation. Its eyes were dim and flashing with cold light. The black rat that was killed by Lee Su before was its son, its favorite, and the core that supported their black rat clan. Unlike centipede monsters, which have 10 or 8 supernatural powers, the black rat clan has only 2 supernatural powers. The death of one is really hurtful, almost like a serious injury. The monster clan does not say that everyone is a collective. If you are weak, you will naturally be coveted. There are many monsters around it. That's an idea. Wait until the magic tide comes before attacking the wild boar monster. They all have grim eyes at this moment. Before, they really couldn't do anything to Lee Su. After all, he was too strong. In a head-on battle, even if they could take him down, they would probably suffer heavy casualties. If the strong men of the centipede monster clan arrived, they would be the ones who would be unlucky. So the wild boar monster proposed to attack during the magic tide, and basically no monster objected. I thought I would have to wait for a while, but I didn't expect it to come so quickly. The magic tide came in just a few days. Without any hesitation, they immediately began to stare at Lee Su, wanting to see his moves. As expected, the other party had no intention of leaving the main road, and was ready to hunt demon souls here. Not only that, they even dug a pit in front of them, simply not taking them seriously. After urgently finding Lee Su's location, they left quickly, ready to attack. Aren't you going to stop it? Number 4. After the black rat spirit and other monsters left, a cold voice with almost no emotion sounded. It had a pair of large pincers, a tail stinger that glowed with black light, and a terrible Taoist rhyme all over its body. It had 2 properties of hardness and poison, both glowing faintly, with a metallic color, and the air was corroded. Its color was very dark, infinitely close to the extreme color, and it was undoubtedly an absolute strong one among the scorpion spirits. Do you have that kind of kinship? Number 4 wiped his lips, and there was a hint of sarcasm in his voice. For their race, their kin are the most delicious meal when they are hungry, not to mention the scorpions that open their mouths. Their race has a problem of cannibalism. Once their kin enter the period of molting and weakness, big scorpions or small scorpions will not be polite. The kin in front of him may have eaten more than 100 of them. If they were all dragon centipedes, it would just ignore them. After all, the patriarch gave an order, which was obviously different from the dragon martial arts, but the flying centipede series, and the silver light obviously mastered the fundamentals and manifested the real magical power, which made it extremely jealous. If it could obtain the other party's ability, it would undoubtedly surpass number 3 and the others. The scorpion spirit smiled. The one in front of him came to find him specifically, so it knew what the other party was planning. It can be said that this demon tide came at the right time, and the best thing was that the number 5 on the opposite side was obviously a rookie, and he actually exposed the traces directly. This is probably brainwashed by the head of the clan and washed stupidly, expanding the clan. Are you kidding? They are just afraid of the power of the patriarch, and are afraid of being eaten by him. Once their strength is equal, or even greater than the other party, they will probably eat the other party without hesitation. Demon clan. What is that? I'm a scorpion. Just a scorpion from beginning to end. I want the demon pill. How about you take all the Deo patterns of the flying centipede? Okay. Soon, the 2 demons took action and even attacked the black rat spirits. Will their sneak attack succeed? The possibility is less than 1 in 10,000. The speed of number 5 is undoubtedly beyond imagination. Under normal circumstances, they will not make a move. There is no chance. It is too fast and cannot be blocked. The magic tide is undoubtedly the best time to help them block No 5's retreat. After digging the pit, Lee Su couldn't help but flash his eyes and glanced outside the cave. He was a novice, but were they the black rat spirits who were being tortured by him? Of course not. So, didn't he know that the crooked road of the magic tide on the main road was coming? He knew too much. That's right, Lee Su did it on purpose, and used himself as bait. As for the magic tide, well, it is indeed very scary, but not that scary. Because the demon souls have a characteristic that is countless times better than the demon race that seems to have wisdom, but is actually more brutal. That is the demon souls. They will not eat each other. And it is obvious that, after eating so many demon souls, can Lee Su become a demon soul? Well, he can. Are you kidding? That is the transformation technique of the Yu-King chapter. It is a transformation method that is far more powerful than the 72 transformations. From the fundamental change, it means that he is not advanced enough, otherwise he has come to the immortal realm. Unless he has the magical power of breaking delusion, he will never be able to tell whether it is true or false. Therefore, the demon tide is indeed dangerous, but for Lee Su, the danger is not the attack of the 10,000 demons, but the big demon hidden inside, and not to be swept into the depths by the tide. Although the flesh and blood of the ordinary magical realm is not very effective for him who has already transformed into the 5th level, the demon beast meat itself tastes very good and chewy. Not to mention that the meat is fragrant and crispy, it can effectively kill the demons in the 100,000 demon caves. In essence, it is adding fuel to the fire of the human race's advantage, and laying the foundation for the Xia kingdom, right? Lee Su's eyes were shining, and he was drooling. So, how many ingredients will be delivered to our door? It would be better to have some vegetables if possible. Did a wild boar stare at me before? Pork, I haven't eaten it for a long time, braised or stewed, but it's a pity there is no sugar, otherwise sweet and sour would be the best, and pig intestines, I really miss it, intestine noodles. Chapter 263 I'm not reconciled. The demonic tide has arrived. In less than 2 days, the demonic energy on this huge main road began to increase dramatically, and the roars in the ears became more and more intense. It was no longer the demonic nature that made the soul crazy and sinking, but the feeling of being twisted. Even Lee Su felt that his soul was being shaken and pulled. In his case, he could feel such a huge vibration. It was still a bit uncomfortable to suppress the soul under the 4 fundamental laws. It was conceivable for ordinary monsters. The monsters were probably only able to bear it when they completed the first transformation of the magical realm. It was not that their first transformation was equivalent to the 4th transformation of Lee Su, but that the soul was sublimated after the magical realm, not only becoming huge, but also more condensed. Feeling the slight vibration from the tentacles, Lee Su's eyes flashed. It was very light, almost imperceptible, and suppressed. It should be the magical realm of the monsters, digging a pit towards him. Unfortunately, the Jade Purity space has a wide range of perception in this regard, and can detect the opponent's movements directly from the most subtle places. The opponent's movements are really very small, but after all, it is not the fundamental law of the Supreme Chapter, and there is still a gap. After feeling the opponent's actions, Lee Su couldn't help but be surprised. These guys are digging the main road. Are you planning to push yourself into the demon tide when the demon tide comes completely? You are not a demon. As a demon, recklessness is what you should do. This kind of trick should be used by us humans. Lee Su moved. He was just fishing, not really trapping himself. The art of transformation, although it works well when there are few demon souls, it is almost the same, and the opponent will not attack. But with the arrival of the demon tide, Lee Su is a little unconfident. The influence of this demon on the soul is too heavy, a little beyond imagination. Not only that, if something happens, if there is really a big demon mixed in it, it will be really painful. It just so happened that from the perception, the group of supernatural realms were separated. They dug a large area and planned to dig through the hundreds of meters in diameter of the place where Lee Su was staying. The first target locked was naturally the one who dug the fastest. The speed was beyond imagination. The rocks of the main road were infiltrated by demonic energy and were stronger than gold and iron, but the other party was walking on flat ground. Lee Su was not slow either. Not to mention that the Centipede clan was good at digging holes. The earth in the Yu-King chapter of Earth, Fire, and Feng Shui that he mastered also had the attribute of earth. So, he swam over directly without any movement. Instead of chasing the other party, Lee Su stood directly in front of the other party rushing towards him. His mouth opened slightly, and there was a green light gathering. The rosy glow inside was dazzling, revealing an extremely sharp edge. That was the Xuxin sword, the sword that cut off everything. Lee Su did not intend to hold back, let alone entangle with the other party. He was ready to kill the other party right away, not giving the other party any chance to react or counterattack. Supernatural realm, 1 transformation. Still very strong. Once the opponent is given the opportunity to go all out, even this small tribe has extremely tenacious vitality. When Lee Su was in the cliff of seeking the Dao, among the more than 50 supernatural powers he killed, in fact, there were not many who were in the 5 kings. Most of them were monsters from small tribes. Although they lack the systematic and fundamental inheritance of the monsters of large tribes, they have many means and various tricks. They have developed their own innate supernatural powers to a higher level. They can attack and defend, and they can also save their lives and escape. That is, the special nature of the cliff of seeking the Dao does not allow them to run away. Otherwise, it would not be difficult for Lee Su to win, but it would be very troublesome to kill them. Therefore, you can't give the opponent any chance. Once you make a move, it must be a sure kill, and the soul must be destroyed. On the opposite side, there was really little movement. It was almost in front of Lee Su. It dug such a big pit, but it didn't make any sound. This is the ancestor of the Black Rat Spirit clan, the strongest existence, and the last supernatural power realm of the Black Rat Spirit. It is going all out to open the supernatural power of its clan and dig a hole. Don't underestimate this supernatural power. It is very powerful. Lee Su has suffered a great loss before. In fact, many demons have this innate magical power. This magical power is very powerful. The soil on the main road, which is stronger than golden stone, is no different from tofu in front of it. It is extremely fast and makes very little noise. When Lee Su was fighting with multiple demons, there was also a demon who mastered this magical power and went straight to his back garden, trying to pierce his intestines. With the magical power of the magical power realm, Lee Su opened the Vajra realm and dug a hole. He was almost bitten through by the opponent and got into his belly. Even if he sealed the opponent with the Pangu realm method and cut out a piece of space to isolate the opponent, the fastest thing to come out was this magical power. The space was made a hole for it and drilled out from it. The Black Rat Spirit, with strong hatred and eyes like knives, dug a tunnel, as if it was digging Lee Su's flesh and blood, with a fierce murderous intent. Snap. The claws stretched out and dug, leaving a gap in front. The Black Rat Spirit was a little stunned. It chose this side, mainly because of its powerful magical power. The land here is the most solid and basically has no gaps. If the wild boar spirit or vine spirit came, it would take a lot of effort and make a lot of noise, which would be easy to be discovered. How did the gap suddenly appear? Before the thought fell, its eyes were covered with a white, and the extremely bright light enveloped it. In an instant, the Black Rat Spirit's body was shiny black, and the rat hair with Taoist rhyme exploded. The soul was stiff and smelled the smell of death. The induction in the dark told it that, if it couldn't dodge, it would die. It reacted very quickly, like a stream of light. Even in this land with a strength higher than gold and iron, it was 100 meters in an instant. Its ability to dig holes was developed to the limit. Unfortunately, it encountered Lee Su, this bug. How fast is the Zeuxan sword? To put it simply, when you see the sword light, it is too late. The sword has already cut your neck. So, the Black Rat Spirit rushed out, leaving its head in place, while its body ran away. It was stunned, and unbelievable. It began to scream, and its head was about to explode. The power of the supernatural realm burst out, and its flesh and blood began to grow wildly. The head grew a hairless body, and the body grew a hairless head. One on the left, and one on the right. They fled directly. It didn't think about what was going on. As a supernatural realm, it had lived for a long time, and understood the most important thing at this time. Escape. Escape without hesitation. Its whole digging supernatural power was really powerful. It was terrible and hit directly. In the blink of an eye, both bodies disappeared. Undoubtedly, the Black Rat Spirit's life-saving supernatural power was very powerful. It could actually split into two, and it was difficult to identify whether its soul was on the body or on the head. It seemed that it had both, and neither of them. It was almost impossible to kill it, but you could only choose one of the two, and rely on luck. This was actually another of its supernatural powers. It was very powerful. There was no major split and minor split. Both were real. It was wrong to kill either side, only two together. Because of this method, the Black Rat Spirit escaped many deaths and eventually became the ancestor of the Black Rat Spirit clan, a unique existence. Its eyes gleamed with light, and it made up its mind. After escaping from the dead this time, it would hide first. It didn't care about the Black Rat Spirit clan. Its life was more important. No matter who almost killed it, or whether it was the target of their sneak attack, it would not come out again in a short time. For the demon clan, its own survival was the eternal first priority, and everything else was unimportant. Race. It was just a tool, doing things for it. What a pity, what a pity. It encountered a bug. Lee Su, who had already cut off his head with a sword. How could he give the other party a chance to escape? He waved his hand in the void, and the blood left by the Black Rat Spirit was absorbed by him. Then the Yuking chapter vibrated, and the Deo scriptures shone. Through the other party's blood, he directly captured the other party's body. The next moment, Pangu dissolved and chopped it out. The void cracked directly, and a black rat with a hairless head and a hairless body came out directly from it. Silver light appeared from his body, and there was a large shadow vibrating under his feet. Under the other party's horrified eyes, the Buddha kingdom swallowed its head in silver light, and the ghost realm absorbed its body under the light and shadow. As soon as it entered, the black rat spirit was anxious, panicked, and even more terrified. But seeing the shadow of the Buddha sitting cross-legged, there was a precious lotus glowing in front of him. That was the infinite light that could save everything. The 8 merits of water came overwhelmingly. 500 arhats sat in the void, converging the infinite power of light to suppress the world. 3000 bhikkhunis sat cross-legged on the ground, stirring the 8 merits of water to wash one side. The fundamental law of the transformation level unfolded, and the entire Buddha kingdom, the sky, the earth, and the sky were connected by scriptures, flowing continuously. There was the supreme avenue bred in it, and the Buddha's rhyme was manifesting. No. The black rat spirit screamed and wanted to struggle. But before it moved, the infinite light directly penetrated its soul, and pulled its soul. At the same time, the 8 merits of water continued to wash its body. Every time a large amount of flesh and blood was directly washed away, revealing large areas of white bones. Ah. The black rat spirit couldn't help but scream in pain, and struggled even harder. But the Buddha's scriptures appeared, and the mysterious Buddhist sound directly poured into its soul, which immediately made it feel ethereal, and wanted to transcend and ascend on the spot. The next moment, it came back to its senses, and then it struggled even more violently, and its face, eyes, and heart were filled with horror. Although the nature is different, this power is undoubtedly no different from the means of the old demon in the 100,000 demon caves. The difference is that the latter forces you to melt your soul and take over your body, while the former confuses you to give up your body, abandon your soul, and everything belongs to me, Buddha. Ah. The black rat spirit struggled frantically, twisting its body again and again, trying to break through and escape. Unfortunately, it did a stupid thing. That is its magical power, the life-saving magical power. After struggling for a while, it suddenly understood. The power here is actually not enough to suppress it with all its strength. If it hadn't used the life-saving magical power and split its body into two, it could have struggled out and escaped from here again. No, I won't give up, I won't give up. The shouting didn't work. As the blood and bones were melted again and again, the supernatural power realm might have boundless magic power, but it was not infinite after all. The black rat spirit couldn't stand the hundreds of times of flesh and blood being worn away every second, and was refined in the Buddha's kingdom. In the ghost realm, the black rat spirit was also struggling. Although the ghost realm did not have the Tao, did not have the spirituality of the Buddha's kingdom, and did not reach the height of the Buddha's kingdom, but it was easier and faster to suppress the black rat spirit. The reason was nothing else. As the black rat spirit fell, the flashing scriptures on the black mud began to glow. They were vibrating, resonating, and calling for something. In an instant, the soul of the black rat spirit also began to vibrate. Black spots covered the soul body, and the soul light changed color. It was unable to control the body at all. The original spirit was directly pulled out, and suppressed and absorbed by the ghost realm. The empty flesh was constantly stirred by the black mud, and the flesh and blood were reduced, and soon turned into bones, becoming one of the floating corpses in the endless black mud. No, I won't give up, I won't give up. The soul was decomposed bit by bit, and the black rat spirit was in great pain. It kept screaming, and wanted to struggle, but unfortunately it lacked the general soul, and the special separation of the magical power made it unable to exert its full strength. The black rat spirit, who had always been grateful and proud of having this magical power, regretted using this life-saving ability for the first time, otherwise, the opponent would not have taken it down so easily. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After killing the black rat spirit, Lee Su immediately turned around and went to find the next one. Well, this time it was the wild boar spirit. He followed the same pattern, blocking the opponent in front of him and cutting the air with a sword. Facing the sneak attack of the jukes and sword, the wild boar spirit was immediately severely injured. However, compared with the black rat spirit, it has a high defense and amazing strength. It also knows how to drill holes. It has to be said that it is quite awesome and a little expert. The flesh and blood were directly cut open, revealing the white bones inside. The immortal suddenly and glowed directly in its body, constantly causing damage to it and trying to split it. The boar spirit's eyes flashed, but it did not escape, but rushed directly towards Lee Su. The reason was simple. This attack power was not enough. After living for countless years, the boar spirit was also smart and would not be too reckless and give up his life. Although it was against the sky, the earth, and the air, it would not blindly launch an attack, risking its life and forgetting death to fight hard. So basically it would face it head on, which meant that it was not weaker than the opponent and could beat it. So, it plunged into Lee Su's ghost domain. This time, the boar spirit was different from the previous black rat spirit. Its power was complete and not split. It struggled very strongly, and even the scriptures obtained from the demon soul in the ghost domain could not suppress it. After consuming a lot, the boar spirit escaped. Before it had time to move, it entered another world, which was the Buddha kingdom. This time, it was undoubtedly faster. The ghost domain could suppress its spirituality, but the influence of the Buddha kingdom was much lower. It jumped out again, just took a breath, and was chopped into another space. There was nothing there, a hollow piece, and the place was not big. That was Pangu's world-changing slash. The wild boar spirit was shocked, with an extremely surprised look on its face. If it was not wrong, the three worlds were all magical powers, and at this level, they were all top-level magical powers. There were three guys attacking it. The wild boar spirit thought it was impossible, but the fact that one guy mastered three supreme magical powers and attacked it made the wild boar spirit shudder and chill its bones. Although it was a pig, it was not stupid, it was quite smart. However, when the black and white double thunder appeared in this world, the wild boar spirit was shocked. Its big eyes were wide open, its whole body was trembling, and its heart was trembling. These powers have the same origin and come from one person. And they are all supreme skills. Boom. Once, and again. It was the realm of magical powers again. Although it had completed the transformation of the Tao once, and although it had earth-shaking strength, it persisted much longer than the black rat spirit, and it hated itself for the first time. Why did it rush forward when it thought it could fight? Shouldn't it turn around and run? It's a pity that I don't have the magical power of that bastard black rat spirit. Otherwise I could just split myself, or one could fight, and the other could escape. At least, if I can't beat him, it's okay to escape, right? In the end, the wild boar spirit still held a grudge, and was beaten to death by Lee Su's four great magical powers of transformation, plus two supreme fundamentals. Its soul couldn't help but yell and scream, I'm not willing, I'm not willing. After finishing, Lee Su exhaled, a little tired, really tired. After all, it's a one transformation demon clan. The black rat spirit is a little easier because of the split soul, but the wild boar spirit is really hard to kill, and it takes a lot of effort. This is still the one transformation magical power realm of a small clan, more or less. There are some problems not joining a large clan, and there are undoubtedly some shortcomings compared to the centipede spirit clan and the scorpion spirit clan. The mana realm has reached the limit, 4 transformations, but it's so troublesome to face the one transformation magical power realm of a small clan of the demon clan. If it's a large clan, I'm afraid. Suddenly, Lee Su's face changed. He felt a fatal threat, something locked on him. The next moment, he activated Peng Fa. His body turned into flowing light, and at the same time Panga's transformation broke through the void. Deep under his body, the silver light flashed, and the Vajra opened the world, and the Buddha kingdom resisted all forces. Boom. There was a loud sound like thunder, and an attack came over. It caught up with his flowing light that surpassed the years, broke through the world he opened, and directly stabbed the Vajra realm. The Vajra realm trembled, and was stabbed with a big hole. The attack fell into the Buddha kingdom at once. With a loud bang, the Buddha kingdom cracked. With the damage to his supernatural power, Li Su, who fled from the original place, opened his mouth and spit out a large mouthful of blood in the void. Before he could make any move, a tail swept over, treating the stones of the main road as nothing, and hit the void heavily. Boom. In the void, Li Su was struck by lightning, and was directly knocked out. He opened his mouth and spit out a large mouthful of blood, smashed the wall for hundreds of meters, and stopped at the edge of the main road. Boom. 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 The edge of the main road exploded, and was deeply squeezed by Li Su's body, leaving a huge crack. The stone and soil were shaken by the impact, and lost their original structure. Except for the metal on the atomic surface layer, which was slightly retained, the molecular level was directly annihilated. Puff. He didn't stop until he was less than 10 meters away from the main road. He spit out another mouthful of blood. His internal organs were cracked, and there was a shocking blood red on them. All 5 internal organs were bleeding. When he stood up, Li Su's heart was spitting fire, and his eyes were green. Every time he breathed, the flesh and blood supreme was ringing, repairing the injuries on his body. Although the wounds that were swept looked heavy, they had no effect on him. They were repaired quickly. The tricky thing was the stab into the Buddha's kingdom. It was poisonous. The colorful poison was erupting. The 500 ahats and 3000 bhikkhunis were all contaminated. The 8 merits of water were all green, and the light was covered with grey. Fortunately, it was a magical power, not the body, otherwise this would have killed him. Li Su's whole body was emitting smoke, green corrosive smoke, and he was detoxifying. How long has it been since I was in such a mess? Number 4. You teamed up with outsiders to attack me. Aren't you afraid of being punished by the clan leader? Li Su was really stupid because he didn't know who it was when he was attacked, but he couldn't guess it after he was beaten. There were not many monsters on this main road that could make him spit blood in 2 hits, and the attack methods of the 2 were obviously one with poisonous stings and the other with dragon transformation, which was even more obvious. 2 figures appeared directly, blocking Li Su in front of him, and behind them was the main road. The demon tide had already arrived, and he could feel a huge vibration, completely blocking Li Su's escape route. The 2 monsters were silent, only cold light shone everywhere, and only murderous intent. This number 5 is really stupid. It's okay to do it, and blame. So what? As long as you die, nothing will happen. Even if you blame, in order to stabilize the strength of the centipede monster clan, what can the clan leader say? Nothing can be said. Seeing the reactions of the 2 demons, Li Su couldn't help thinking, it's really bad luck. Originally planned to attract some demons, to kill and eat meat, and weaken the strength of the demons. But it attracted 2 big tail wolves, almost beat him to death. Looking at the 2 demons who were about to take action, Li Su took a breath and said, "You, don't force me. What if they force you? At this moment, you are doomed, and if you die obediently, you can still let your true spirit go and give you a chance to be reborn." There is a reason why they dare to block Li Su like this. In the 100,000 demon caves, all the demons know very well that between being killed and being caught by the demon souls of the demon caves, they will choose the former 100%. Because the pain of the former is only for a while, and the pain of the latter will be endless. There was a demon who was captured and found more than 100 years later. It was not dead yet, and the residual soul was still wailing wildly, unable to reincarnate. That was really miserable. So, they don't care about what Li Su said at all. What if they force you? Do you dare to jump into the demon tide yourself? If you jump in, you will not face a simple situation like death, but a fate worse than death, and never be reborn. The 2 monsters were in great aura, and were about to attack. Li Su's eyes flashed, and he did not hesitate at all. Under the shocked and horrified eyes of the 2 monsters, he turned around and had a big tail, and his body turned into a dragon, breaking the huge wall behind him that was less than 10 meters thick. Damn it. The 2 monsters' pupils widened, and their hairs stood up. The moment the wall shattered, the main road was no longer what it was before, but a surging tide of countless demon souls. In an instant, they roared and rushed in along the place, where Lee Su broke. Lee Su was submerged before he had time to struggle. And the two monsters, without thinking, ran like crazy. This bastard, how dare he, how dare he. The two monsters cursed madly, almost crazy, and could not understand Lee Su's thoughts at all. Never be reborn, that is never be reborn. Get out of here. They screamed in terror, and they had no time to capture the demon souls, because there were too many of them. Too many, and each demon soul carried a rolling demonic aura, which induced their souls to mutate and degenerate. As the two demons struggled, their breath was exposed, and the big demon floating in the demon tide suddenly felt it and ran over. No, get out of here, all of you get out of here. The two demons screamed shrilly and struggled madly. Their rolling bodies made a huge roar. They ran all the way, destroying all the way, and the rumbling sound continued. 1 mile. 10 miles, and 100 miles, until the sound disappeared. A small demon soul was floating in the corner of the wall. It had a smart look in its eyes and was cunning. It raised its crooked little hand and wiped off the non-existent sweat. Fortunately, I prepared in advance. Otherwise, this time, I might really fall. Go quickly. Although Lee Su quickly transformed into a demon soul the next moment, after being covered by the demon soul, it did not mean that he was safe. On the contrary, the moment he was exposed to the demon tide was the most dangerous moment. The demon tide was not only rushing outward, but also inward. Lee Su's pupils suddenly shrank, and his face changed instantly. The suction, the extremely terrible suction, was erupting from the main road deep down. How could it be so? No, you guys, what are you doing? I said what are you doing? Fuck, why are you pushing? Get out of my way, I won't go out. Get out, get out, get out, all of you. Oh, don't push me. Although Lee Su struggled hard, he had no choice but to become a demon soul. Before he could grab a stone or something to stabilize his body, he was pushed out of the tunnel by the demon souls who rushed into the tunnel to chase the scorpion demon and the centipede demon because they felt the suction from below and stepped onto the main road. AWW. Lee Su peed. He was really scared and couldn't help but scream. Ah. No, no, no. Two figures were seen struggling frantically and twisting their bodies, but they were dragged out by the masters of the supernatural realm of number 4 and the scorpion spirit. Their faces were miserable and terrified, and they were oozing water and shit and urine. There was no trace of the aura of the supernatural realm, and there was only unprecedented fear. They screamed and cursed, and were pulled out of the tunnel. There were countless demon souls entangled all over their bodies, and two huge demons could be seen faintly. Ah. I'm not willing. I'm not willing. With a shrill scream, they were dragged down with boundless strength, heading deep into the main road, which was really miserable. And obviously, Lee Su was not much better. Although he was not attacked by the demon soul, he was squeezed in the pile of demons, and went down involuntarily. Enima, why did you collect it so quickly this time? Originally, he just wanted to trap the bugs, but he didn't expect to trap himself. Lee Su couldn't help but feel angry and wanted to shout. He absolutely, categorically, and without a doubt, had no intention of entering the depths in this way. No, this is not right. You shouldn't have collected it so quickly. It shouldn't be. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't you spray it for a day before spitting it out? So fast, the demon souls in the front haven't even reached the surface yet. With a wail and a face full of regret, Lee Su was coerced and unwillingly surrounded by countless demon souls in the center, as if he was being welcomed by the emperor. There was no room for negotiation at all, and he was directly led to the dark depths and rushed down. So, Lee Su was also full of resentment, full of depression, and shouted with grief and anger. It shouldn't be like this. I'm not willing to accept it. Sorry, this chapter is late. The more I write, the more I write. Then in the afternoon, I accompanied my mother to the hospital to check her condition. The chest cavity has been drained for half a year, and the infection inside has not healed. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel. Mundo fanfic novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 264. The magical power that can fight on its own. HMM. Still sinking. Still sinking. The speed is definitely not full, almost the same as free fall, because there are too many demon souls around, and no wind can be felt. But there is no doubt that Lisu has been dragged down for a long time, almost an hour. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, it takes only 45 seconds for a person to fall in free fall. A rough calculation is 3,600 seconds, 800,000 meters. The diameter of the earth is only 12,742 kilometers, and he has fallen about 1/15 of the distance. Where is he going? Under normal circumstances, shouldn't the depth of the main road be after 100 kilometers? This is 800 kilometers, 8 times the original. Is he falling towards the underworld? Rumble. After falling for more than 10 minutes, almost a million meters, Lisu finally heard a movement, and a huge roar came from below. The sound was extremely loud. It was obviously coming from the outside, but through the vibration, the body was also shaking. His transformation technique was shaking, and the combined Deo rhyme was trembling, and he was about to break away. Instantly, Lisu's soul was surging. Can he escape? He can't. Now he is in the pile of demon souls, and not far away are his old neighbors, the number 4 centipede demon and the scorpion demon, who are trapped underground because of him. Look at their appearance. It is so miserable that it is indescribable and disgusting. The soul is bumpy and has been bitten to pieces. The body is full of demon souls, drilling here and there. The innate magical powers are all disturbed, trembling and twisting. Because of the demon souls, every cell of this seems to have a consciousness, their own thoughts, and they all want to move on their own. The hairs are occupied, wanting to get rid of the restraints of the body, wanting independence and freedom. Even so miserable, they are still alive, and their souls are still wailing and screaming. The way demon souls devour souls can only be said to be too cruel. It is just like humans eating ice cream, licking it with the tongue. Under normal circumstances, the ice cream will be licked off quickly and gone. The nature of the soul is somewhat different, especially the souls of the magical realm, which have a certain degree of repairability. So the demon souls licked slowly, one mouthful at a time. The big demon soul grabbed the main soul and licked it. The small demon soul quietly went up from the leaking place to lick it. They used consensus very well, and did not rush in and lick it into bones directly, but after licking for a while, they would stop and take a short rest, let the ice cream recover a little, and then continue. Faced with such a result, Lisu shuddered and felt that Link Eye was not so cruel, right? From a distance, he felt that his crotch was a little wet, and his face could not help but change. So in the face of this vibration that could shake off his transformation technique, Lisu could not help but tighten his words, and the face of the transformation demon soul turned blue, and he could not go all out to suppress his own Deo rhyme that was about to be decomposed, so that it could maintain this transformation technique. In an instant, it was like a person with diarrhea who finally found a public toilet, but found that there were people in all the rooms, and his face turned purple. Of course, it was not only Lisu who was uncomfortable, but also the demon souls. This sound was very soul-piercing. The power was like a steel needle with a barb on it. It would not only pierce into your body, but also hook your soul out. This was why Lisu felt that his Deo Yun was about to crack. The body of the demon soul was composed of souls, and it was not resistant enough to this thing. On the other hand, the centipede demon and the scorpion demon were much better at this moment. They quickly seized the opportunity, barely shook off the big devil's hand, and accelerated to the place where the sound was vibrating. Facing this scene, the big devil was not only a little furious, but also flew away. How could he bear it? This couldn't be done. Countless demon souls rushed up and chased after him. Without a doubt, Lisu was also swept over and rushed to the deepest place. Finally, the end was reached. There, it was shining and dazzling. Like a huge whirlpool, it was flowing clockwise. The sound that shook Lisu's Deo Yun was resounding from inside, making a rustling sound, and getting more and more intense. Although he was extremely unwilling, Li Su was still swept by countless demon souls and rushed into the vortex. Immediately, the world spun, and the 5 internal organs seemed to be shaken to pieces. Li Su screamed and could no longer control his transformation technique, returning to his original appearance. In an instant, the demon souls around him were stunned and could not help turning their heads. Li Su's scalp exploded immediately. There were so many eyes, so dense that he could hardly see the end. Not only that, a big devil not far away turned his head, his eyes widened, and there was a blazing fire in them, as if he had seen a woman with diamonds, and they all turned into torches. Fuck. Li Su screamed in his heart. Pit father, feeling that he was unlucky, this 100,000 demon cave did not play by the rules. It was fine to collect so quickly, but when he got down there, such a thing actually happened. He took a deep breath directly, regardless of whether there was air in this place, and what he inhaled, he had to take this breath. Then he moved, and the ghost domain opened directly, and countless demon souls were swallowed by him in an instant. The black mud stirred wildly, turning into a huge vortex, shaking back and forth like a washing machine, and directly swallowed thousands or tens of thousands of demon souls in one breath, and quickly submerged, swallowed, and extracted the soul light and power of the demon souls. At the same time, his Buddha kingdom was also shaking, and began to absorb a large amount of the core of the spiritual vein stored in it, which was even the Zhou clan. Thunder method, transformation. Buddha kingdom, transformation. In an instant, Li Su completed the double transformation without any hesitation. At this time, it was imminent, and there was no need to worry about how huge the reaction of transformation would be. He had to complete the 4 transformations, improve his strength, and rush out of here. He must not fall into the hands of the demon soul, especially the hands of the big demon soul, which would really be a cruel scene, and he would be doomed. In an instant, the 2 fundamental methods were transformed, and Li Su's body began to tremble. His soul was unexpectedly in this place, and at this time, it rushed out of his body. But the soul body began to glow, and the Dao rose, and fell on the body, and the Dao rhyme spread. The sky rained down, and the ground surged with golden light. On the soul, something appeared, a majestic little man, and a golden lotus with Buddha light in the sky. Those were the 2 great Dao fruits that Li Su cultivated during the period of a Chinese ghost story. The Yuanshan Dao fruit sprayed black and white thunder from its mouth and nose, and the yin and yang were entangled on its body. When it appeared, its little eyes were one white and one black. There was a picture rising and falling in the sky above its head, half white and half black. The lotus Dao fruit was constantly vibrating, and every petal was dancing. There were scriptures floating from the petals, turning into a supreme chapter in the void. In the supreme chapter, there was a golden lotus with endless merits blooming. The appearance of the 2 great Dao fruits immediately caused an extremely strong vibration. As the owner, Li Su couldn't help but be shocked and lost consciousness. In an instant, a green sword light shot up into the sky, and the Kingping sword fruit jumped out from between Li Su's eyebrows. It flew high, growing against the wind, and the 4-color sword intent was earth-shattering. The flesh and blood felt, and were also stimulated. The boundless life fire erupted from Li Su's body. The blazing flames from the sky turned into a picture in the void, a picture that branded the 3 realms, and contained the 5 element. The picture vibrated and erupted with precious light. But, under the chain vibration, Li Su's soul began to emit extremely bright light, and 4 completely different colors of scriptures emerged on his body. They were densely covered on Li Su's body, causing Li Su's soul to transform and sublimate, and adding different properties again. Flesh and blood attribute, immortal attribute, yin and yang attribute, Buddha realm attribute. Li Su's soul opened his eyes, and a terrible light rushed out of his soul, reflecting the surroundings. The 4 major attributes, one is already an extremely terrible, and the combination of 4 is imaginable. As soon as it appeared, the demon soul without a body immediately screamed and wailed. This kind of extreme attribute suppression even exceeded the effect brought by the realm. In terms of soul quality, even if it was a supernatural realm, it was far inferior to Li Su. At this moment, the big demons showed a look of fear on their faces. They couldn't help but retreat, not daring to be illuminated by the light of Li Su's soul. They were not afraid of one kind, but 4 kinds. They couldn't bear it at all. In an instant, Lee Su's surroundings were almost empty. They either avoided it, or were annihilated by his soul light. The big demon souls who were a step slower couldn't help but scream. Their bodies were decomposed, and there were flames rising, sword intent bursting, yin and yang double thunder flashing, and Buddha light bursting. It was not until he arrived at the vortex that Lee Su came back to his senses. The drastic change of his soul ended, the soul flew back, and the life fire, the soul, the lotus, and the sword fruit returned one after another. What's going on? Lee Su was stunned for a moment. The impact brought by the completion of the two fundamental laws made him lose his mind. I thought I had to fight to the death, but in the end, my whole body was already in front of the entrance. Raw. At this time, the big demon soul, that didn't have time to escape, was angry. It rushed directly towards Lee Su. The ant that was supposed to be licked by it, and was possessed by it, actually injured it, leaving a huge injury to its soul. The demon soul was bleeding, and soul light was constantly gushing out. The loss was too great, and must be made up, otherwise it would be like a fish in the sea, attracting countless sharks. Lee Su was stunned for a moment. He didn't even think about it, and directly opened the Buddha Kingdom. But the Buddha Kingdom, that was originally unable to be displayed in the magic realm, suddenly opened at this moment. The lotus fruit was shaking, and a huge kingdom rose from Lee Su's palm, with a diameter of 1 kilometer. Hiss. Facing this scene, the big demon soul took a few breaths of cold air, and Lee Su also took a breath of cold air. The big demon soul rushed too fast, and fell in all of a sudden. It felt like he rushed in himself. As for Lee Su's breath of cold air, it was open too big. What's going on? When fighting with Nizaokian, it was about this size, right? Just kidding. At that time he relied on the power of Bodhisattva to be able to open such a size with a mortal body. In addition to this, the other is his mana, 1500 years of mana. Damn, it's all gone. He knew that the big move would consume a lot of mana. It was like this in the game, but it's okay to consume so much mana. After one move, he couldn't do anything. And the next moment, his Buddha Kingdom directly folded up, directly locked the big demon soul into a small ball, and returned to Lee Su's palm. Lee Su couldn't help but look at the small ball with a little curiosity, because he confiscated it, and was still thinking about the problem of consuming mana. At this moment, in the Buddha Kingdom, the light is immeasurable. The 8 merits of water, 500 arhats, and 3000 bhikkhunis are beating the big devil, not under the control of Lee Su, but under the control of his lotus fruit. The petals kept vibrating, and the supernatural power itself seemed to come alive, fighting autonomously, draining his mana to fight the big demon soul. How to describe this feeling? Artificial upgrade to automation? The magical power can fight by itself. Lee Su was shocked and puzzled. He could feel that the magical power of the Buddha Kingdom was still his. The lotus Deo fruit was equivalent to the soul he had separated. There was no mutation, no accidents or great terror. He could control it if he wanted to, and he could just delegate it if he didn't want to. In other words, he didn't need to control the battle specifically. The Deo fruit could fight by itself. Not only the Buddha Kingdom, Lee Su felt it slightly, and the Yuanshan Deo fruit and Kingping sword fruit could also do the same. The flesh and blood supreme was a little bit short, not because of the insufficient grade, but because of the insufficient spirituality. It needed to be supplemented and completed to finally transform into the Deo fruit. Lee Su blinked his eyes to express his shock. Is the fundamental law so awesome? In other words, in the future, when he fights with others, he can just throw a magical power over and ignore it? With this thought in mind, Lee Su fell into the vortex and disappeared. I came back at 5:30, and now it's 8:30. I'm really clumsy at typing. Chapter 265. The horse's face is very long. Lying on the ground, Lee Su felt pain all over his body. It was a burning pain. Why did it hurt so much? If you have to say it, it was like he failed to show off by diving, and then fell directly into the water. Lee Su hit the ground. Even though he was driving the Vajra realm, his nose was flattened, and he had a comminuted fracture. Fortunately, he practiced the supreme flesh and blood, and his body could reorganize and heal itself. Otherwise you would see a paperman. The air density is so low, too low. To describe it, the air density in the mortal world is 1000, and the earth fairy world is 10,000, so here it is only 10. and if you observe with the naked eye, you will find that there is no life in the air here, not even floating matter. The gases in the space are all extremely irritating gases, highly toxic, acutely toxic, and a slight breath will send a numb feeling to the respiratory nerves. The cell activity is reduced, and there is a sense of fatigue. Lee Su is in the realm of magic power, and he is also the ceiling of the ceiling, the kind of existence that has overturned the ceiling. He is like this, and mortals will probably die quickly as soon as they arrive here. The gravity is also strong, and the body seems to be filled with lead. The gravity here is not only for the flesh, but also for the soul. The weight increases by about 1 ton per millimeter on average, which is very uncomfortable. Lee Su struggled to stand up, and his eyes, ears, and sense of touch all felt extremely uncomfortable. The environment was too harsh, and not friendly to life. Well, it looks like I'm going to be uncomfortable for a while. He thought so. Then, his flesh and blood began to vibrate spontaneously, and the cells began to breathe, spew out scriptures, and show the great way. Something magical was happening. Lee Su was shocked. His body was growing and changing rapidly. Through the sensory nerves, his lungs were vibrating, and he actually began to actively absorb and digest this toxic gas. The circulatory system was also changing, showing the properties of plants, and sprouting directly, taking root on these toxic gases, absorbing nutrients, and self-transforming. The soul was also vibrating, and began to glow. The same changes as the body appeared, self-changing and self-evolving. The evolution that originally took thousands or tens of thousands of years to play out and occur was changed at a speed of hundreds of years per second. It began to adapt to the environment here, and became a life form that could survive in such a place. When he came back to his senses, the world's constraints on him, and the pressure on his body were basically gone. Not only that, with the operation of this artifact, Lee Su found that he could absorb energy again. In this extremely harsh world, he restored his strength little by little, and it was no longer a simple consumption. Well, there is no doubt that his 3 views were refreshed again. After the Buddha kingdom, the supreme flesh and blood also became quite spiritual. Fortunately, there was no scale armor, bone spurs or the like, otherwise Lee Su would have a headache for a while. The world no longer suppressed him, and he finally had the spare energy to look at the world with his eyes. Gray. All he saw was gray. Lee Su couldn't help but shiver, and quickly took a look around him. There was no green water, no red hair. Fortunately, it was not that place. He took a breath, and the gray sky undoubtedly really scared him. He thought he had entered the terrible place he had seen, because of the fundamental law. Is this the deepest part of the 100,000 demon cave? It is dead and lifeless. There is nothing, no flowers, trees, or grass. Looking around, it is bare. He also did not find the traces of the scorpion spirit and the number 4 centipede spirit who fell with him and finally escaped. They should have fallen to other places. Squatting down, Lee Su grabbed a handful of soil in his hand, and soon he clapped his hands and threw the soil away. Dead. This soil is dead. It is similar to the yellow sand in the desert, exuding a dead air. Even if you throw seeds in, they will not survive. The whole world, except for the place where the huge vortex is located, can see a little movement, and the whole world gives people a dead feeling. It seems that there is nothing. Lee Su suddenly froze. As he turned 360 degrees to watch, he couldn't help but widen his eyes and looked at the huge vortex standing in the void behind him. There were 5 smaller tunnels on it. They kept spinning, and the speeds were different. But after taking a look, he couldn't help but be attracted by it. Not only did he stare at it, but he couldn't help but raise his feet and walk towards it. It was not beautiful, but it was so attractive that the soul was addicted to it and wanted to be pulled away. Clang. Just as Lee Su unconsciously walked towards the huge vortex, a sword sounded. It was the Kingping sword fruit. It was vibrating, and a peerless sword intent spewed out, washing his soul. The cold sword intent was like a basin of water, which woke Lee Su up on the spot. His neck was cold, and he felt like someone was holding a dagger and gesturing back and forth. Hiss. Lee Su took a breath and almost sat on the ground. Good guy, really good guy. This reminder method is so different and awakening. He had a feeling that he would not wake up like this, and the next moment King Pingjan would definitely stab directly, really stabbing. Damn, do you have to be so cruel? But if you are not cruel, you can't stand steadily, replied. Li Su was stunned, his eyes widened, his face was in disbelief, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching. Not only did King Pingjan Guo answer, but this answer was quite deja vu, as if the grown-up self was talking to the child self, and he was the one talking, but the vision was different. King Pingjan Guo's soul is closer to the period when Li Su was a child, when he was influenced by martial arts and immortal heroes. Simply put, his mentality at that time was that he would rather die than be free, and the greatest heroes are those who serve the country and the people. Then if you are not cruel, you can't stand steadily, and people don't talk much, or being cruel to others is not cruel, but being cruel to yourself is really cruel. I don't feel ashamed. People of a big country have the mentality of people of a big country. As long as I'm not embarrassed about the dark history, you must be embarrassed. The main reason is that Li Su feels that his mentality of King Ping Sword Fruit is very easy, to be angry with the sky, the earth and the air. If he lets it go out to fight the enemy, he always feels that it will fight the opponent to the end of the sky and the underworld until it dies. Li Su took a deep breath and calmed his emotions. It's okay. If the magical power wants to be reckless, then it can be reckless. It's okay if he doesn't reckless. Anyway, it can be repaired if it is broken, right? At this moment, he slowly raised his head and looked at the big whirlpool not far away with a solemn expression. He directly used the fundamental method to suppress his own soul and frowned. That thing is very evil. It can actually pull people's souls and be attracted to it unconsciously. If it weren't for the timely occurrence of King Ping Sword Fruit to wake him up, if he continued to walk like this, God knows what would happen. And just now I was attracted by the vortex and didn't pay attention, but now I see that the vortex is very abnormal, it is reversing, and a lot of things are pulled out from it. One big and 5 small are spitting out something. It is the devil soul. Countless devil souls are spewed out from the 6 tunnels and fall down. Looking at it, you can see a finger width of it from a distance of almost 10,000 miles. If it is close at hand. Recalling, through the memory of blood and flesh cells, Li Su found that he seemed to be spit out from there, but unlike the soul that fell directly, because he had a physical body, he was thrown out directly and fell 10,000 miles away, smashing a huge deep pit. Li Su frowned slightly. So many devil souls fell, but it was obvious that there were no devil souls floating in the world he was in, which meant that there should be something below. Let's go and take a look first. After all, there is only one place where you can see something. And if you want to get out of this place, let alone other methods, you have to look slowly. On the contrary, the vortex, since the reverse is sucking it back, maybe the forward rotation is spitting it out. He went straight on the road and walked towards the direction of the vortex. As he walked, he observed and checked the surroundings, capturing the movement in the air, especially the underground, which was within his capture range. Although the overall look was dead, who knows if there would be anything. It would be great if there was nothing, but if there was, he had to be careful. In this kind of world, who knows what species there would be. Li Su walked very carefully, did not dare to fly, and remained alert. He walked all the way at a very fast speed. Although the road was very rugged, he walked no less than 100 kilometers in half an hour. There were mountains and rivers. Well, it should be said that the riverbed, which means that this world should have been normal. Along the way, the journey was quickly halfway through. There were no creatures, which made Li Su feel relieved, but he couldn't help frowning. It would be a troublesome thing for the whole world to be without creatures. No creatures often means no civilization, which basically means that he can only explore everything by himself. What is this smell? So fragrant. Li Su suddenly stopped and couldn't help looking at a hill not far away. There was a strong and extremely fragrant smell coming from there. Just smelling it, Li Su couldn't help but drool. It was so fragrant. It was just like when you have been hungry for dozens of days and suddenly someone put a plate of fried rice in front of you, or just like the familiar dishes made by your mother were placed in front of you after a day of exercise. Li Su couldn't help it. He moved his body and ran directly over there. Soon he turned over the hill and looked at the place where the smell came from. There was a flower there with red stamens, which was extremely eye-catching and could be seen as soon as he came up. There was a fragrance floating out, which was very big, heavy, and fragrant. He shouldn't have felt hungry, but he was a little hungry. Just as he raised his foot, his fundamental law vibrated again, and the ancient Daoguo that spit out black and white thunder was vibrating, issuing a warning. Lee Su paused, and the next moment he couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, and his face turned blue. What's wrong with this world? Do you like to attack people's souls so much? The vortex is soul stirring. Is this thing also soul stirring? Flowers? Where are the flowers? That red thing is not a flower. It is an animal life form. Although it has the shape of a flower, it has obvious breathing and heartbeat. The body is constantly spewing red mist, which is scattered in the air, blending into it, and drifting away. The so-called fragrance is that thing. In fact, it is not a fragrance at all, but it is evoking the memory deep in the soul. The smell just now is what Lee Su has experienced before. During that period, he spent all his living expenses in internet cafes in order to surf the internet. After all, when he was in high school, mobile phones were not popular yet, which hurt him badly. This is hunting! Exclamation mark. As proof, at the foot of the flower, its roots are rooted in the body of something, constantly sucking something, making itself more and more rosy, and around it, there are many corpses. Obviously, it has used its strange flower fragrance to trick people. If Lee Su had not been reminded, he would have been caught just now. The thing that the flower hunted was not dead yet. With each suck, the thing below would twist, and its limbs would shake. As for the thing hunted by it, Lee Su said it was a thing, not a person. The main thing was that it looked like a human, but not entirely human. It had hooves, the same kind of hooves as cows and horses, and a thick robe on its body. Its face could not be seen, and it was covered by flowers. It had hands and 5 fingers like a human, but on the fingertips were small hooves instead of nails. Human? Or a demon? Was it a failed transformation? It was difficult for Lee Su to describe, but this was not the point. The point was whether to save or not. With each suck of the red flower, the opponent's breath was getting weaker, and the life was being sucked away by the thing. If it dragged on for too long, the opponent might be gone. But he was a little hesitant to take action. He didn't know how strong the red flower was. One hand of soul stealing was undoubtedly quite tricky. If there were other means, it would be very troublesome to deal with. To be honest, compared to this kind of opponent, he would rather face the demon tribe who could only rush. After a slight hesitation, Lee Su still made a move. The person under the other party's body was valuable and could help him quickly understand the situation in this world. If the other party was not going to get along with him in a friendly manner, he also had ways to do it, such as questioning the soul. As soon as the thought fell, the Kingping sword fruit moved. Lee Su naturally did not go over. Not only did he not go, but he also retreated 1,000 meters. The Kingping sword fruit that had left its body was different. It was very angry and cunning. Twice already, whether it was the whirlpool or the red flower, one or two were trying to hook its main soul. Did it think it was easy to bully, right? Kingping Huaguang, Xiang's and Hangguang appeared. In an instant, it passed a distance of 2 kilometers and chopped it down with a sword. Hang Hua obviously didn't expect it. After all, it was very special and had strange abilities that could confuse souls. In this world, it was basically at the top of the food chain. All life would automatically come to be eaten by it without any resistance. The moment the Kingping sword arrived, a red mist burst out from its body, increasing its temptation, trying to capture the Kingping sword fruit. However, an obvious problem is that, although the Kingping sword fruit has a soul, it is essentially a sword. This scene is as funny as playing the lute to a cow. Therefore, in the astonished eyes of Han Hua, the Kingping sword did not pause, and cut off its head with one sword, and the beating heart was cut open. A shadow floated from Han Hua's body, and it let out a wail, and the account was settled. So simple. In the distance, Lee Su was stunned for a moment, watching Han Hua, who was pulled down directly, and had no vitality, and couldn't help blinking. After waiting for a while, after confirming that the thing was really dead through the Kingping sword fruit, Lee Su walked up, approached. He just walked in, and because the main body died, the roots of the red flower rooted in the head of the hoofed man also lost their strength and fell from his face. At a glance, Lee Su couldn't look away. Good guy, really good guy. The legendary horse face is so long, it's probably like this. Looking at the other person's horse face, it seemed to have been sucked for too long, and now it was stretched very long. Chapter 266 Fengdu. Zalulululu. The heroic and unrestrained laughter resounded through the sky. Brother Horse-Faced quickly recovered and regained consciousness. When he woke up, his horse face was stunned when he saw Lee Su, and then he couldn't help but said, "Human race. It's been too long since I last saw it, so even such a weird face makes me miss it. No, this heartbeat, breathing, alive. I've lived a long time. There are actually living people running here. Is this an old man hanging himself, tired of living? Little brother, how about we talk? What's wrong with you? Brother Ma is a very friendly person." He laughed, sat up, and patted his side and said, "Come and talk, young people. As long as you have a life, live slowly. Why are you in a hurry to die? Sooner or later, that day will come, and when the time comes, Leo Hei and Leo Bei will come to find you. Just settle down and wait. Mortals will die one day. There is no need to be so impatient. Old brother, let me tell you, if you really die early, before the time comes, then how long you should have lived in your life, how long you will have to stay in the underworld after death. It's so miserable. One day in heaven is 1 year on earth. That's the rule of heaven. But the underworld is different. 1 year in the underworld is equal to 1 day on earth, which is the opposite. Why is there a saying that ghosts who died unjustly cannot be reborn? Generally, people who died unjustly have a lot of unfinished life left. When they come to the underworld, it will not take decades or hundreds of years to finish their stay. It will take at least 1,000 years. But is the underworld a good place? No, not to mention the ghostly aura here. If you smell the air, it is highly poisonous. How can ordinary people's souls bear it? Staying one more day is no different from going to the 18 levels of hell. It is so painful, but you can't die. Well, this guy is still a chatterbox. He kept talking for a quarter of an hour before he stopped with a feeling of unfulfilled desire. Then he stood up, patted Lee Su on the shoulder and said, "Well, forget it. Since you are here, let's go. You can't go back anyway." Where to go? Damn. So he talked nonsense for a whole quarter of an hour. Lee Su was stunned for a moment and was shocked by the operation of the horse-faced man. He sat on the ground for a long time, talking to people like a caring elder brother and comforting them, telling them to cherish their lives and not die in vain, and wait for Leo Hei and Leo Bei to come to find him. As a result, he turned around and said, "You can't go back. You will be beaten for your way of life." What if someone who really has no interest in life and just wants to reincarnate quickly heard it? I'm afraid his mentality would be broken on the spot. However, Leo Hei and Leo Bei, you are not talking about the black and white impermanence, right? And this face? The ox-headed horse face? Lee Su looked up and glanced at the spiral not far away. Although he couldn't believe it, this is the underworld? The place written in Journey to the West? Has he entered the world fragment again? Is it an open world fragment like the Cliff of Seeking the Way? But this is not right, right? If the one in front of him is really the underworld horse-faced man, how could he be almost killed by a flower-shaped life? Although the ox-headed horse face is just a ghost messenger of the underworld, and he performed very poorly in front of Sun Wukong, are they weak? Absolutely not weak. Sun Wukong, who just came back from Body Patriarch, is not weak. Although the underworld is also acting, and the big guys haven't appeared, it doesn't mean that Sun Wukong is really weak. He is the Monkey King. Little brother, I don't want to be a bad guy either, but since you have come to the underworld, although I really want to send you back, I'm powerless. I can only express that the underworld welcomes you. Come, I will send you to a place specially for people like you. Spend this not so peaceful old age in the underworld, and finally turn into ashes to contribute to the underworld. Looking at Lee Su standing there motionless, the horse-faced man sighed. If possible, he didn't want to do it. Lee Su thought for a while, then pointed to the other party's body and said, "I think for my life-saving benefactor, you can stop rushing to take me somewhere, and explain first why the ghosts in the underworld almost died at the hands of this thing." HMM. The horse-faced man was stunned for a moment, then lowered his head. When he saw the flower demon lying beside him, his eyes shrank, but then he couldn't help showing a look of surprise. Then he clapped his hands and finally remembered something and said, "Xiaohong, my poor Xiaohong, why did you die?" "Alas, that's right. You look a little weird, and what you do is a little immoral. It's easy to be labeled as evil. Of course, you are indeed. I originally planned to use you to enjoy some memories from a long time ago. When I came back to my senses, I roasted and ate you. After that, he picked up the weird flower demon and threw it directly into the horse's mouth to chew. Well, the taste has lost a lot. There is a sword intent. I always feel that I have felt it somewhere, but the flavor is still good, and the spiciness is very high." Looking at the appearance of the horse-faced man, Li Su was stunned for a moment. Did he misunderstand? But why do I feel that this guy has become much better since he ate the flower demon? All donkeys, donkeys. The horse-faced man raised his head and laughed. "I didn't expect it. I didn't expect that little brother would be my savior. Although I didn't let you save him, I'm still very grateful for your kindness. Let's go, old horse. I will take you to the place where you will be settled. Don't worry, I will especially tell the ghost messenger guarding there to take care of you so that you won't be too uncomfortable for the rest of your life, which is much better than wandering around outside." Li Su thought about it and nodded. Although he always felt that the horse-faced man in front of him was a little bit wrong, since it was the underworld, with his relationship with the heaven, the underworld should not embarrass him. As for the horse-faced man, having bad intentions towards him, it was a joke. The bull-headed horse-faced man was very strong. That was for ordinary mortals, not for him. Today's Li Su, although not a great sage, has the qualifications of a small sage, so it is not a problem to beat him. So, Li Su followed the horse-faced man directly on the road, and the direction was correct, still heading towards the place where the demon soul fell. "Oh, right, brother horse-faced. Just call me Old Ma. I'm your savior." "Then what's that, Old Ma?" Li Su nodded obediently. After all, he was a man of status in the heavenly court. He was the nephew-in-law of the great celestial lord and the brother-in-law of the god of justice. He was also a well-known person. He pointed at the 6 whirlpools, 1 large and 5 small, and said, "There is a big whirlpool in the sky, and things are constantly falling down. That is the 6 paths of reincarnation, which is responsible for the reincarnation of souls. Unfortunately, something went wrong. 6 paths of reincarnation? The one that was the incarnation of the Queen of Peace. The system that maintains the balance between heaven and earth and the reincarnation of souls?" When Li Su heard Horse-Faced say that this was the underworld, he had a vague guess, and it was indeed true. But, something went wrong? What do you mean? Problem? What's the problem? The horse-faced man shook his head and said, "I don't know. I just heard from the people above that it seems that the world is different. The whole world has undergone earth-shaking changes. The 6 reincarnations cannot be connected to the 3 realms, and the souls cannot be sent into the reincarnation. Look carefully to see if there are souls falling down. Yes, there are a lot of them, falling down from the 6 tunnels." 6. The horse-faced man opened his eyes wide. "Yes, is there anything wrong?" No. The horse-faced man's face was a little red. He smiled and shook his head and said, "Under normal circumstances, you can only see one of the 6 reincarnations. The more you see, the more directions you can turn around. The little brother is really not an ordinary person. He has great virtues. He can see all 6. If the 6 reincarnations are still normal, he can directly turn around and become a celestial being." Li Su was surprised. Really? There is also such a saying that the number of directions you can turn around depends on how many directions you can turn around. The celestial being, if I remember correctly, will directly become an immortal body if you turn around. The horse-faced man took a breath, looked up at the unchanged sky, and then said, "Let's go, little brother. It's getting late. We need to speed up." Li Su was stunned for a moment. This lifeless sky, is there still a sky color? The underworld is different from the human world. It is grey during the day and bloody at night. It is basically lifeless during the day and there is not much danger. It will be different at night. The blood color will be everywhere here. There is a sea of blood surging in the distance. Look back. The far west is still grey, but you can already feel a hint of red. Turning around, you don't say, I didn't notice it just now, but now I see it again. Very light. What is that light red? Did you see it? The horse-faced man's tone was a little high. Yes, I saw it. The horse-faced man took a breath and directly quickened his pace and said, that is the sea of blood. It has already turned red. Brother, speed up. Once that thing appears, it will come very quickly. The creatures underground will also be frightened. It will come out from deep underground. When that time comes, it will be very dangerous. Lee Su was also shocked. Sea of blood. This thing is very famous. The Taoist temple of the Styx patriarch? Upon hearing this, the horse-faced man trembled. He quickly said, little brother, be careful with your words. Don't call the great man by his name. We will hear you. Go, go, go. He stretched out his hand to grab Lee Su and ran away. He was tall, probably more than twice as tall as Lee Su. His feet were like the wind, and he could cover hundreds of meters in one step. He ran very fast. Lee Su was not surprised by the horse-faced man who was obviously a little flustered. The Styx patriarch was undoubtedly famous, not to mention one of the pseudo-saints in the prehistoric period. He also held a treasure in his hand, the 12th grade Karma Fire Red Lotus, which was at the same level as the 12th grade Merit Golden Lotus. Moreover, looking back, Lee Su found that the red color was even stronger. If there was only a red light rising just now there would be a trace of blood. Not only that, through his perception, he found that there were constant fluctuations coming from the ground behind him. Unlike the previous dead air, it seemed that something was struggling and reviving. Lee Su frowned slightly. Although the Styx patriarch was also a character in the myth, this thing was not a good thing. He was a pseudo-saint and a peerless demon. If the other party was really in the sea of blood, he didn't think that their meeting would be a scene of fellow villagers meeting each other with tears in their eyes. However, what was the situation with this horse-faced demon? Why didn't it fly? Although it ran very fast. Asterisk 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 the old horse took Lee Su to run very fast, leaving a residual image, bursting out with an unparalleled speed, and directly took him over the mountains and ridges, constantly heading towards the direction of the 6 reincarnations. As they kept getting closer, the 6 reincarnations became larger and larger, and the river composed of the demon souls that kept flowing down became larger and larger. Not only that, the zapping sound heard outside the 6 reincarnations before began to be heard from the bottom of his heart. What exactly was that sound? Lee Su frowned. After recovering his original body, although he still felt a little uncomfortable, he was much better. Finally, after the horse-faced warrior took Lee Su directly over a huge mountain range, Lee Su saw what was under the river of demon souls. It was a millstone, an extremely huge millstone. The sound came from it and continued to spread. It was extremely huge, thousands of feet high, and even though it was very far away, he could still feel its hugeness. What really shocked Lee Su was the situation on the huge millstone. The millstone was also reversing. Countless demon souls fell from the sky and fell into the center of the millstone. Then, one by one, flesh and blood bodies retreated from the center and returned to the bridge on the huge millstone. There were many bridges, hundreds of them, and various creatures kept retreating from them, as if time was flowing backwards. Under the millstone, countless blood and water were surging, returning to the inside along the reversed millstone. What is this? Question mark? Lee Su's pupils shrank, and his spine felt a little cold. It was like a scene of time flowing backwards, which was really amazing to watch. Not only that, as their eyes made contact, Lee Su felt the figure constantly echoing in his ears and soul, and even felt as if he was being stirred into it, grinding his soul, and making sparks fly. Unable to help it, Lee Su looked at the old horse that was pulling him to run wildly and said, "Old horse, what is that millstone? Millstone? Have you seen the millstone?" The out-of-breath horse-faced man couldn't help but look back at this moment, staring at Lee Su with his eyes wide open, revealing an incredible look. "I have seen it. What's the problem? What does the millstone look like? What else can a millstone look like? Isn't it the same? I mean, how big is it? 10,000 feet high, or 1,000 feet high?" The horse-faced man shuddered, turned around and said, "That's the flesh and blood millstone. It was originally the last step for a living being to reincarnate. Jump into it and use the millstone to crush everything, leaving only the true soul, and reincarnate again. Isn't it drinking Mengpio soup? Meng. The horse-faced man shuddered. He didn't answer, but said, "Okay, little brother, you can see it now. Look over there. That's where you will be placed." The horse-faced man pointed to the front, which immediately distracted Lee Su's attention. Lee Su couldn't help but look up. It was a city, a very big city. There were people. 2 teams of soldiers stood at the city gate, holding weapons from an unknown dynasty, standing there. Without waiting for Lee Su to react, the horse-faced man pulled him to the front of the city. When he landed, he took a deep breath, and the whole horse relaxed a lot. He smiled and said, "We are here." Lee Su blinked and looked up at the city in front of him. Not to mention the ghost soldiers standing on both sides. The key point is that there are 2 big words written on the top of the city. Fengdu. He took a breath, and was about to say something. The horse-faced man who had been pulling him suddenly jumped away, and then shouted in an extremely sharp voice, "The living, this is a living, who can directly see the 6 reincarnations without being shaken by the soul, who has no reaction to the blood river, and who can see the 1,000-foot flesh and blood grinding wheel. Quick, catch him, catch him, this is definitely a peerless old devil." In an instant, the ghost soldiers lying on both sides turned their heads, and looked at Lee Su intently. Lee Su froze on the spot. What the hell? Chapter 267, Judge of the Underworld. There were about 20 people in the 2 teams of ghost soldiers. The moment the horse-faced man finished speaking, weapons appeared in their hands, a chain with a hook knife. Without saying anything, they attacked Lee Su directly. They acted in perfect harmony, and had cooperated for a long time, for thousands of years. They attacked in an instant, and the attacks came directly and overwhelmingly, without any difference in order, as if one person attacked. This way of attack has already exceeded the scope of siege, but has formed a height of magical power. The so-called skill is to advance the way. Even Lee Su, at the moment of the attack, could not find any flaws, and had no way to escape directly from their intertwined net. He could only watch the hook like a net falling on him. Lee Su was not panicked. Although the horse-faced man's behavior surprised him, he dared to come here, based on 2 reasons. The first, of course, was his identity. As the nephew-in-law of the great heavenly venerable and a disciple of the 6 saints, although his relationship with the underworld was not very good, he had also learned a little bit of the underworld. It was reasonable that, if he was really a person from the underworld, he should not dare to fight with him. Second, it is strength, and this is the key point, his greatest confidence. Ox-headed and horse-faced, genius of the underworld. It sounds undoubtedly noble, but in terms of strength, it is just so-so. Their most powerful means is not actually combat power, but the ability to hook souls. Even if the Monkey King is on the book of life and death, facing the death of the black and white impermanence, his soul is still hooked to the underworld. For example, the attack of these 20 ghost soldiers now is also aimed at his soul, trying to hook his soul out. Diamond Dragon Realm. After thinking for a while, golden light began to float on the surface of Lee Su's body, and the golden light turned into grains of golden sand. The world was born in the golden sand. 1 grain of sand, 1 world, 3,000 golden sands, 3,000 worlds. 1 world is divided into 3,000 small worlds, and each small world has a dragon, rising up with a wish. But, with a loud bang, Lee Su was blessed, and protected by 9 million dragons, and the 8 heavenly dragons were on his body. In the big dragon world, 7 color precious light was shining, and tree shadows were moving. Ding. 20 hooks fell directly on Lee Su's body. 20 yin soldiers exerted their strength at the same time, trying to pull out his soul. But the great Dao appeared on the hooks, the Dao rhyme was shining, the cold light was ringing, and the extremely yin power burst out. Lee Su was not unfamiliar with this power. He had come into contact with it before, and finally learned it. It was the power of Taiyin, the strongest power possessed by Nizaokian, which could purify the soul, expel filth, and had an indestructible power. The horse-faced man smiled, pretending to laugh, and said, "No matter how cunning you are, if you are hooked by the soul-binding rope, there is only one result. No matter how strong your soul is, you will be pulled out." It's worth it for me to run thousands of kilometers to find it. Today I can finally have a big meal and fill my belly. Damn it, I didn't expect that after thousands of years. It has weakened to such an extent that it was almost eaten by a flower of flesh and blood that was nurtured by the blood of the devil. Fortunately, I, the old horse, was smart and fooled it. Little brother, don't blame me for being unkind. If you come here, you are basically dead. Without a body, even if your soul is strong, it will eventually be polluted by this world, and eventually turned into blood by the flesh and blood millstone, becoming a celestial disaster. It's better to help us, and let us nourish our souls. In the hook, Lisu's eyes flashed. There was no doubt that he saw that he was caught by the hook, and the horse-faced man vomited a lot of things. However, soul? Without a body? What is this guy talking about? My body is in my body. Blood sin? Blood and flesh grinding wheel. Are you talking about the devil's soul? Gap. The ghost soldiers began to exert their strength. They knew the souls too well. 20 hooks burst into cold air, trying to freeze Lisu's 3 souls and fix his 7 spirits so that his power would have nowhere to go. In the end, he could only be divided and become fish meat. However, the ghost soldiers' faces changed slightly after pulling. How to describe it? They felt as if their hooks were not set on people, but hooked on the scales of an extremely huge dragon. They exerted their full strength, their magic power vibrated, and their magical powers glowed. The ground under their feet collapsed under their feet, but it was obvious that the target was motionless and could not be pulled at all. This was not the first time that the ghost soldiers of these two teams cooperated. They had done this kind of thing for thousands of years. From time to time, souls fell from the 6 reincarnations, and they were hooked, slaughtered, and eaten. They exerted more and more strength, using all their strength. On the side, the horse-faced man was also constantly yelling at them to exert their strength, and was still calculating that he almost lost his life. This time he must get the lion's share, half of it, so he could eat thoroughly, eat to his heart's content, and satisfy his craving. However, even if the chains were stretched straight and deformed, Lisu, who should have been powerless and split into 3 souls and 7 spirits in an instant, still stood there expressionlessly, with golden light flowing on his body, and the Vajra dragon realm did not react at all. Can a few hemp ropes drag the earth? Of course not. However, after listening to the words of the horse-faced man, Lisu's face was a little dark, pure black. Originally, as a time traveler, seeing the institutions such as the Heavenly Court and the Underworld, he was full of nostalgia, just like seeing his childhood playmates, full of nostalgia. After all, when he was a child, he grew up watching the 1986 version of Journey to the West. Although he felt that the horse-faced man was dishonest and had a plan, when he came here, he didn't say anything, and he still had some tolerance. Now he heard that the other party not only deceived him, but also wanted to eat him. Can he tolerate this? This cannot be. And after a full minute, not only did they fail to pull Lisu's soul, but the 20 ghost soldiers were exhausted and panting. After sweating, the expression of the shouting horse-faced man gradually began to be wrong. Especially when Lisu looked at him with the cold light. His eyes were like swords, piercing his skin and making him feel pain. The horse-faced man's horse face suddenly turned a little pale, and blood and sweat came out of his body. Hey, what are you doing? What are you waiting for? Hurry up. The horse-faced man felt a little guilty, and couldn't help urging him. At the same time, he felt a faint ominous feeling in his heart, because this scene was very similar to the most unlucky time in the underworld, when a monkey was dragged down. I still remember that the monkey kicked me in the waist at that time, and it hasn't healed yet. Once I move, my legs will be weak. One of the 20 ghost soldiers panted and shouted, Master Horsefaced, this person's soul is very strong, and the hook can't pull it at all. Please use the soul distracting bell to hit the soul lock. Hearing this, the horse-faced man's face suddenly looked very bad. So hard. Soul distracting bell. Soul lock. That was all the means of the underworld he mastered. For ordinary souls, let alone collision, just taking them out and shaking them from a distance, making some sounds, would destroy them and only leave the true spirit. However, Seeing Lee Su's increasingly cold eyes, the horse-faced man felt his scalp tingling and his heart trembling, and he dared not drag it on any longer. They had been trapped here for thousands of years, and most of their strength had been lost, and they had no ability to fight for a long time. Immediately, he raised his palm and exerted all his strength. A red light burst out from his huge body, and a silver bell appeared. The horse-faced man took a deep breath, and cold sweat fell down. He used all his strength. The higher the level of the magical power, the greater the consumption. In this world, where it cannot be replenished, being able to use it can almost be said to be squeezing his soul, just like twisting a handkerchief. It is already out of water, but it is still squeezed hard, and finally a drop comes out. It is extraordinary. The silver bell has a fierce light and mysterious properties. Once it appears, the soul can't help but vibrate and be shaken by it. The horse-faced guard took a breath and said, "Hold him for now. Don't let him escape." He slowly stretched out his hand and controlled the silver bell that appeared to fly towards Lee Su. The soul-calling bell, hanging on his head, rings the bell and the 7 souls are shaken, and rings the bell again, and the 3 souls are released. It is aimed at the soul. In this underworld, except for the morning sticks and soul-falling ropes of the black and white impermanence, it can be said to be the strongest underworld magic weapon. Lee Su moved. Although the thing didn't feel good to him, it was far less threatening than the flesh and blood grinding wheel, the 6 reincarnations, and the blood sea and red light, but there was no reason to stand and resist it. A flash of green light, and the sword moved. The King-Ping sword appeared directly in Lee Su's hand, and was grabbed by him. But the sword body rang long, the scriptures appeared, and the chapters of the spiritual treasure were entangled. The legendary sword intent immediately appeared, and the red lights wept up, which was called trapping the immortal. Clang. With a light sound, the soul-catching rope broke, and the soul-calling bell cracked. In the blink of an eye, 20 underworld soldiers, including the horse-faced guard, were directly cut off by Lee Su's sword. The magical power was broken, and the horse-faced horse's face turned green. The sword not only hit the magical power, but also hit his body. Puff. A large mouthful of blood spurted out directly, as if someone had ripped open his chest. The same was true for the ghost soldiers. Although the chains were formed by the power of the moon, they carried their souls. The moment the chains were cut, their souls were also torn apart. Their bodies trembled, and blood spurted out of all 7 orifices. The injuries were very serious, so serious that they fell to the ground with a muffled roar, and could not get up. But they did not care, but stared at Lee Su with their eyes wide open, staring at the green sword in Lee Su's hand. The Xuxin formation in front of the Ji-Pei Pass was broken only after the 4 saints entered the trap. The underworld did not participate in the conferred god war. After all, they had already served in the officialdom, and were not in the catastrophe. Not participating does not mean that they did not know or see. Of course, they saw it. Under the protection of their own queen, they witnessed the power of the saints with their own eyes. In that battle, Ling Bao Xianzhen, holding the Xuxin sword, fought the 4 saints alone. In the endless void, the 4 swords of Xuxin showed their sharpness for the first time. Even though the cold light was separated by a layer, there were still many ghost messengers who were cut apart without the protection of their own saints. If the realm is not enough, it is not good to watch the battle of saints from a distance. In that battle, the 5 saints fought thousands of times, and the world was eclipsed. The mountains and rivers were turbulent, and countless stars in the sky were blown up. The Ling Bao saint slashed with a sword. The sword intent was as brilliant as the gods, and the sword light was like the stars, shocking everything. That is to say, the saints will not die, and that is to say, the 4 saints will appear. Otherwise, there are really few people in this world who can fight the Ling Bao saints. The Taiji diagram, Pangu banner, the 7 treasures wonderful tree, and the 12 great merit golden lotus also illuminate the world. The divine light is like the sun, cracking the void, and the stars are dim. It can be said that, if the battle between the 5 saints had not ended, and not affected the 3 realms, but had taken place in the endless void, outside the prehistoric world, the 3 realms would have long ceased to exist, and all living things would have long since vanished. Even outside the prehistoric world, in the endless wilderness, the situation was extremely tragic and shocking. Countless stars were blown up, and countless demons that were attracted were killed by the aftermath of the five people's fight. In the end, the Lingbao Saint was completely furious and ran away. He used 4 swords to cut through the prehistoric world and wanted to recreate the world. Yes, he did not just recreate the 3 realms, but the entire prehistoric world. In the end, the Taoist master took the leader of the GGO away directly, and the matter was considered over. There is no doubt that, even if it has been said that countless years have passed, and they have been here for an unknown period of time, the horse-faced man and the 20 ghost soldiers will still not forget the memory engraved in their souls. That terrible existence, and the sword he held. King Ping sword? The 4 swords of Zuxan. The horse-faced man's eyes widened, his face was purple with fear, and his heart and gall were broken. Although it was far less powerful than the one in that person's hand, there was no doubt that the aura and sword intent were the same. It was definitely a saint's weapon. However, when his eyes met Li Su's, he saw the other party's dark, cold, and unfriendly eyes. His heart suddenly jumped to his throat, and his 3 souls were scared out of his body. He could see double images. The next moment, he smiled dryly and said, "Brother, no, this sir, I think there is some misunderstanding between us." Misunderstanding? Li Su smiled, his eyes flashing with evil. They had decided to divide him into several parts, and take half for themselves. How could there be a misunderstanding? Old Ma, little Ma, little Ma. You made me understand the feelings of a farmer. Farmer? One day, the farmer found a frozen snake on the roadside. He kindly saved the snake and put it in his arms to prevent it from freezing to death. As a result, the snake woke up and bit the farmer without saying a word, poisoning him to death. Wait, sir. Is there something wrong with your story? It would be painful to die from poisoning. You shouldn't be in pain, right? Little Ma. Yes. You really have a pair of eyes that are good at discovering. Zalulululu. This is the advantage of Little Ma. Very good. Dig it up. Ah. Sir, I was wrong. Without the integrity of a ghost messenger, the horse-faced man prostrated himself without hesitation and lay directly on the ground, holding the King Ping sword. Even Li Su, who was full of murderous intent, couldn't help but pause for a moment, looking at the horse-faced man who was decisively begging for mercy and had no integrity at all. His eyes twitched. Is this a horse-faced man? The horse-faced demon and the ox-headed horse-faced demon? The ghost messenger of the underworld, the card face of the underworld? Thump, thump, thump. At this moment, the sound of the city gate opening suddenly sounded. Li Su couldn't help but look back and looked at the big city with the word Fengdu written on it behind him. The horse-faced demon seemed to have seen a savior at this moment. He rolled up, and as if the previous begging for mercy had never happened, he shouted directly, "Help, Judge, help me, there is a big demon who wants to do evil, extremely cruel, intends to attack the police, disobey discipline, and sneak attack the ghost messenger." Li Su's face turned black, and the hand holding the King Ping sword was making a sound. He wanted to chop the horse-faced demon to death. "Judge, it's useless even if the King of Hell comes." He took a breath. His eyes turned cold. The Yuan Shandao embraced the yin and yang double thunder. The flesh and blood supreme burned a raging fire. The Lotus Daoguo opened the Buddha kingdom and descended to the world. The King Ping sword hummed, and the sword light burst out in all directions. Above his head, the shadow of Pangu banner appeared, moving without wind, making a loud noise, and flashing with divine light that could break through boundaries. The power of the 5 saints, Shanking Saint, Yuking Saint, Lingbao Saint Nuwa Lady, Giant Taoist, and the 5 saints exploded, showing the strongest power of the prehistoric conferred god, although it was far inferior to the 5 saints, far, too much. But when Li Su's power exploded, the horse-faced man was no longer green or purple, but directly white. He sat on the ground with a snap, and his legs were shaking. What the hell? At this moment, the city gate opened, and a figure appeared. When he saw the power of the 5 saints appearing on Li Su, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. His heart was trembling, his eyelids were twitching, and the words he wanted to say were stuck in his throat. Damn, the 5 saints are nothing. Ahem, judge of the underworld, I'm here to meet you, sir. As for the horse-faced man, please hold your breath. When you calm down, we can talk again. No, Judge, you can't do this. You can't do this. The horse-faced man screamed in disbelief, even more incredible. Get out. The judge's old face turned black, and he didn't even look at it. The 5 saints' roots meant that the person in front of him was the descendant of the 5 saints, and a true descendant. Who can afford to offend this? I can't afford to offend him. Let me tell you, except for the Taoist ancestor, no one in the prehistoric world can afford to offend him. Not only that, when he looked up at Lee Su's golden eyes, the judge's chrysanthemum couldn't help but tighten, and he shuddered directly. There's no hope. From now on, there will only be bullheads in the underworld, but no horse-faced man. Chapter 268 The Ancient War. Lee Su didn't kill Horse-Faced in the end. After all, he was a ghost messenger of the underworld. Although the system was different, he still had to give him some face. It must be said that Horse-Faced was lucky. It was not easy for him to live until now with his bad mouth. Sir, please follow me. Seeing that Horse-Faced finally had a breath left, the judge also let out a long sigh, knowing that the other party had shown mercy. The descendant of the 5 saints, in terms of background, there is no one more terrible than him in the prehistoric world. Although it is no longer the prehistoric world, the times are completely different, and the saints have not appeared, but their legends are undoubtedly imprinted on the bones, and in the soul, and they can never be forgotten. Lee Su frowned and looked at the judge deeply, a little doubtful. He was tricked by Horse-Faced. God knows what the judge in front of him is like. And he was asked to go to Fengdu. What if he was beaten up by a group of people? The judge seemed to know Lee Su's fear. There was nothing he could do. Horse-Faced made such a fuss. It would be a pity to trust you. My lord, don't worry about anything. There is no one in Fengdu anymore. What does that mean? Lee Su couldn't help but widen his eyes and looked at the other party in disbelief. No one. Except for the living Fengdu ghost messengers you see now, all others are gone. There may not be many people in the underworld, but there must be thousands or tens of thousands. After all, the underworld is so big, and there are so many people to manage. How can there be only so few left? You have to know that the heaven is basically intact. Did something happen in the underworld? Lee Su asked puzzledly. I look at the sky. My lord, stop. The judge raised his hand very seriously, signaling the other party not to speak. Lee Su was startled. My lord, please come in. Some things are not easy to say outside, the judge said slowly. Lee Su took a deep look at the other party. He was silent for a moment and raised his feet. After all, there was no point in being deadlocked here. In fact, he was very curious, really curious, why there were only so few people left in the underworld. After entering Fengdu, the Yin soldiers soon retreated, dragging the half-dead horse-faced demon in with them. A group of people quickly separated and closed the gate. A dozen stakes engraved with Taoist patterns were lifted up and stuck on the city gate. Another group of people ran to a corner of the city wall and began to shake the turntable. Zap, zap, zap. A huge sound rang out, and the whole thing was sinking extremely quickly. What is this? Lee Su's face was full of doubts. The judge said directly, the blood sea is coming. Lee Su was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but say, that Ming. After saying a word, he quickly suppressed his words. It's okay, there's no problem in here. Here, there is the protection of the Queen's power, and all conversations will not be heard. Queen Pengxin? Undoubtedly, the conferred god did not appear, but there is no doubt that he is the 7th saint of the prehistoric world. There are 9 saints in the prehistoric world. In addition to Panbu, the big boss who opened the sky and died, and Aozu Hanjin, the big boss. He is directly or indirectly related to all the saints. Your Excellency, are you talking about the Styx Patriarch? Yes. He is dead. The Queen used the 6 paths to dismember him, and his body was shattered by a reincarnation, and he was directly nailed to the flesh and blood grinding wheel. Hiss. Lee Su took a breath of cold air. His face turned green. He never expected to hear such explosive content. My Excellency, please follow me. I will explain everything to you, and it is also related to how you can leave this place and return to your own body. The judge kept walking and continued to go deeper into Fengdu. Li Su frowned, but he still followed because he could not feel the other party's malice, and there was no warning at all. Not only that, the ghost domain under his feet was vibrating, communicating with his soul, asking him to go forward. Return to the body? I have a body now. My excellency does have a body, but it is not your body. The judge paused, replied lightly, and did not speak, but continued to go deeper. He walked for a long time, longer than he could imagine. Although when I was outside the city, I felt that Fengdu city was not bad. Although it was not as big as Chang'an and Luoyang, which were the cities of several generations of emperors, it was not small. But as he followed the judge deeper and deeper, Li Su's eyes widened, and he showed a strange expression. According to their pace, they should be able to visit the whole Fengdu in an hour, but in fact, all the way along, whether it was on the left or on the right, it was infinitely extended, and every street that was divided seemed endless. Not only that, what shocked Li Su the most was that most of the places were extremely dilapidated, not the kind of dilapidation that had been too long, but destroyed. A street, at a glance, the ruins were almost endless. Fengdu used to be very lively. It connects the three realms and is the focus of all souls. Usually, there are more than 50 trillion dead souls living in Fengdu, and there are more than 50 billion people working in Fengdu alone. So many? 5 trillion permanent souls? When looking at this size, well, I have to admit that it can fit. This street looks like one street, but if you stepped into it in the past, you would find that it was equivalent to the size of a world at that time, and could accommodate 1 billion people. If you count them, there are 81 horizontal streets and 81 vertical streets, totaling 6,561 streets. The street we are walking on now mainly manages the souls of the 4 states, namely Dongsheng Shenzhou, Nanbuzhenzhou, Bijilazhou, and Zheniazhou. It is the place where Pandu the Great created the world and created the Tao. It is the place of origin and has a population of over 100 billion. Therefore, all the roads in the middle are drawn together and named Zhonghuangdao. I'm just a judge, but I'm the chief of the 3,000 judges of Zhonghuangdao. I have received 1,000 black and white impermanents, the ox-headed and horse-faced impermanents, and 200,000 yin soldiers. The judge smiled with endless nostalgia, recalling the ancient times, the brightly lit here, the underworld at that time, how prosperous and how different. Li Su's eyes widened, and he shouted, fuck in his heart. His whole body was in a mess. 4,000 black and white impermanents, over 10,000 ox-head and horse-faced. Shouldn't the black and white impermanents and the ox-head and horse-face be the same as Mr. Bao Zhanglong, Zhaohu, and Wang Chao and Mahan? Or 1,000 Zhanglong Zhaohu? 10,000 Wang Chao and Mahan? I'm almost scared to death. Okay. As if sensing Li Su's shock, the judge smiled embarrassedly. It's just that your excellency was born in this era. In fact, if it were in ancient times, with your identity, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be qualified to see you. Let alone, even after the conferred god, the Lingbao saint, that your excellency learned from, his worst disciples became star lords. They are not existences that we can reach, they are big shots. Li Su blinked his eyes. The worst disciple of Master Lingbao? So awesome? Even the judge who controlled 1,000 black and white impermanents and had defeated the ox-head and horse-faced gods couldn't reach him? Did I hear it wrong? The judge looked at Li Su and suddenly laughed. Sir, you haven't heard that once you are on the list of conferred gods, your realm will be locked, and you can't improve. So you think your brothers are weak? Isn't that the case? The group of beings from the Jiguo were basically completely defeated by the Qingjiao. You have misunderstood. First of all, although the disciples of the Lingbao saint have not realized a high realm, their combat effectiveness is very strong. Most of them became disciples of the Lingbao saint halfway through. Before that, they were fighting alone. In a place like the prehistoric world, it is not easy to survive as a celestial immortal or a mysterious immortal. Their strength is extremely good. Not only that, after being conferred as a god, their souls were included in the list, almost immortal, and they became even more powerful after possessing the status of a god. They could absorb the stars and divine power into their bodies. They could use the stars as tools alone and transform into supreme divine arts. If any one of the star gods could come to the underworld, he could destroy several realms in Fengdu alone. If they could come together, it would be even more terrifying. Once the 7 stars in the east and the 7 stars in the south appear, even the golden immortals would have to turn around and run away, not daring to confront them head on. At this point, the judge showed a look of longing on his face and said, back then, when the outsiders attacked, the heaven and the underworld were the first to bear the brunt. The 28 constellations were lined up outside and reacted first, evolving the star array and rotating the stars in the sky. The thunder god Puhua was the first to attract the gods of the thunder department and the 9 heavens thunder tribulation to launch the first counterattack. The thunder illuminated the entire 3 realms. Even now, when I think back to it, I can't help but feel my scalp numb and my heart tremble with fear. Fuck, can the star gods use their stars to fight? The gods can also fight when they represent the divine power. How explosive is the fighting power of this heaven? The 28 constellations alone are equivalent to driving 28 stars to fight you. What a fight. Others don't know what stars are? Doesn't he, Lee Soo? No? On the ground, you see it's just a small one, but when you go up, you will know that it's really that big, and most of them are bigger than the earth. Dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of times bigger. We talked and walked all the way. Finally, we reached the end, in front of a huge stone tablet. The judge stopped and asked the ghost soldiers who followed him to carry a stone stool over. After motioning Lee Soo to sit down, he also sat down and said, "Sir, do you have any questions you want to ask? I will tell you everything I know. After I explain your problem, I will solve your current situation." Lee Soo was stunned for a moment. Solve my current situation? The other party asked this question several times, which means that there is really a problem with his physical body. Now this physical body is not his? Is this possible? He took a breath, pondered for a moment, and asked the doubts in his heart. Why did the underworld become like this? Obviously, the heavenly court is fine. Is the heavenly court fine? The judge smiled and said, is it the real heavenly court? Lee Soo's pupils couldn't help shrinking because of this word. The great heavenly venerable also said that he should go to find the real heavenly court after leaving. It seems that the adults also know something. Well, the great heavenly venerable also asked me to find the real heavenly court. The great heavenly venerable! Exclamation mark. The judge couldn't help but be shocked. He didn't expect that the person in front of him had actually met the great heavenly venerable, and the other party also asked him to find the real heavenly court. There are many things in it. The judge paused for a while. In this case, I will directly talk about the situation in the underworld. Of course, it is just a general outline. After all, I don't know the details very well. Lee Soo nodded. Okay. That day, remember that day? The judge slowly raised his head, his eyes dim, looking at the void, with nostalgia and fear in them. The underworld is still so quiet and peaceful, everything is so normal. But suddenly, the sky cracked, and blood was left. All the creatures in the prehistoric world couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, not knowing what happened. Then, 7 sounds, yes, 7 thunder-like sounds exploded. It was the saints, the invincible saints. They were angry. In an instant, the entire 3 realms shook. The sky and the earth lost their color. An unprecedented terrifying force permeated, and the 3 realms became shaky. At this moment, the blood river suddenly glowed. It was the ancestor of the Styx. He ignited the blood river, and the light shone on the infinite void. Then the underworld cracked open, a huge gap appeared, and a huge millstone rushed out from it. It flashed with a destructive divine light, and everything that was illuminated by it was reduced to ashes in front of it. It crossed a distance of tens of millions of miles in an instant and smashed directly in front of the 6 reincarnations, destroying the Nay Bridge, the 3 corpse gods, and the Yellow Springs. Hundreds of millions of dead souls died on the spot, and the terrible divine light was about to tear the underworld apart. Then the queen appeared, and she suppressed the millstone with one finger, tearing the hundreds of millions of destructive divine lights together with the millstone into thousands of pieces. The 6 lights glowed, and directly pulled out the Styx ancestor from the depths of the blood sea, and used the 6 paths to dismember the body in the reincarnation to crush the body, and killed the pseudo-saint Styx ancestor in the 6 reincarnations. Then the queen spoke, all the people in the underworld, listen to my command, follow me to the battle. Hundreds of millions of yin soldiers, a billion bull-headed and horse-faced demons, hundreds of millions of black and white impermanents, tens of millions of judges, and the 10 kings of hell rushed up at the same time, carrying endless yin energy from the ninth world, and killing the outside world. Not only the underworld, but also the heavenly court heard angry shouts. The 3 saints of taking, yuking, and shanking led the gods of the heavens, chasing the stars and the sun. The 2 great saints in the west also took action. They led 100,000 Buddhas, millions of bodhisattvas, and tens of millions of arhats to kill. That battle, really don't know how to describe it. The saints fell, the avenue became a knife, the heaven and earth became swords, the galaxy hung upside down, running through the prehistoric world. In a short moment, above the sky, in the depths of the starry sky, there was endless starlight extinguished, and the universe outside the prehistoric world became a battlefield. At this point, the judge took a breath, and exhaled it for a long time. He looked at Lee Su and smiled bitterly. Then, with a bang, the 3 realms were broken. The underworld fell here, and the 6 reincarnations were separated. The saints have never come back, until now. Hiss. Although he had a premonition that he would hear something big, he never expected to hear such a terrible big thing. The saints have all gone to fight, and not 1, but 7? What the hell? What could actually make the 7 saints of the ancient times go out at the same time? The 4 saints were fighting against Master Ling Bao, and they almost repeated the ancient times. What kind of enemy was it that made the 7 saints fight like that? Lee Su couldn't help but think of the scenes he had seen before. The man holding the Pangu banner and fighting, was he fighting with Master Yuking? Is the one opposite his opponent? In an instant, Lee Su thought a lot. His brain was smoking, and he was scared by the shocking content of the judge's mouth. By the way, the flesh and blood grinding wheel. That thing, isn't it a thing from the ancient times? At this moment, the judge said an even more shocking fact. Why do you say that there is something wrong with your body, sir? Because the body you have at this moment is not your original body, but the body transformed by the flesh and blood grinding wheel. You may not feel anything in the short term, but if this continues for a long time, your soul will merge with this body and become a slave to the flesh and blood millstone. Damn. Lee Su shouted directly. How to solve it? The judge turned and looked at the stone in front of him and said softly, this stone was left by the Empress. It is engraved with her avenue, which involves the supremacy of the soul. You can learn the contents inside to get rid of control and find your body back. I see. Wait, the avenue of the Empress Pinksin? Is it okay for me to learn it? This is the treasure of your underworld, right? For the underworld, the flesh and blood millstone is the biggest enemy. With your talent, if you can destroy this millstone, it will be our wish. That's no problem, as long as I have the strength. By the way, I'm a little rude. I haven't asked you what your last name is? Ah. Sorry, sir, I don't have a last name. Really? Lee Su raised his head and looked at the huge stone tablet. He blinked his eyes and saw a golden light flashing. Asterisk 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 at this moment. The deepest part of the 100,000 demon caves. Somewhere in the 10,000 demon blood caves. There are countless bodies here. Some are human, and more are demons. They were just captured. And one of the bodies, a human body, was surrounded by a huge demon soul, and the demon soul body was constantly bursting with streams of light, trying to invade his body. However, he saw scriptures floating on the other part of his body, and the avenue was sinking, turning into 4 colors, blocking the clarity of the demon soul, and making it impossible to invade. Facing this scene, the demon soul was not anxious, not at all. It's almost time, it's almost time. The story is about to enter its climax, the time when Zildjian obtains treasures, and it is obvious that people and demons have no resistance to this. Of course, the story is not false, the people are real, and even the Taoism is real. It's just that I can't help myself, and there is a problem with the core of the Taoism. I really didn't expect that I would be so lucky to pick up a super genius, based on the fundamental law. Although he is only at the 4th level, he is no less than the 5th level genius caught by the guy on the other side. If I can obtain his body and master everything about him, there is no doubt that he will rise completely and become the 15th king of this 10,000 demons blood cave. Chapter 269 Soul Supreme. The stone tablet is not big. It does not have the aura of the Jade Purity chapter, the strength of the Lingbao chapter, nor the return to nature and simplification of the Thunder method in the Buddha kingdom. As Lee Su cast his eyes on it, a little bit of Taoism flashed in the stone tablet. They rose and fell, flickering, in the explanation, in the outline, forming lines, pointing directly to the origin of the soul. There is no doubt that the Supreme Way, which writes about the Great Way of the Soul, is a unique road. So far, Lee Su has learned the Supreme Way, the Thunder Method, the Buddha Kingdom, the Lingbao Sutra, the Jade Purity chapter, and the Flesh and Blood chapter, except for the Vajradragon realm, which is not directly studying the same chapter. They are the classics left by the saints, engraved with the saints' understanding and mastery of the Tao. He is very knowledgeable. Basically no one in this world can understand the Supreme Way better than him. Texture, structure, content. With just one glance, Lee Su can probably tell whether it is correct. The method, yes. It involves the soul, and there are traces of the Great Way and the Supreme Taoism. Lee Su kept watching, engraving the marks on the stone tablet, recording with the eyes of Tao, turning it into a classic, and writing it into the depths of his heart. He didn't read it quickly, capturing it from the outside, sketching it bit by bit. It's interesting. Looking at the scriptures recorded on the stone tablet, he didn't think there was anything at first, but as the number increased, Lee Su's eyes flickered. This scripture is undoubtedly very magical. Just seeing it can shock people's minds. The soul can't help but tremble, and the mind is cleansed. I can't help but want to engrave it, which will produce the ultimate sublimation of the soul. It is so different, and it takes a completely different path from other saints. Usually the Supreme starts from the flesh, reflects the soul, and the completion is the transformation of Tao. This one is different. It reflects the soul, and reflects the flesh. That is to say, the soul is first transformed into Tao, and then changes the flesh. It is not through the flesh that the soul gains new abilities, but it amplifies the abilities of the soul, and allows the flesh to acquire the attributes of the soul. Overall, it is just the opposite of the Flesh and Blood Supreme, but there is no doubt that it belongs to the Supreme Dao. Moreover, the most important thing is that he had seen that not long ago. By absorbing the evil spirit, his ghost domain absorbed the evil spirit's pollution power into the black mud, and the little scripture that was transformed was closely related to the content on the stone tablet he saw at this moment, or more accurately, it was part of it. The content of the stone tablet just made up for the lack of chapters in Lee Su's ghost domain. He kept capturing, starting from the outermost layer, bit by bit, writing down the essence of the stone tablet, engraving it into his own ghost domain, and turning it into the highest chapter. As he did so, the world book began to vibrate, and words began to appear on a page, starting to record the content. Skill, Peaceful Heart chapter. Level, Supreme Soul. Source, Saint of the Underworld, Lady Peaceful Heart. World weighting 25%. Primordial World. Story weighting 100%. How-To's Reincarnation. Story character weighting 90%. The Origin of Lady Peaceful Heart. Talent weighting 215%. Taoist interpretation weighting 45%. Total talent 260%. As the talent weighting was opened, Lee Su's eyes burst into countless divine lights. There is no doubt that among all the supreme chapters, the talent weighting of this supreme chapter from the Saint of the Underworld has reached an unprecedented height, exceeding the level of any chapter. A technique with 100% talent basically means that, as long as you practice it, you can achieve complete mastery, even if no one teaches you. So what does 260% mean? That is equivalent to the Saint of the Underworld giving you hand-in-hand guidance, and all her insights are also given to you. Every part of the practice will make you burst out with countless inspirations and produce countless thoughts. Practice is generally divided into two lines. One is high, and the other is wide. Height means the limit you can reach, and width means the depth you can master. For the same technique, the height determines the advancement you can reach, and the width determines the strength of your power at each level. Therefore, Lee Su's progress in height is okay, but it is affected by the width, or it can be said that it is affected by the depth. Every time, every level of perception, countless inspirations continue to burst out, making his depth more and more terrifying. With this terrifying and fulfilling depth, a supreme law gradually took shape in his heart. It was the extreme state of the soul and the root of the supreme chapter. 6 paths of reincarnation. Lee Su's soul was vibrating, his spirit was glowing, and his 7 spirits began to change with his practice of the supreme soul. Their structure was changing, their nature was changing, and their roots were also changing. Under the 3 souls, in the changes involved in the scriptures of the soul, they blended with each other, began to rotate, and emitted inexplicable vibrations. The supreme law was being nurtured. The human way, the animal way, the hungry ghost way, the hell way, the Asura way, and the God way. The spirit body turned into 6 spirals, exactly the same as the 6 paths of reincarnation that Lee Su had seen not long ago, giving rise to the supreme power of creation. However, his 6 paths of reincarnation were still different from the 6 paths of reincarnation in the underworld. After all, he was not the Empress Pinksin, and did not have her pseudo-saint strength in her lifetime, nor did she have her grand wish to let all living beings have a place to return to after death. Lee Su's goal, vision, and purpose are very simple, very straightforward, and clear. For fighting, for himself. He is not a saint, and he does not have the ambition of a saint. He wants to protect himself and survive. He could have taken his time, but now the human race is under pressure, great pressure. Let's not talk about the demon race. There are 3 evils. He has never seen the red evil and the whale evil, but the insect pests have undoubtedly seriously threatened the safety of his family. When he is strong enough, he will definitely go back and find a chance to kill the insects. Then there is the demon race. Let's not talk about the 5 kings. The one who uses the bell in the back will be killed sooner or later. Originally, he felt that his strength was improving rapidly. It took less than a year to reach the limit of the Deo Mana realm. The next step is the divine ability realm. At most, he can kill all the bastards of the demon race in 2 years, and the bastard who uses the bell in 3 years. But with the practice of the supreme law, Lee Su is getting more and more uneasy in this trip to the underworld. He feels that his life is under great threat. There is a shadow looming over him, and he wants to kill him. This made Lee Su very upset. Very, very upset. There was an inexplicable sword on his head, and he didn't know when it might stab him. Who could bear this? Therefore, Lee Su did not learn the magical power of the 6th reincarnation soul reincarnation. He learned the power of suppression, which is a means of fighting. As he continued to study in depth, Lee Su gradually understood why the Styx Patriarch was suppressed and killed by the Empress Pinksin in the 6 reincarnations. The 6 reincarnations, although in the hands of Empress Pinksin, are more used for the reincarnation of all living things, can be used as a method of suppression. It is quite awesome, plus perverted. The so-called 6 paths refer to 6 kinds of life forms. The heavenly path, the spiritual body, the Asura path, the demon body, the hell path, the evil body, the hungry ghost path, the virtual body, the animal path, the physical body, the human path, the intelligent body, spirit, demon, evil, virtual, flesh, wisdom. It contains almost all the characteristics of all living things. As long as you have a corresponding one, you can suppress it. The Styx Patriarch also has these 6 characteristics. As a pseudo-saint, he holds the fire lotus of karma. These characteristics are rare and almost difficult to influence. But who is Lady Pinksin? A saint in the underworld. There are too many ways for a saint to kill a pseudo-saint. At that time, Lady Pinksin wanted to break the prehistoric pattern because she led the way for the evil outsiders. She ignored the comfort of the prehistoric creatures for her own holy way, which completely angered the lady who wanted to give the prehistoric dead souls a way home, while suppressing the opponent with the 6 paths, forcibly giving him the body of the 6 paths. In simple terms, it is to directly turn you around and transform you into a 6-path spirit body, and then in turn, kill him with reincarnation. It can be said that the Styx Patriarch died extremely unjustly and tragically. Under normal circumstances, Lady Pinksin would never use the 6 reincarnations in this way. After all, it is a reincarnation tool for the dead souls, which is extremely important. A second of delay will cause chaos in the underworld. And using the 6 reincarnations, To suppress the Styx patriarch will damage the 6 paths and pollute them. It will take a lot of time to repair, so it can't be used. As a result, the Styx patriarch directly attracted the foreign evil. He thought that he would be fine, because he relied on the strongest means of the Queen, a peaceful heart. The foreign evil broke the Naybridge with the first blow, cutting off the way out for the undead. The Naybridge was broken, and the Yellow Spring was smashed. What reincarnation is this? So, through this incident, I told everyone a very important experience, that is, being a guide dog will definitely be miserable, and you will never die well. Because no matter how strong you are destined to die. After all, you have no status in the eyes of the people on the other side. You will be despised, looked down upon, and looked down upon. After all, you are a guide dog. Today you can take the lead in betraying your hometown. Will you betray me tomorrow, because of a stronger existence? The answer is obvious. You will definitely do it. Then the people in your hometown will hate you so much that they will grit their teeth and dream of killing you. The topic has gone too far. Back to the hole. With the weight of his terrible talent, Lee Su quickly mastered the soul of the saint of the underworld and derived his fundamental avenue from it, and then the 6 reincarnations with suppression as the main method. He frowned slightly, and for the first time felt what the judge and the horse-faced man said to him, that there was something wrong with his body. That's right, the soul becomes 6 ways, and will reflect the body. Lee Su did not feel that his current body was reflected. On the contrary, the power of soul reflection went straight to his feet, entered the ghost domain, and appeared on the other side through the rolling black mud, falling on the body on the other side. In other words, this is really not it at the moment. Faced with this feeling, Lee Su's eyes were inexplicable. He didn't expect that there was really a way to separate his soul from his body, and also made something that felt exactly like his body for him to live in. That flesh and blood grinding wheel. Such a thought quickly appeared in his mind. It was left by the external evil, destroying the Naybridge and the Yellow Spring water in the underworld. In terms of level, it is undoubtedly a top treasure. It was left here. Although it was shattered by Lady Pinkson's finger, its power is still beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. It is definitely a treasure that can only be used by saints with special power. Only in this way can it be explained that Lee Su, who has practiced 5 sets of saintly exercises and transformed 4 times, could not sense it. It is undoubtedly because everyone is at the same level, but there is a huge gap in realm, so he was deceived. Suddenly, Lee Su was stunned for a moment and couldn't help looking at the stone tablet in front of him. He had learned all the Soul Supreme, but there was still a hard scripture on the stone tablet in front of him. The speed of appearance was very fast, different from the previous flickering. It appeared quickly, and Lee Su didn't need to understand it. It was directly imprinted in Lee Su's eyes and rushed to his soul. This texture is also supreme, but the direction is different from the soul road of the saint of the underworld that he just learned. It belongs to the same source of power, but the direction is completely different, and the difference is huge. This scripture is wrong. It is not the same path as the Soul Supreme! Although it can also connect the basic content in the Soul chapter, the direction has completely changed. Watching through the DOI, Lee Su frowned, revealing an uncomfortable and extremely uncomfortable expression when he saw the scriptures that were clearly the Dao chapter for the first time. There is something wrong with this scripture. A big problem. It also involves the soul, but the direction is wrong. The road is extremely evil and ominous, full of blasphemy, evil, madness, and chaos. This is an evil way, not a righteous way. If you follow it, there will be big problems. Just a moment of watching, Lee Su's 3 souls were shaking, and cracks began to appear on the soul body. Something was about to grow out of the soul. It was an extreme evil, like a whale in the abyss. He was just watching, resisting in his heart, and not practicing. But when the scripture was imprinted in his mind, it actually vibrated by itself, chanting and speaking. Every word of the scripture was like a hand, a hook, pulling Lee Su, asking him to write the scripture on his soul, learn it, become it, integrate it, and finally become a part of it. Damn it. What kind of supreme scripture is this? This is just a contract book, a deal with the devil. Once you learn the content inside, your soul will be handed over to the writer of the scripture. There is no doubt that it is a kind of writing of the Supreme Soul, but the angle is completely different. This is not preaching, it is brainwashing, and it is a pyramid scheme. Lee Su wanted to close his eyes, but his soul was caught by the scripture on the stone tablet, and could not get rid of it. As his soul appeared with bad omens, it was controlled by the evil power, and could not be independent. The fundamental law of the fourth transformation of the Tao vibrated, his soul began to glow, the supreme scripture appeared, and the four color articles spread all over his body, to resist this evil force. The grade is equal. No, the power of the holy way that Lee Su has mastered is undoubtedly of a higher latitude, and it is the embodiment of the essence of the great way. It is different from this evil scripture. Although it carries the great way, it is the way of self, an extremely selfish method. But it is obvious that Lee Su Supreme is higher, but the quantity is far from enough. The evil spirit constantly rejects a large amount of energy, and the demon evilizes and enslaves him, and finally seizes the right of soul autonomy. How could it be? In the supreme mind of the saint of the underworld? Why is there such an evil supreme method? Is there something wrong with that judge? Is this a trap? Asterisk 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 haha, it started. Lee Su's physical body was in a very sudden and unnatural vibration. Blood marks began to crack on his body. All 7 orifices were affected, and spewed black smoke. The breath became extremely terrible, and carried an extremely evil spirit. The Supreme was impressed and shook. There was a pressure slight shaking, and the Yuanshan Dao fruit, Lotus Dao fruit, Kingping sword fruit, and blood and flesh life fire were all shaking, showing great power, and impacting this drastic change. At this moment, the demon soul jumped up in front of Lee Su, and rushed into his forehead without any hesitation, entering his sea of consciousness. This body is mine. He laughed loudly, with great excitement and ecstasy, and his eyes began to shine, with a vision of the future appearing, which was his glorious life. Chapter 276 Path Spirits. Lee Su took a long breath, his body shook, his sight left the stone slab, and returned to reality. At this moment, his whole body was cracked, the host body was emitting black smoke, countless cracks, and there was a deep blood tide inside, which was red and black. The flesh and blood had no activity at all, and it was emitting light, a grey color. This body was dead. It had died a long time ago, but it was covered by special energy, and looked as if it was alive. At this moment, it was helping the scripture to corrode Lee Su's soul, and provide it with power. The nature of this energy was very special and chaotic. It was full of screams and poisonous. It was highly toxic and fierce. The poison came from the pain of the soul. It was tortured repeatedly for thousands of years and billions of times, and could not transcend. Time and time again, even if the soul collapsed, even if it went crazy and mad, and could no longer form a structural thinking, it was still not let go, and it was constantly tortured bit by bit, and finally formed a desire for destruction and hatred for everything. So that's why. No wonder the flesh and blood millstone rotates strangely, sometimes forward and sometimes backward. It relies on this method to torture the soul, so that you will never be reborn, let alone be liberated, and have no peace. Through a repeated painful torture, it obtains the poisonous energy filled with endless resentment from the soul. Lee Su was trembling all over, affected by the strong poison, and the scripture with great demonic nature penetrated his soul, constantly colliding with the avenue engraved in his 4 chapters. He trembled, with almost no strength, and opened his eyes with great effort, raised his head, and looked at the judge. There is something wrong with this scripture, you. Before he could finish his sentence, Lee Su fell to the ground. His body kept shaking, in great pain. Black and red blood marks cracked on his face, and the bones inside were all black, bursting with ominous colors. Judge. However, to Lee Su's surprise, the lying horse-faced demon moved. He was covered in wounds, and could not help but shouting, "It's really great. I didn't expect that the stone tablet left by the queen would have such power. I really admire you. Your methods are simply amazing. I admire you very much. Judge, if you do this, will we also give up Fengdu, and go to serve the foreign evil?" He was extremely excited and crawled directly towards the judge, shouting excitedly. The 2 teams of ghost soldiers couldn't help but take a breath. When they heard this, they stood up, their eyes began to burst into cold light, and there was a Taoist rhyme shaking, staring at the judge. They could attack the souls that fell here, because no matter what, it wouldn't take long for the other party's soul to be polluted, and eventually become a slave to the flesh and blood mill, becoming a part of restoring its power. So they were merciless. But betraying the underworld? Going to serve the foreign evil? What a joke. How many ghost soldiers are there in the underworld? Hundreds of millions. How many surrendered? Not one. Yes, they are just soldiers, just insignificant existences in the underworld, but every ghost soldier has received the blessing of the goddess, and has been freed from endless suffering. The goddess is their belief, their sustenance, and everything to them. Facing the enemies of the goddess, even if their souls are doomed, even if they will never be reborn, there is only one word: kill. Now, how many colleagues are being pressed under the flesh and blood millstone? Even if they will never be reborn, even if they cannot be freed, they are still full of hatred, and keep hitting the flesh and blood millstone. Betrayal. What a joke! Exclamation mark. Get out of my way. The judge was furious. He slapped the horse-faced guardian to the ground with his backhand and said angrily, "You want to join the evil? Damn it. You stinky bullshit. I'm a person of the underworld when I'm alive and a ghost of the underworld when I die. I'm the judge of the underworld. Is there any judge of the underworld who betrays the queen? Not one. Now he is suppressed under the bloody millstone. As long as the soul is still intact, is there any judge who betrays me? You are still testing me at this time. Why do you have to wait until now to join me? You think I don't know that the death stick is in your hand? You thought I didn't know that you were going to stab me just now? You are just a bad-mouthed person. Why are you so bad-mouthed? Why did the ox-head and horse-faced guardian leave you, a bastard, behind? Go, get the Taiyan Zuanshu. The judge's face turned green and his eyes were blazing with fire. He was incredulous, angry, and full of hatred. He couldn't help but reach out and slap himself in the face. Damn it, damn it, damn it. I said I would not launch any more attacks from then on, but you actually tampered with the Niang Niang Steely. The horse-faced man stood up without saying a word. At this moment, he was holding a snow-white morning stick in his hand. The Taoist patent on it were large and the Taoist rhyme was complete. Unlike the weapons of the Yin soldiers, it was well replenished and did not lose its power. He grinned and said flatteringly, "Yes, sir, you are right. Isn't this the order from Lord Wacheng? I will get it right away, right away." The horse-faced man trotted and rushed to the other side of the steely. After a while, he came back with a bowl filled with extremely yin power, which froze his hands. He used his magic power to hold it up, locking the energy inside and not letting any leak out. He quickly brought it over and handed it to the judge. The judge took it, leaned over to Li Su without hesitation and said, "My lord, please be patient. This is the power of Taiyan, which was reserved by the underworld before. It has a restraining effect on the power of the flesh and blood mill. The scripture should have a problem with the core, but it's okay. Have you read the basic chapter? There is a method of practicing the way of Taiyan in it. You should use all your strength to cooperate with the power of Taiyan to suppress this evil power." After that, he untied the restriction on the bowl and poured it directly towards Li Su's body. Taiyan power. Li Su was stunned for a moment. He was not unfamiliar with this power. It existed in the ghost domain. The one covering Nizaokian had already formed a substance, which was completely different from the one in this bowl. Feeling the judge's concern, the behavior of the horse-faced people seemed to be fine. You must know that, although Li Su is now polluted by evil power, this pollution is active. The scripture itself is imprinted on his soul, and therefore the other party's power is also being mastered by him. Perhaps the source of power is unknown, and Li Su does not have the weighting of world talent. But is his current comprehension ability bad? Not bad. Apart from anything else, with the existence of Daoji, he was already able to analyze all the techniques, learn from scratch, and reach the supreme realm. That's right, Daoji is so awesome, equivalent to increasing the comprehension by 99. Then, although the opponent's avenue is evil, it is undoubtedly a kind of soul avenue, the highest of different roads. Under the mastery of the Soul's Supreme, the same soul avenue in his eyes is just 2 words, naked. Therefore, the more serious the pollution, the more Li Su understands the nature of its power. Why do you understand that this power comes from the flesh and blood grinding wheel? Why do you know that the forward and reverse rotation of the flesh and blood grinding wheel is the source of this energy? This is an alternative in the soul avenue. This way, or that grinding wheel, is essentially the two poles of life and death, the life of the soul and the death of the soul. Not only that, the flesh and blood grinding wheel also has problems. It is a two-pole life and death, but it should be life when it is forward and death when it is reversed. As a result, it is distorted, life when it is reversed and death when it is forward, thus forming this eternal reincarnation. Feeling the incomparably pure power of the yin and their reactions, it is obvious that they are not aware of the problem with the stone tablet. Just now, he clearly felt that when the horse-faced man finished speaking, the ghost soldiers were almost unconcealed, and there was murderous intent surging, targeting the judge. Similarly, even if the horse-faced man who was beaten to the ground was not very murderous, he also had murderous intent, all targeting the judge. Obviously, if the judge really had that idea just now, I'm afraid that the next scene would be a white stick in and a red stick out. There would be no hesitation. The practice of the soul avenue allows Lisu to capture many things, the emotions of the soul. Therefore, the judge's rage is also real. At that moment, he really wanted to kill the horse-faced man. It's okay to doubt his personality, but doubt his faith. Doubt his loyalty to the queen. Reaching out, Lisu grabbed the judge's hand and prevented him from falling down with the power of Taiyin. My lord? The judge couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Lisu said apologetically, I'm sorry, there is a problem with the inscription, and I couldn't help but try it. The body couldn't help but tremble, and the judge took a breath directly, to try? Well, if it were him, he would do the same. No, if it were him, he would probably kill the person who brought him here to learn scriptures at the first opportunity. He showed a bitter smile on his face, but did not take back the bowl in his hand. Instead, he said directly, my lord, I know, it's okay, this is what I should do. But before that, please use the power of Taiyin to treat you first. Your situation is not optimistic. If it continues, there will be problems. Lisu smiled, shook his head, and said, I see that your soul and body energy are very weak. Since you have the power of Taiyin, why don't you use it? How is it possible? The main function of the power of Taiyin is to be used in Fengdu. Although the power left by the queen is powerful, it is a rootless source after all. The power of Taiyin can be replenished. As for us, it's good that we can maintain the existence of our souls. Our task is to keep an eye on this place. The horse-faced society went out to deceive you because it wanted to save resources and didn't want to waste the remaining little power of Taiyin. Since it is so precious, why use it to save me? My lord, I know that a series of things have made you suspicious. If it were me, I would also be suspicious. In fact, if it was someone else, we really wouldn't save him. We would probably kill him and throw him out of Fengdu. The judge didn't hide anything. He looked straight at Lisu and said, you are different. You have the power of the 5 saints. How can you learn the power of the saints successfully without the approval of the saints? That's the saint, the omniscient saint. Even their skills have great spirituality and can be identified. Whether the saints or the skills are chosen, there is no doubt that they have great hopes on you. Your importance is self-evident. So please don't hesitate to use the power of Taiyin to heal yourself. If you feel there is a problem or doubt, I can put down the bowl and retreat with the horse face and others, and you can repair it yourself. Looking at the judge, Lisu couldn't help laughing. Undoubtedly, unlike in the book, the real prehistoric creatures are not only in awe of the saints' power, but also have absolute faith in them. Recalling the world of the Lotus Lantern, because of his own skills, the Jigyo, the Changyo, and the Ringyo all treated him very well. Master's approval is equal to his own approval. How much trust is this? The 12 golden immortals had their heads cut off by 3 flowers. Yuan Shishianzan was killed directly, Sanxio was killed, and Tang Shenjiaozu was killed directly. In this, there is no doubt that the feelings between Taoist masters and apprentices can be seen. There is no doubt that there is love, and love is very deep. Nowadays, in the underworld, even if the ghost soldiers find that the judges are planning to betray, they can directly raise their knives. It can be imagined that in their hearts, the status of Lady Pinkson. Lisu smiled, no longer doubting. And there is no doubt that this belief is true. Exhaling, his body began to vibrate, his soul began to glow, and a great power was sprouting and showing. The soul trembled slightly, and something broke away. In an instant, Lisu's feet were shaking, the ghost domain was ringing, and it made an extremely joyful sound. It has been too long, too long. The familiar, nostalgic, and soul-desiring power appeared again. A huge spiral appeared above Lisu's head, with 5 small spirals inside. They were spinning, emitting an extremely gentle force, pulling the soul, soothing the madness, and washing away the chaos. In an instant, the judges were stunned, and opened their eyes in disbelief. This is the power of the 6 reincarnations? It's really easy to calculate. Looking at the stone tablet, the people are real, the story is real, and even the content of the avenue is real. But there is a problem. Before touching the depths, there is no doubt that it was really dangerous just now. Very dangerous. If Lisu hadn't taken the first step from the basics, relying on waiting, and completing it with the little bit of spiritual light obtained from the captured demon soul, and if the soul had been attached to this thing before the supreme achievement, even if it was him, he would have a headache and big trouble. After all, his realm is not enough. At this moment, all the flesh is still the basis of the flesh and blood millstone. If there is only the soul, it will inevitably be completely infected. Lisu's eyes flashed, and he felt cold in his heart for the existence of the arrangement of this thing. To be able to see the final route, one must be a genius with strong comprehension. To get stuck at the last moment is equivalent to cutting off the spiritual supreme lineage from the root, and in turn obtaining a slave with excellent talent. This is simply a win-win situation. Unfortunately, his talent is too strong, so strong that it is inhuman and beyond imagination. Just through the basics, plus the spiritual light of the devil soul, he realized the fundamental avenue of the soul supreme, the power of the 6 reincarnations. Lisu's 5 supreme articles all surpassed the opponent, but because of the different nature, the opponent's power was too much, and his own realm was insufficient, so he couldn't bear it. But under the same source of the holy way, everyone is a soul. In this case, I'm higher than you, and the meaning is completely different. Although the amount is large, it is always limited, and cannot reach the level of qualitative change. In other words, it is okay to come in person, but relying on this method to enslave a higher level than oneself is wishful thinking. Lisu's thoughts moved slightly, and he began to operate the 6 reincarnations. He sank directly into his own ghost domain, combined with supernatural powers and abilities. But, with a loud bang, as the 6 reincarnations fell, Lisu's ghost domain began to shake. Except for the black mud that was turbulent, it began to vibrate, change, and manifest the world. With the 6 reincarnations as the center, huge changes occurred. The rolling black mud rose up, and rushed into the 6 paths. Under the stirring of the vortex, the black was washed away little by little, and turned into spiritual light. Some floated in the sky, turned into clouds, and flew freely. Some fell and turned into grass and trees, growing in the wind, glowing with vigorous vitality. Some turned into mountains and rivers. The dark world welcomed the light, the spiritual light, and the vigorous vitality was sprouting and blooming. The core of the Teian where Nizaokian was also fell down. Just below the 6 reincarnations, the extremely hard Teian key began to melt, and turned into water, turning into an extremely huge lake. The Teian key slowly rose, and the souls and spiritual lights kept interweaving. The ghost domain turned into a pure land, and death turned into peace. There is joy and energy. They are playing and laughing in the ghost land. In the void, the 6 reincarnations are. There is spiritual light and spirituality. A shadow, a small figure, appears. It has long hair and looks like a porcelain doll. It giggles and rolls in the 6 reincarnations. It is lively and excited. Looking at the person who appeared, Lisu's face, which was originally full of smiles, froze. That is his Deo fruit, the soul Deo fruit. But, why is it a girl? In an instant, Lisu was a little confused. No, how could his Deo fruit be a little girl? However, before Lisu could make any move, the soul fruit moved. Although it had just taken shape, it was already conscious and understood a lot. It didn't need Lisu's control. It flew out directly, and lay on Lisu's body. Under his extremely shocked eyes, it opened its mouth, and hugged Lisu, and started to bite. After a few clicks, Lee Su's body was cracked by the little guy. Fog grass. Wait, slow down, shut up. Are you going to bite me to death? Question mark? Lee Su was anxious and wanted to raise his hand to hold his own fruit to stop her from biting. He knew that his son was a bear, so shouldn't his daughter be a cotton padded jacket? Sure enough, because he became it himself, he had the attribute of a bear. No. As the body was bitten, Lee Su's boarding. No, it should be said that the soul that was restrained inside was suddenly liberated. There was a sense of comfort, and the soul seemed to be free. And those flesh and blood quickly turned into terrifying scriptures in the little guy's mouth, with terrible power, constantly vibrating. But unfortunately, although they were powerful in front of the little guy, they were directly suppressed, crushed, and swallowed. The soul fruit shook for a while, and then revealed an extremely happy breath. Extremely happy, quite dancing, eating with great relish. Empress. No, six-path instrument spirit. The judge, who was already extremely shocked, couldn't help it at this moment, and exclaimed loudly, with an extremely burning look in his eyes. Empress? Question mark? Six-path instrument spirit? Damn. What the hell? This is me. Lee Su was stunned. What the hell? Feel it carefully. No, this is not his Deo fruit. The six-path reincarnation is his Deo fruit, not the girl in front of him. In other words, this is the instrument spirit that the judge and others said. Why is the instrument spirit in his body? Lee Su's mind is full of question marks and can't understand. But he could feel the connection. The moment he completed the 6 paths of reincarnation, the other party connected with him, just like Pangu Banner and King Ping's sword, so he almost mistook her for his own Deo fruit. Unable to help, but let out a sigh of relief. Not bad, not bad. He almost thought that he had developed a female body because of his heavy yin ki. But, at this moment, Lee Su was suddenly startled. After the 6 paths spirit had gnawed his body in a few bites, she looked up at Lee Su and said, "You should go back. Huh. You are still in the mana realm. Even if there is a supreme fundamental suppression, the soul cannot leave the body for too long. I will deal with the underworld. Although the realm is still low, with the power of the same source, it is not a problem to suppress the rotten plate that pollutes the world of the original body. Go. Come on, little guy. Work hard to improve, and improve quickly." No, wait a minute. Lee Su wanted to speak, but the other party directly reached out and touched his forehead. Suddenly, the world spun around, and stars appeared in his eyes. Lee Su was gone. Asterisk 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 deep inside the 10,000 demons blood cave. The demon soul that was guarding the side immediately went in with the abnormality on Lee Su's body and began to seize the body, wanting to make this extremely powerful body his own. However, as soon as he entered, the demon soul froze. It was at a very high level, the realm of supernatural power. Even if it was a body of supernatural power, once he entered, he would immediately control it. But how to describe it? What was it like to enter Lee Su's body at this moment? It was an infinitely huge world. It was just the size of a mung bean in it. Not to mention controlling the body, it couldn't even move a hair. It showed a look of shock on its face, unable to understand why it became like this. It was a little flustered, constantly looking around and sensing. It was not right. It was not right. It just entered the body of Mana Realm cultivator who had not yet reached the supernatural power realm. How could this happen? When it raised its head, the demon soul froze. At this moment, it saw 4 Deo fruits and 2 phantoms above its head looking at it. Their eyes were inexplicable and flashing with cold light. The Tekai diagram flashed in the eyes of the Yuanshan Deo fruit, and it spoke. "The main soul has not returned yet." The 7-color treasure light emanated from the lotus Deo fruit, and it shook its head. "In all the saints dodges, the underworld has been penetrated, and the enemy's weapons are also left there. It may be a bit troublesome." King Ping's sword fruit said, "Let's not talk about that first. What is this thing? What does he want to do?" The blood and flesh life fire shook. From the situation, it seems that he wants to seize the body, right? The phantom's ancient banner shook, shed thousands of brilliances, and the demon soul below rolled on the ground. His body cracked, and then said disdainfully, "That's it? Are you worthy? The phantom's golden lotus also shook. Wait a minute, I guess the main soul should be back soon. Below, the demon soul was torn apart, demon blood was flowing out, and its internal organs were falling out. You could see the cracked bones inside. It lay there, doubting its life. What the hell? What the hell is this? Why? It clearly removed the soul of this person. Why? There is still a soul in the other person's body? Not only that, what were those auras just now? Damn, what on earth was that? Just the pressure. His soul was almost broken. And the light sprinkled by the ancient banner directly hit it hard. Not only was its soul scattered, but the wound could not be healed at all, and blood was constantly flowing out. It was full of fear, wanting to struggle, wanting to get out. But, with a slight sound, a large vortex with 5 small vortices suddenly appeared. There was a small figure in the vortex. It raised its small fist and said, "Sorry to bother you all. Sister Leodeo is polite. How about it? Well, the main soul has cultivated the 6 reincarnations and mastered the supreme essence of the soul. It will return soon. I have also received the source of replenishment. Next, I will do my best to suppress the millstone. Before the main soul grows up, don't let it come out to cause trouble." Well, then thank you, Sister Leodeo. You're welcome. Everyone is suppressing it. The master and his men have not returned yet. Before they come, the world must not let the external evil succeed. Well, the main soul is back, and the little sister will dive first. Dive together, dive together. Soon, Lisu's body returned to calm, and the Deo fruits also returned to their respective places. His body shook, and Lisu came back to his senses. He was shocked, as if he fell from a height of 10,000 feet, and fell all over. Hiss. What is going on? At least explain it. It took a long time to recover. Lisu grimaced in pain. Lisu's movement suddenly paused, and he couldn't help but look at the other side of his body, where the demon soul was crawling, with a demon soul full of demonic nature. Damn. There really is a possession of the body! Exclamation mark. The soul returned, and he immediately felt the existence of the physical body, which was really completely different from before. In an instant, Lisu sacrificed the 6 paths, without saying a word, and directly opened the big one to suppress it. The demon soul was already dying from the Pangu banner, and now facing this power specifically targeting the soul. How could it still hold on? With a snap, it was crushed by Lisu's 6 paths of reincarnation, and turned into a large amount of nutrition to replenish itself. Hiss. This smell is so strong. How many years does it take to have such a strong smell? I'm not willing to accept it! Exclamation mark. With the voice echoing in the depths of his soul, Lisu couldn't help but pick his ears. You took over my body and I haven't said anything yet, and you turned around and got beaten to death by me and said you're not willing to accept it? Hearty UI. Lisu spitted out a mouthful of thick phlegm, his face full of contempt. By the way, where exactly am I now? Soul and body merged into one. Lisu slowly opened his eyes, and then he immediately closed them. Damn it. What the hell? At this moment, the place where the body was a flesh and blood room, full of nerves, flesh, and blood moving. The whole room seemed to be alive, and he was trapped here, covered in flesh and blood. Am I in the Zerg nest? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271 5 Transformations in Progress. Calm down, calm down. After a few seconds, Lisu calmed himself down and began to observe his own situation. When his body and soul were combined again, his soul and body were both vibrating. His body was vibrating because his soul had cultivated the 6 paths of reincarnation, the fundamental law of the soul, and his soul was also transformed because his body had completed the 4 transformations. In other words, before falling into the deep pit, the 4 transformations were completed directly, but before his soul had time to completely transform, he was driven out of his body. The 4 supreme scriptures on his soul were appearing and vibrating constantly. the Yuanshan Dao fruit, the Lotus Dao fruit, the blood and flesh life fire, and the Kingping sword fruit were all ringing, resonating with the scriptures on his soul. His soul was changing little by little, completely changing. This change, at present, only makes his soul more magical, and has more attributes. In the future, when Li Su breaks through this level, and enters a level of supernatural power, the effect of this alienation will be truly and completely revealed. The Supreme Chapter, a full 4 Supreme Chapters, even if Li Su stops here, and does not transform, I'm afraid it will be beyond imagination. His foundation, his roots, have reached a point that has never been seen before, and will never be seen again. The Dao of transformation itself is a kind of transcendence of the current realm, breaking the limit. As for the fundamental Dao of transformation of the Supreme Chapter, it goes without saying that perhaps everyone has the same height, but the depth is undoubtedly another matter. And usually, whether it is the mana realm of the human race or the demon race, the Dao of transformation is based on a law. For example, Zhang Shengying, her 5 transformations are actually a kind of law, from shallow to deep, becoming more and more powerful. Li Su is different. He has too many fundamental laws. The 4 transformations are all at the same height, and they are all the ultimate mysteries of the Supreme Chapter. The gap is self-evident. You must know that he has entered the world fragment 5 times now, and one of them is using the world key, which means that the number of times he has entered is only 4 times, and he has reached the limit of the mana realm in 4 times. The mana directly reached the impossible height of 1500 years. This is undoubtedly also greatly related to his mastery of too many fundamental laws. And there is no doubt that the 4th time is the limit of the mana realm, and the 5th time can enter the divine power realm. What this means is very different. As we all know, there are 5 realms in the world today. The martial arts realm, the mana realm, the divine power realm, the immortal realm, and the myth realm that no one has reached yet. Why has no one reached the myth realm? The immortal realm is basically the limit, because there is a limit to the number of times you can normally enter the world fragment, and the current highest progress is 9 times. 3 times in the martial arts realm, 3 times in the mana realm, and 3 times in the divine power realm. Under normal circumstances, there is no way to achieve the immortal realm. At this time, the importance of the world key is reflected. Not counting the number of times, not increasing the difficulty, but can enhance strength. Today's immortal realm basically relies on the world key to break through the divine power realm and achieve the immortal realm. Most of them accumulated the requirements of the divine power realm in advance through the world key in the 8th time, and achieved the immortal realm through the 9th time. In a sense, by reaching this realm, they have exhausted their own foundation. Although they can still obtain the key to the world, they have reached their limit. Although they can continue to accumulate and become stronger, they actually cannot advance to the myth realm. But Li Su is different. He has only entered the world fragment 4 times, and there are still 5 normal times left. If he can maintain the supernatural realm twice and the immortal realm twice, he will be the first to enter the myth realm. In terms of height and depth, there is no doubt that Li Su is the first person in the past and present. Even if we look at the prehistoric world, except for the saints, Li Su's realm and strength are well deserved to be the first in the world. The mana realm can kill the supernatural realm. No joke, the magic power of the weak supernatural realm is 10 times that of the mana realm. You can imagine how cruel Li Su is in breaking the limit. The mana realm is not very obvious. Once you step into the supernatural realm, there is no doubt that it will change qualitatively. It is impossible to kill him in the supernatural realm. Only the immortal realm can do it directly. Feeling the transformation of his soul, Li Su was not satisfied. He began to calm down and continue to transform. In the ghost realm, he devoured a large number of demon souls in order to complete the 4 transformations. There were many high quality ones. Although he used a lot, there were still a lot left, nearly half. At the same time, before the soul and body were separated, Li Su devoured a large demon soul that was injured by his own transformation vision with the Buddha kingdom. There is no doubt that it was of super high quality, a demon soul at the level of the supernatural power realm, not to mention the nutrition inside. Then just now, he returned to the flesh and used the 6 reincarnations to suppress the demon soul that was about to take over the body. It was undoubtedly also a demon soul at the level of the supernatural power realm, with a huge amount of energy. Although his body was covered with some kind of flesh and blood, and trapped in a place that looked like a Zerg base, Lee Su did not rush to escape, but started to practice directly. There is no doubt that this is definitely the lair of the demon soul. It is hard to imagine how many strong people are here. After a trip to the underworld, he not only realized that there was a terrible external evil in this world, but the other party did not stop for thousands of years, but was preparing little by little, wanting to make a comeback. The 6 spirits left, Pangu Banner left, and King Ping Sword was suppressing something in the distance. Everything told Lee Su that the demon race was just a minor problem, a flu virus that was not worth mentioning. The external evil was the most terrible, and it was a guy who could kill him. He continued to transform into Taoism. His goal was also very simple. All the fundamental laws he held must be transformed into Taoism. In other words, the Vajra Dragon Realm, Pangu Banner, and the 6 reincarnations must all be transformed into Taoism. Pangu Banner has now completed a small part of the bones, and it must continue. Because it has absorbed a large number of demon souls, the demand has become greater and greater, and the speed of transformation has also been significantly reduced, but it is not a big problem. 2 demon souls at the level of the supernatural power realm bring an imaginable energy, including quality. With this high quality integration, combined with the spiritual minds in Lee Su's Buddhist country, Pangu Banner's transformation into Taoism went smoothly. In just less than 3 days, the bones were already full of Tao patterns, the avenue of the Jade Purity chapter. The bones were completed, and Lee Su's body couldn't help but creak. The bones were glowing. Under the entanglement of the 5 great ways, there was a brilliance, spitting out colorful colors. It was shaking and jumping, as if it was alive. The bones began to change color, from the original milky white to silver white, with a little golden light escaping, and began to transform. 5 transformations are a limit, that's right. Feeling the condition of his bones, Lee Su couldn't help but take a breath. After the 5 transformations, he would probably be greeted by a huge transformation. The ordinary transformation is to break the limit, and the 5 transformations are about a hurdle, a limit, and magical things will happen. Life will change drastically and go in an unknown direction. He didn't stop and continued. And during this period, Lee Su replenished a lot of consumption. Where he was, there were demon souls coming from time to time. These demon souls were of extremely high quality. If calculated according to small, medium, and old, they were basically intermediate and of extremely high quality, almost reaching the old level. It would take him a lot of time to replenish one. Another week passed, and the meridians also completed the transformation. Then came the muscles. After the 2 transformations, the speed undoubtedly dropped again. If he wanted to complete it, the time would probably double. The consumption was also greater. He had used up all the magic souls in the supernatural realm, and the supply could not keep up. Lee Su opened his eyes helplessly, and couldn't help but sigh. What is the most fucked up thing in this world? There is no doubt that when the cultivation reached a critical moment, he had no money. Now, not only has the magic soul he seized been consumed, but even the spiritual, or he seized has become dim. With a large amount of spiritual energy lost, if he continues to extract the core, it will collapse and break into several pieces. It is undoubtedly an act of killing the chicken to get the eggs. It must be given some time to recover, and this recovery time is undoubtedly measured in years. In other words, if he wants to complete the 5 transformations, he has to go hunting in this terrible demon cave to hunt powerful demon souls to replenish himself. If possible, he really wants to wait until he completes the transformation of the Yu-King chapter. That is, the 5 transformations touch the so-called transformation limit before taking action, but unfortunately reality does not allow it. What to do? Go out now? Without knowing the situation of the 10,000 demons blood cave, Lee Su could still act without any scruples. Now that he knows, is there any ancient existence hiding in the depths of the 10,000 demons blood cave? There is no doubt that there must be. Faced with this result, Lee Su was undoubtedly quite entangled. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. While Lee Su was in trouble because of resources, in the 10,000 demons blood cave, at the deepest part, Here, there were 15 beings with extremely powerful auras. They were of many races, both humans and monsters, with different characteristics. But there was one thing that was very similar. Their pupils were all burning, with strange black and red flames jumping inside. Not only that, their auras were extremely similar, as if they were from the same person. Fortunately, the monsters and humans were not here at this moment. Otherwise, I'm afraid I don't know how shocked they would be. Because among these 15, the weakest ones were all at the peak of the supernatural realm, and there was only one whose aura was increasing continuously, and was transforming towards the direction of the immortal realm. As for the rest, they were all in the immortal realm, and the weakest immortal realm was much stronger than the one in Zoe's family in terms of a single round of aura. And the strongest one was already at the level of the 8 kings, a full 9 more in number than the monsters. This is undoubtedly terrible, very terrible. If they go out, I'm afraid that it will immediately cause a shock to the entire earthly immortal world, and the human race and the demon race will have to put aside their hostility towards each other. This is a situation that no single party can resist. What happened? Why did they wake us up at the same time? One of the immortals spoke up and looked at the leader and said, "You should know that we shouldn't wake up at the same time at this stage. We should continue to sleep. The spiritual treasures of the saints in this world are all there. Once they sense our breath, they will kill us immediately. There's a problem with the flesh and blood grinding wheel." Huh? What's going on? The 6 paths of reincarnation left by the saint of the underworld suddenly woke up and began to mobilize the power of the 6 paths to fight against the grinding wheel, trying to close the magic cave tunnel. How is it possible? Without the power of the saint, the 6 paths of reincarnation would have been exhausted hundreds of years ago, and the spirit of the weapon should have fallen into a deep sleep. I don't know. But one thing is certain, there have been changes, bad changes. Not long ago, I also felt the vibrations of the other 2 saints' treasures. Although they disappeared quickly, there is no doubt that they all woke up. What do you mean? There are 2 possibilities. One is the return of the saint. You should know that this is impossible. The second is that the treasures have recognized a new master. Are you saying that someone in this world has inherited their lineage of saints? It can only be explained this way. Otherwise, why would 3 treasures awaken at the same time? Their spiritual light was consumed extremely violently in the battle that year, and they were forced to fall into a deep sleep. Before they were fundamentally replenished, it was absolutely impossible for them to wake up and show spiritual light. This would have a great impact on them, and they would fall into an eternal sleep of epochs. The moment the words fell, the depths of the 10,000 demons' blood cave fell into silence. What do you mean? Send someone out to investigate the news, and we will all go into a deep sleep and try our best to restrain the black blood aura. The time is 1 year. After a group of people looked at each other, they nodded quickly. The revival of the saint's treasure and the appearance of a new heir are not good things for them, but bad things, a very bad thing. Why didn't they go out to make trouble now? It's not just because there are treasures outside to monitor the world. Once they show any traces, they will be killed by the treasures. What's more important is that the creatures in the outside world are now extremely stupid and fight each other. There is no way to unite together. Especially the demon race, which is simply a gift from heaven. They want to destroy the entire human race. To be honest, they welcome it with open arms. Although it is not easy for the human race to practice, their wisdom is too high. Once they rise, it will become very troublesome and form a terrible civilization system. On the contrary, the demon race, although the individual is strong, the wisdom is very low. Even if it is said that the strength is very strong, the racial concept is extremely poor. In the process of civilization, it is still at the most primitive level. This kind of race, even if the individual is strong, still has the fate of being harvested in the face of the group. So they are not afraid of the demon race being strong, but afraid of the development of the human race. Therefore, facing the current situation, they can stay quietly in their nests and not take action. Now it is different. The treasure has taken action, which has brought them great anxiety. They want to find the reason and clarify the truth. If there is really a treasure that recognizes the master, then we must find a way to kill the heir and cut off the fire of this world. Where should we start exploring? Go to the outside of the earthly immortal realm. The two greatest treasures that awakened first are outside. Let's go outside first to check if any extremely powerful geniuses have appeared in the human race. What about the demon cave? The 6 paths of reincarnation are here, and the underworld is also here. The supreme chapter of the saint of the underworld is also there, right? That supreme chapter has long been tampered with by the millstone. Once you practice, if you have enough talent, something will inevitably go wrong when it comes to the core essentials, and you will be enslaved by the scriptures imprinted by the millstone. It can't be here. The heir of the saint of the underworld must have obtained her inheritance from somewhere else. It can't be here. She must be outside. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded. That's right. The supreme chapter in the underworld has been tampered with by the flesh and blood millstone. If it was a saint, he would naturally be able to detect it, but if it was an heir, that's another matter. He would be 100% tampered with and become one of their people. All the Shyangio of the human race who went out this time must be targeted. Although only 3 treasures have been found, there is no guarantee that others have awakened. There is an heir, but they are still sleeping and have not awakened. So in this year, try to investigate and lock as much as possible. The more you find, the better. Who will go? Asterisk asterisk, you go. You have just become an immortal. You can protect yourself without worry, and you are not too strong to arouse alarm. Okay. The meeting ended quickly, with one person leaving. The remaining 14 people closed their eyes, fell into a deep sleep, and closed their contact with the outside world. Everything will wait for a year. The person who left the depths moved his body, restrained all his breath, did not alarm anyone, and in the blink of an eye he went directly along the tunnel to the main road, and then went to the earthly immortal world at a very fast speed. First, it is to inquire about the news. First, find out whether there are powerful Shyangio rising in the human race, at least 3. You mean the demon race? The demon race Shyangio, rise if you want, it will not have much impact. The human race is the biggest enemy, a difficult existence, and all possibilities of this must be destroyed. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, no more waiting. In the 10,000 demons blood cave, Lee Su gritted his teeth and decided to take action. The 5 transformations require too many resources. If he is trapped in the same place and waits for the demon souls to deliver them, how long will it take to complete? It's just a drop in the bucket. His body shook, and his flesh and blood vibrated. Hundreds of thousands of pounds of power erupted in his body, and he broke away from the flesh and blood that entangled him in an instant. As soon as he landed, Lee Su performed the transformation technique without thinking, and turned into a demon soul again. Leave the room. After going out of a door and turning a few corners, Lee Su's eyes lit up. So many demon souls. Needless to say, the ghost domain was directly opened, and the 6 reincarnations erupted on the spot. This magical power is undoubtedly the most effective against demon souls. Soon, Lee Su left. There are more than 1,000 square meters, and there are at least hundreds of demon souls densely packed. They are all medium level demon souls. The muscle transformation can be completed by about 1/10. Lee Su squinted his eyes after touching his belly. Sure enough, the gold belt for killing and arson. Continue. Chapter 272, Perfection of Mana Realm. Lee Su exhaled, feeling very beautiful. Originally, after coming out, he thought his actions would be dangerous and unsafe, and he might be exposed, and then there would be a bloody battle, fighting all the way, shaking the world, and turning the world upside down. In the end, what was there to fight for? This is a paradise, a real paradise. After leaving his room, all the way over, there is a big road, with a fork every 10 meters, and each fork is 2 roads. Each road is about 100 meters long, and there is a room every 10 meters, and each room is filled with a large number of demon souls. They are all high quality, with 100 heads as a unit. All of them are at the limit of the mana realm. If the soul power of the supernatural power realm is not strong enough, they may be possessed by them. At first, Lee Su thought it was just an isolated case, but after walking around, he found that this was the case, and his eyes suddenly lit up. When other people saw this scene, they probably couldn't help but feel cold in their hearts. They would have a new understanding of this underground demon cave, feel the horror here, and determine that it is an extremely huge threat. There are so many souls at the peak of the mana realm in such a long tunnel. No kidding. There are about 20 rooms on a single forked road, and each room has 100 demon souls, which means 2000. This straight road, at a glance, has about 100 forks, 100 on each side. How much is it in total? 400,000. These are all at the peak of the mana realm. Such a huge number. If they can get out, what will happen? It is enough to subvert the current human-demon bipolar pattern above. This is equivalent to the two nuclear powers that originally only have one of their own and are in opposition, suddenly discovering that the one next to you has revealed a nuclear bomb without saying a word, and the inventory is as much as yours, which will definitely scare you to death. For Lee Su, it is different. This is a leak, the large piece of leak that made him achieve the 5th transformation, complete the 6th transformation, and achieve the 7th transformation. Of course, Lee Su is not stupid. After realizing the situation here, he stopped instead and did not devour it desperately. He has experience in cutting leeks. He has read a lot of novels in his previous life and knows that if you cut it too fast, something will go wrong and attract attention. If the leeks were not cut enough and attracted the supernatural realm, that would be bad. So he stopped and did not continue to harvest. Instead, he returned to the place where he had cut before. After taking a look, he went directly to another room and started the 6 paths of reincarnation in the image of a demon soul, suppressing the demon souls inside. He moved a few waves out of the fork road full of demon souls and filled the back. Then he began to harvest quickly, staring at the fork road that was already full, leaving a row of blocks outside, swallowing all the inside cleanly, while consuming part of the power of the demon soul to collect the Lingbao Sutra and Yuking chapter through the stone, and transformed it into the appearance of a demon soul to fill it up, so that there was no difference in appearance. After doing everything, Lee Su began to cut leeks frantically with his eyes shining. It was really that, after mastering the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation, the restraint on the soul was too strong. In the same realm, he didn't even have the ability to resist. He was instantly pinched and suppressed by him, and then swallowed and digested with the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Lee Su couldn't help but curl his lips, and he felt an unprecedented sense of happiness. The demon souls swallowed by him, after entering the 6 reincarnations, not only will their power be absorbed by him, but their true spirits will be cleansed and transformed into spirituality, to fill his 6 worlds. This is undoubtedly a liberation, transcendence, and reaching the pure land of the soul for the chaotic demon souls. Therefore, after a wave of copying, singing sounded in Lee Su's 6 reincarnations. It was the sound of the dead souls who could not transcend after being liberated. It was a thank you and a praise for him. It not only improved his ability to suppress the 6 reincarnations, but also made his soul amazingly cleansed. This is not just cutting leeks, but also redemption. It is simply a double satisfaction of material and spiritual. Suddenly, Lee Su felt the state of mind of his 6th master, Pinkson Nyang Nyang. He was saved. He had to save all the demon souls here and transcend them. Lee Su was happy and kept moving. I don't know if it was because of the rescue. He felt that the energy squeezed out of the demon souls by him could also be quickly absorbed by himself, and the speed of transformation became much faster. Time passed quickly. In just 1 week, he swallowed nearly 50,000 high-quality demon souls. The quality was undoubtedly at the peak of the magic realm, and was about to transform into the supernatural realm. The progress of the 5 transformations was amazing. The meridians had been completed, and only the skin was left. Originally, Lee Su only planned to get the 5 transformations, but facing this result, he was a little dissatisfied. He directly started to transform the Vajra Dragon realm and the 6 paths of reincarnation at the same time. The Vajra Dragon realm naturally started from the skin, and the 6 paths of reincarnation started from the bones. The skin was still 5 transformations, although it was a bit difficult, but after some effort, it was done. There was a problem with the bones. Even if Lee Su repeatedly carved, the 5 transformations would soon appear, erasing the mark of the 6 paths of reincarnation, and there was no way to continue implanting it. This result made Lee Su frown. Could it be that the 5 transformations were really the limit? It couldn't go on any further. If so, wouldn't it mean that he would waste 2 supreme units? can only be seen but not eaten? The Diamond Dragon realm was fine, but the 6 paths of reincarnation could not be transformed into Dao. Lee Su said that it was quite unwilling. This supreme door was very magical. He himself was the supreme flesh and blood transformed into Dao. His soul had obtained the attributes of flesh and blood, and he could recover, even if he was severely injured. Now, on the contrary, the flesh had obtained the attributes of the soul, which was undoubtedly a two-way sublimation. Once it was fully developed, it would definitely form a qualitative change after the realm, and possess unprecedented abilities. Continue. Lee Su was undoubtedly a very patient person, and here at the moment, there were so many demon souls for him to cut. Although the failure of the transformation would waste some energy, more would still accumulate in the body. He just didn't believe it. There is a saying that, if you don't take what God gives, you will suffer the consequences. With such a good opportunity, he has mastered so many supreme fundamental methods. If he left it alone, it would lead to a disaster, right? Lee Su did not hesitate and began to fight with the 6 bones, and frantically branded them again and again. Failure, failure, and failure. Once, 10 times, 20 times. He kept branding, wanting to carve the supreme soul on his bones and completely complete the transformation. Every time the carving failed, a lot of demon souls would be wasted, and 5 rooms would be needed to replenish them. Gradually, although the carving was not successful, every time the avenue was shattered by the other 5, the fragments of the avenue would remain on the bones, and be absorbed by Lee Su's bones. Snap, snap, snap. Lee Su's bones were ringing and shaking, and the color on them became more and more obvious, from silver white with gold, gradually turning into light gold, with golden light flowing. There is no doubt that perhaps for Lee Su, he was only in the 6th transformation. But it is obvious that his behavior at this moment is not just in the transformation, but breaking the limit, breaking through the upper limit that was set and destined to be only 5 transformations. However, with his actions, knocking again and again, something was being broken by him. 50 times, 60 times. As if he had made up his mind, Lee Su kept transforming. His eyes were red, and he was reckless, determined to fight to the death. At this moment, it took a full month, an average of 3 times a day. Finally, after his bones turned into brilliant gold and began to flow with red light, and the mark of the 6 reincarnations finally landed on them, Lee Su's body couldn't help but tremble, and he began to spit blood. His body was shaking, all the Dao fruits were trembling, and the golden red light on his bones began to flow toward the meridians, flesh, and skin. The flesh and blood were shaking inexplicably, and there was a great way ringing and making a joyful sound. There was power growing, and great power was showing. Just like when the mana reached its limit, Lee Su's body was transforming, undergoing inexplicable changes, and sublimating, as if to become another species, completely surpassing the level of the mana realm, and crossing the hurdle of human beings. Feeling that he had succeeded, Lee Su hid directly in the ghost realm to completely cover himself without revealing any breath. At this moment, he couldn't help but take a deep breath, and his face showed an extremely happy expression when he fell to the ground. He couldn't help laughing. Even though all his 7 orifices were bleeding, his skin was also bleeding, and his mouth was bleeding uncontrollably. Fortunately, Lee Su suppressed his lower body and burned it directly with his life fire, otherwise it would have been bleeding. Damn, although you are very strong, you were finally taken down by me, right? After a long time, Lee Su stood up and exhaled a big breath. His body was still shaking non-stop. The abnormality had not ended yet, it was still going on. Something was changing, not fast, very slowly, but it was indeed. The most obvious thing was that at this moment, although he had not absorbed the devil soul, and had not carried out the soul supreme on his bones, was shaking on its own, and began to shine spontaneously, all over his bones, and transforming into Taoism. When Lee Su came back to his senses, it was almost just a breath, and his 6 bone transformations had actually been completed by himself. If it was not for the lack of energy, the meridians would also start automatically. Facing his own situation, Lee Su's eyebrows flashed, revealing a hint of strangeness. There is no doubt that every time the transformation process is completed, there will be progress, although not much. If the limit of the mana realm is 10, completing one transformation is equivalent to 11. 5 transformations, that is to reach 15. But this time, when the bone transformation was completed, Lee Su did not feel the improvement of strength, but only the increase of attributes. Although he broke through the limit and reached the highest limit, with such a question, after cleaning the stains on his body, he jumped out and cut leaks again. After quickly harvesting all the demon souls of 2 forks, Lee Su hid in a room and continued to transform. Diamond Dragon Realm, this time it is flesh and blood, and it is also 6 transformations. There is no obstacle, it is very easy, he succeeded. The meridians continue to be the highest soul, and it is also easy and completed quickly. However, the amount is very large, and the energy consumption is directly doubled, several times more. If there are not enough leaks, Lee Su would hesitate whether to transform. Yuking chapter. This is normal. Not only is the consumption large, but the speed is not fast, and the overall 5 transformations have not been completed. In this way, another half a month or so passed, and Lee Su stopped transforming. It's not that he won't transform, but it's full. It's not 5 transformations, it's 7 transformations. Unexpectedly, since he broke through the 6th transformation of bones, it was as if he had broken through some barrier. It was not difficult to transform into Deo at all. As long as the energy was enough, he could transform into Deo. Generally speaking, there are 2 benefits to the transformation of Deo for the cultivators in the mana realm. One is the overall improvement, and the other is the increase of soul attributes. After the 5 transformations, although the difficulty is gone, the effect of the former is gone. The latter is still there. The soul can still continue to gain attributes, but if the feeling is right, looking at the situation of his soul, it is almost the limit. It's not that it can't continue to transform into Deo. It can be transformed into Deo, as long as there is a practice method. But Lee Su's situation is a little different. He is practicing the highest chapter and the fundamental method. Basically, the progress brought to his soul by each fundamental method is a comprehensive and thorough improvement. It's okay for one time, but now it has been done for 7 times. Almost all the supreme chapters of the prehistoric saints, except Eozu and the deceased Pangu boss, have been learned. Not to mention the 7 chapters, all of them involve the fundamental methods of the saints. The attribute of the holy way is itself a kind of extreme, very comprehensive, and covers a wide range. This kind of attribute enhancement, one is very scary. After 7 superpositions, Lee Su's soul has reached a limit. Even if other skills are added, his soul will not be improved. Thinking of this, Lee Su couldn't help but let out a breath. Fortunately, although he can't continue to become stronger in the stage of the mana realm, it's over, right? Now looking around, how many rooms are left now? 20 rooms in a branch road, 200 branches, there are 4,000 rooms. A lot of waste wasted when the bones were 6 transformed, 5 rooms at a time, and it was done 100 times, using up almost 500 rooms. The 5 transformations themselves also consumed a lot. 500 rooms were used to prepare the bones, meridians, flesh, and blood, and 300 rooms were used to prepare the final skin. That is to say, the total number is about 800. Adding the 6 transformations, 500 plus 800, 1003. After that, it was the 6th and 7th transformations. The difficulty was gone, but the amount was really huge. The 6th transformation was enough to complete 1,000 rooms, and the 7th transformation was even more, 1002. You have to know that the 5th transformation only had 800 rooms, the 6th transformation had 1000, and the 7th transformation had 2000. As a result, 4000 rooms, 400,000 demon souls. How many did he eat? 1003, 1000, 1000, 1002, 3005, 350,000. Shit, the other person's blood and flesh mill had 1,000 years of foundation, but Lee Su ate it all in 2 months. Faced with this huge amount, if he really had the supreme law, Lee Su would have a headache instead, and felt that he couldn't afford the loss. It was definitely a resource consumption that could drag down an entire race, but the result was only the perfection of his own mana realm. Well, let's harvest the rest. Glancing at the remaining rooms, Lee Su didn't hesitate. After all, killing a demon soul was to save a piece of true spirit. Although he couldn't strengthen himself unless he reached the realm of supernatural power, who would complain about having too much resources? In the past 2 months, there have been many replenishments of demon souls, 1 a day on average. If they are given 1,000 years, there will be almost 400,000 more. This is an external evil, and we cannot leave it. In order to conceal, at least 10 were left in each room as a cover, and there are still 40,000, which is not a small number. Thinking of this, Lee Su did not hesitate and harvested again. In short, he would weaken as much as he could. After watching the demon soul of the supernatural realm with a perfect demon soul of the mana realm and a physical body enter the depths on time today, Lee Su exhaled and left this beautiful vegetable garden. He remembered this place. He remembered the spatial fluctuations of this location through the Yuking chapter. When he was strong enough and lacked resources, he would harvest another batch. You said that the mana realm was eaten up. Haha, isn't there still a supernatural realm? After running out of the chive garden, Lee Su quietly concealed his traces. He took a breath, kept moving away, and drilled into the hole when he saw it. After confirming that the distance was far enough, he began to wait and prepare. He was going to take action, kill a person in the supernatural realm, and then obtain the information from the underground, find the map, and then leave this ghost place. Although he did it secretly, if the other party checked it, his cutting of leaks might be exposed, so the sooner he left, the better. Lee Su was suddenly stunned for a moment, and he couldn't help turning his head and looking at a certain location. This is the extreme yin energy. There is no one who cultivates this in the 100,000 demon caves, and there is only one. In an instant, his eyes flashed. Senior sister, Zhang Shengying. Save. Of course I have to save her. Apart from anything else, just looking at the beautiful appearance of the senior sister is very pleasing to the eye, and the future is so dangerous. One more genius will share more pressure, right? Lee Su has been very troubled recently. The demon clan is fine, but the external evil, just thinking about it makes my scalp numb. So he moved, and went straight to the extreme yin energy. About 100 meters away, a voice sounded. An evil laugh sounded, full of obscenity. Struggle, resist, lust enters your soul. Let me see how you can calm down. Shameless, A cold voice sounded, with coldness and anger, but unfortunately he stopped talking halfway, and couldn't help but hum lightly. The voice was extremely strange and trembling, and surprisingly, it was extremely tempting. Hiss. Outside, Lee Su, who rushed over, shuddered on the spot and almost fell to the ground. Lust enters your soul? ? The target is his senior sister? The senior sister who is devoted to seeking the truth, pure and innocent? Damn, this demon soul, is it so coquettish? Are you planning to take over someone else's body, or what are you planning to do? Chapter 273 Demon Soul Prodigy vs Zaya Country Pervert. There was a red light flashing on Zhang Shengying's jade white face, and the red light between her eyebrows had turned on. Sweat kept sliding down her skin, and the nerves in her body were tense. She was wearing a special combat uniform for the Zaya Kingdom. This combat uniform was extremely tough, and could defend against strong force impacts. It was also very effective against sharp cuts and thrusts. Lee Su also had one, which was divided into 2 layers, inner and outer. Not to mention the outer layer. The inner layer was a close-fitting garment, a body-shaping garment with a sense of science fiction. It also had excellent impact resistance, and could prevent damage from slashing, flames, etc. It also had excellent breathability and self-cleaning ability. It could automatically clean the body when conditions were not right. Not only that, it could highlight the individual's figure very well, and it not only had a great protective effect on important parts, but also had the effect of increasing the cup size. Although it looks a bit sexy when worn alone, it is widely praised. After all, in order to fight, most women need to give up fancy and beautiful clothes. This kind of clothes that can fight, clean the body, show their curves, and make their minds more magnificent undoubtedly has too many advantages, especially because it has 2 layers inside and outside. Even those with more conservative personalities can wear it inside. Nowadays, there are many damaged places on Zhang Shengying's combat uniform, and many places are broken, and blood is flowing. Although it has scabs, it is still possible to imagine what kind of battle she encountered before being trapped here. The combat uniforms with functions such as anti-strike, puncture, and burning were all cut and split, and some places were scorched. The opponent is at least in the realm of supernatural powers, and there is not just one, but traces left by fighting with several. Although this makes her very embarrassed, it does not reduce her charm, as if she has fallen from an unreachable mountain, and has changed from a fairy in heaven to an elf in the mortal world, giving people a strong desire to protect her. She frowned slightly. The method she practiced was related to Taiyin. This method came from the Moon Palace, and was the method of change. It cultivated the power of the moonlight, and the highest achievement was Taiyin. There was undoubtedly a difference between the Taiyin of the Moon Palace and the Taiyin of the underworld. The former was based on the moon, practicing the moonlight, and finally formed the Taiyin that was opposite to the sun, and yet mutually generated. Her Taiyin power was the power of the extreme yin, the opposite of the yang, and gathered the properties of cold, and ice to form a kind of extreme yin. In fact, under normal circumstances, the so-called Taiyin was Zhang Shengying. On the contrary, the Taiyin that Li Su mastered was the power of the soul, a kind of ethereal attribute. Its coldness did not have physical properties, but was a kind of coldness aimed at the soul. Of course, the former could also target the soul, but Zhang Shengying's Taiyin was the yin of the moonlight, belonging to the night, the lonely silver in the dark, cold and quiet, which meant the rest of life, or sleep. Therefore, it had a very high effect of suppressing emotions, and filling with rationality. Facing the possession of the devil's soul, she could persist for several months without being shaken, because of the effect of the moonlight calming the spirit. But she never expected that the demon soul in front of her would not attack her by taking over her spirit, but by starting from her body, using special methods to arouse her lust. Zhang Shengying is undoubtedly a genius. She is so strong that among the younger generation, apart from the pervert Li Su, she can only do one or two things. Moreover, she has a calm personality and is not surprised by major events. Before Li Su appeared, her importance in the hearts of the older generation was undoubtedly higher than Yingzhan. Although she does not have the qualifications of a king, in fact, her desire has long been determined. She is a subordinate of Zhang Tao in the Ministry of Education. Once she enters the realm of supernatural powers, she will be a deputy minister. The level is undoubtedly first line, and the scope of power can be among the top 10. Although she has countless advantages, she is still young after all, only in her 20s, and her physiology has just reached the peak of being a living being. Although her physical desire is very shallow and low due to the influence of the practice, it is not absent. In fact, this is one of her few unpleasant emotions. After all, she has not completely transcended and left the scope of human beings. Although she will not have a fixed visit every month like ordinary women, she will only have one visit a year. This is biological instinct, to pass on the family line, which is written in the genes. Men and women, unless they are completely detached, they can't do anything about what is written in their DNA. There are still about 2 months before her next relative comes, and it is obvious that this time point is just the ovulation period of her body. Under normal circumstances, this would not have any effect, but under the continuous influence of the other party's power, with the passage of time, the biological instinct is more and more intensified, and there is a strong desire that is constantly growing. Even Zhang Shengying, who is devoted to seeking the truth, can't stand it. Although she does things casually and her fighting methods are cold and sharp, whether it is fists and feet against the enemy or the use of weapons, she is extremely tough and has a hawkish style. But it doesn't mean that she can be like that when it comes to men and women. In fact, she is undoubtedly a real young lady, not to mention that she has not held hands with the opposite sex of the same age since she was 9 years old. Her family and her skills also make ordinary men dare not approach. It's not that there is no such thing, such as Yingzhan in them. Unfortunately, in Zhang Shengying's eyes, Yingzhan was just an enemy, and the others could undoubtedly be summed up in 2 words, that is, brother. Naturally, she would not have any love between men and women. Therefore, she made a lot of precautions, and the skills also defended her soul, but she did not expect that the other party would actually attack her body. Not only that, this damn bastard was constantly contacting her consciousness, constantly transmitting unbearable pictures and incredible scenes to her. The content in it was so large that even married young women would probably blush and curse inwardly, let alone a girl like Zhang Shengying. After months of continuous bombardment, coupled with the constant intensification of her body's instincts, the lust in Zhang Shengying's eyes became more and more intense, and her soul was impressed and began to lose consciousness. Watching the girl in front of him being annihilated by lust bit by bit, the demon soul showed a sinister smile on his face. Love poison. This is a trick it obtained by coincidence from the means of the demon clan and the fox clan. Planted with a special method, the person who is infected will have an irresistible lust from the physiological point of view. This desire can cover up reason and even infect the soul. Unless you have sex with the poisoner, the poison will become more and more intense. You ask if the fox tribe has this method. Do humans not care? Well, no matter. Why? Because the love poison of the fox tribe can only be cast by women. Although it can be targeted at both men and women, only fox women can cast it, and fox men cannot. And then although this thing is poisonous, once it is done, it will enter the sage state, and will not be controllable. So, you know. You ask why it can target women? Is there any proof? Guess. Back to the topic. Although the demon soul mastered this method at the beginning, it had never used it, and felt it was useless, but it didn't expect Zhang Shengying to appear in front of it at this time. Feeling the nature of the other party's skills, after several months of trying, it was helpless and difficult to shake. Finally, it thought of this method, and it was obvious that, as long as the physiology still existed, this love poison would be difficult to resist. As expected, although Zhang Shengying persisted for a long time, she was eventually taken down by the love poison, and her soul was infected and unable to control herself. Once the other party is completely fallen, it is time for it to merge into the other party's body and take over the soul. Zhang Shengying's body was shaking, and she woke up quickly, but she quickly sank. Facing the lust that was like a tsunami, it was really difficult to suppress it. The soul was affected, and the body, that had already been transformed, could not bear it. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Shengying's eyes were filled with unwillingness, reluctance, and determination. She was determined, and her mind was as strong as iron. How could she let herself sink and be taken over by others? The reason why she kept insisting and was unwilling to give up, even when she was in despair, was that in addition to being strong, there was another thing. The 10,000 Demons Blood Cave. There is a big problem. Here, there is a terrible army. Pay attention to the powerful army that subverts the opposition between humans and demons. She couldn't count them carefully, but the number was definitely very terrible. It was a number that could make people despair at a glance. Once they went out, not to mention the demon clan, it would be absolutely catastrophic for the Xia kingdom. Demon souls are different from cultivators. They have no physical body and can take over other people's bodies. What will this strange fight turn into in the end? It will become a tragic situation where a son kills his father and a wife kills her husband. Immediately notify grandpa and the others to kill and destroy the demon souls here. They must not be allowed to go out and cause trouble. However, after waiting for several months, her signal device did not respond at all and no one approached here. Zhang Shengying took a deep breath. She decided and was ready to spread the news, even if she had to burn her soul. Suddenly, her eyes froze, and she looked behind the demon soul that affected her body and mind with love poison. But she saw a demon soul in the realm of magic power quietly appearing. It looked around like a mouse, confirming something. After a while, after confirming that there was only herself and the demon soul here, the demon soul raised his little hand to wipe the sweat and seemed to relax a lot. Then it did not make any movement and swung its little tail towards the demon soul that was concentrating on waiting for itself to be lost in emotion. Zhang Shengying was a little stunned because she found that the other party was floating while raising his little hand and taking out a finger and gently placing it in front of her mouth, asking her not to make a sound. This demon soul? Although most of its attention was on Zhang Shengying, it might be that it thought of such a method against Zhang Shengying, and it still had such patience. This demon soul in the supernatural realm was undoubtedly very strong. Very strong. In an instant, it reacted, and the coldness in its eyes was great. Through perception, it found that it was a demon soul in the mana realm floating behind it. A mere ant also wants to seize the body? The demon soul will have logic after the supernatural realm. Before that, it was just instinct, resentment towards living beings, and the desire to seize the body and be reborn. Therefore, the demon soul didn't even think about it, and turned his hand to grab the demon soul without turning his head. It happened that it had consumed a lot recently, and needed to be replenished. However, before the person was caught, it was fixed. A huge vortex appeared and fixed it in place. The soul was directly suppressed, and could not be controlled. Its eyes widened. They were originally as big as dragon eyes, but now they became as big as lanterns. It immediately realized that something was wrong. This was not the method that the demon soul should have. It was not unfamiliar to it. It had seen it countless times, especially after it came from the memory logic attribute. Its scene reverberated in its mind countless times. 6 paths of reincarnation. Raw. In an instant, its soul was shaking, and every bit of soul light was jumping. There was a strange feeling inside, confusing the blood red light, and it was extremely chaotic. It struggled and twisted its body to break free from this bondage. It must be said that it was very strong. Very strong. Before the 6 paths of reincarnation, Li Su would probably have a headache against him. Before the 5 transformations, he would probably have to run away and couldn't beat him. The 6 paths of reincarnation has a great suppressive force on souls without a physical body. It can be said that it is a natural nemesis. As a result, the other party actually moved. Although it was very slow, there is no doubt that it relied solely on the power of the soul to shake Li Su's 6 paths of reincarnation. Li Su's eyes tightened, and the transformation technique was cancelled directly. The ghost domain under his feet opened up, and the demon soul and Zhang Shengying were taken in together. Appearing directly inside the magical power, the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation was undoubtedly stronger, suppressing the demon soul again, causing it to pause. Faced with the suppression, the demon soul was not surprised but happy. It's you. I didn't expect the heir of the 6 paths to appear in the 10,000 demons blood cave. Haha, ha. God helps me. It's really God helps me. You're dead. The demon soul shouted in surprise, extremely happy. Its body was shaking, revealing an extremely ecstatic expression. The heir of the 6 paths is undoubtedly their mortal enemy, and they want to kill him as soon as possible. If they can kill him and seize his body, it goes without saying. Even if they don't seize Zhang Shengying's body, they can rank 16th and become the king of this demon cave. Its demon flames are wild, and its momentum is climbing. Taking Zhang Shengying as the target of possession, it is almost successful. No matter what means it uses, it will not be a simple supernatural power realm. Even in the class of demon souls, it is extremely powerful. Flames ignited on its body. That is the devil fire, the supernatural power from the flesh and blood millstone, the power of the great way. The rules inside are chaotic, the rhyme of the way is distorted, the void is ignited, and the 6 reincarnations are also shaken. It roared angrily, and directly through the vibration of the 6 reincarnations, another soul flew out of its soul. This is another supernatural power it has mastered, which also comes from the supreme great way of the flesh and blood millstone. As a demon soul that has not reached the peak of supernatural power and has no physical body, it can actually master 2 flesh and blood millstone supernatural powers at once. It is undoubtedly a genius among demon souls and has the qualifications of a king. This is also the reason why it is here, to seize Zhang Shengying's body, and no other supernatural power realm comes to snatch it, because it is strong enough. Li Su's eyes were shaken. It was obvious that the methods of the demon soul in front of him were somewhat unexpected. He took a breath, and the blood and flesh cells began to breathe, bringing down great deeds, and launching great power. His soul lit up, and the supreme scripture of blood and flesh shone. His body lit up, and the supreme texture of blood and flesh surrendered. This is a unique feature of the Dao of transformation, where the soul, blood, and flesh are integrated into one and become one. The life fire is flourishing, and the body is like lightning. Lee Su did not have any intention of retreating, and went straight up, to fight with the opponent's soul. Boom. With a loud bang, the life fire and the demon fire collided. One is the flame of life, and the other is the law of chaos. Obviously, there is no room for coordination between the two, and there is no room for coordination. The two forces collided in the void, and the huge ghost domain could not help but vibrate. There are scriptures that emerged and locked this pure land. The demon soul was stunned for a moment. The result of the fight was obviously that he did not have the advantage. Moreover, the feeling of the fight was obvious that the opponent also used the supreme method. Recalling the memory, it should belong to the power of another saint. The two holy Daoisms? Lee Su was also somewhat surprised. He had broken through the limit several times and transformed into the Dao 7 times. Even if he was still in the realm of mana, he had undoubtedly crushed the ceiling above his head and raised this realm itself by one level. It was not that he had not killed the magic souls in the realm of supernatural powers before. Except for their large mass, their heights were basically lower than his. This guy in front of him was just a split soul, but he could actually be on par with him. You know, most of his power was still suppressed in place by the 6 reincarnations. Boom. 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 After a fight, both of them were amazed, but the next moment they fought again and directly entered the most intense melee fight. They fought very fast, and the power of their bare hands could break the void. Every collision was a fight between the Supremes, the intersection of the power of two completely different worlds. For a while, the avenue vibrated, and the Dao rhyme wailed. Under the power of the two, the beautiful Pure Land began to show cracks, and was about to break apart. Haha, ha ha ha. The bigger it was, the more surprised the demon soul was, and the more surprised it was, the more joy it became. Double Saint Daoism. This is true, this is true. Die. With a roar, the original body shook again, and a demonic fire rose, breaking the 6-way suppression. The next moment, another figure came out from inside. It looked ferocious, full of murderous intent, and excited. This is a great achievement, an unprecedented great achievement. It pounced on Lee Su, and rushed directly to him, wanting the two souls to join forces to suppress Lee Su and kill him. Unlike the demon soul that tried to seize Lee Su's body before, this guy in front of him knew very well that the fundamental Dao of the Supreme Saint could not be seized. If seized, once entering his body, he would be killed directly by the Saint Dao. Be careful. Zhang Shengying, who was attacked by the love poison and was seriously injured before entering the 10,000 demons blood cave, was obviously unable to move or fight. The moment she saw the demon soul that came in quietly turned back into Lee Su, her eyes burst into an incomparable spirit, and the shock she felt in her heart was simply unimaginable. It was definitely a subversive shock. Even the firm and incomparable Dao heart was affected and shaken. However, Zhang Shengying is not an ordinary girl after all, not a young girl who longs for a hero. She is a strong person, not only physically, but also mentally. After a moment, she calmed down. She knew very well that the demon soul in front of her was so powerful that, even if she was in her prime, she would be severely injured if she met it, and could only escape. It was too strong. It was different from other demon souls. Not only in realm, but also in mind, skills, and techniques. It can be said to be top-notch. It is undoubtedly a genius among demon souls. Although Lee Su's strength has been around for a long time, it is obviously still in the realm of magic power. From the perspective of degree, he has already entered the Dao of transformation. He is worthy of being a genius favored by his grandfather. Up to now, has it been a year? Question mark? He has grown to such a level, and reached a field comparable to her. There is no doubt that, as long as he is given time, he will definitely be the backbone of the human race in the future. She shouted loudly, reminding the other party to pay attention, and at the same time shouted, "Junior brother, go quickly. Leave where you came from, go outside, and tell grandpa and the others that there are hundreds of thousands of peak mana realm lurking in the 100,000 demon cave. Once they leave here, it will surely cause chaos in the world. It must be solved immediately." join the demon clan, and eradicate the 10,000 demon blood cave. Although the human and demon clans are hostile, it is obvious that the existence of the demon soul is undoubtedly the enemy of living beings. It is irreconcilable, and one side must die. Facing the attack of the two souls, Lee Su was undoubtedly a little tired. His flesh and blood were supreme, and his attributes undoubtedly exceeded the power controlled by the demon soul. In addition, he broke through the limit of the realm. But the other party was in the supernatural realm after all, and was a rare genius among the demon souls. Therefore, it was undoubtedly a bit difficult to fight against two similar demon souls at the same time. In an instant, the fighting man and the demon soul were both startled. The demon soul's face was full of murderous intent, and the killing intention was everywhere. This is the biggest secret of the 10,000 demons blood cave. It must not be exposed. Both of them must die. Lee Su was stunned for a moment. Hundreds of thousands of peak mana realms? Why does it sound so familiar? Could it be that the group of guys who were cut off by him as leaks? Feeling the demon soul increasing its strength and killing moves frequently, Lee Su could only say, "Senior sister, wait a minute. We will talk later. Wait until I kill him first." "Kill me?" The demon soul laughed and was angry. "The biggest mistake you made is that you overestimated yourself and underestimated me. The 6 reincarnations do work to suppress the soul. This gives you great confidence. Do you think you can suppress me? So you took me in and wanted to solve me without exposing it? It's stupid. It's true that the suppression power will be stronger in your magical power, but the prerequisite is that you can suppress it." The demon soul suppressed by the 6 ways had a hideous face and murderous intent on his face. Its soul body shook again, and another soul split from the main body. It did not kill Lee Su, but rushed directly to Zhang Shengying, wanting to kill them all here. The 3 splits appeared at the same time, and for a moment Lee Su's ghost domain shook, and was affected by the law of chaos. The 6 reincarnations began to tremble. After all, the ghost domain itself was its support. If the ghost domain was affected, it would be difficult for it to stabilize. Obviously, as it said, it was one thing to suppress it, and it was another thing not to suppress it. Zhang Shengying's face suddenly changed, and she showed an extremely anxious look on her face. She was not afraid of death, but she was worried about Lee Su, thinking that she had implicated the other party. Even if she encountered this kind of magical power, she would probably cry out. "I didn't expect the demon soul prodigy to be so powerful. You must know that, although the demon soul usually has power and can attack the soul, it is nothing for people like Zhang Shengying who have magical powers involving the soul. That's why she chose to come to the 100,000 demon caves instead of other places. I underestimated the other party too much. With the consciousness, the other party's combat power directly increased by several levels. Facing the opponent's attack, Lee Su's eyes also burst with light, radiant with brilliance. It is true that the demon soul clone surprised him, and it was really incredible that he escaped the 6 paths suppression in this way. But is this a problem for Lee Su? Unfortunately, it is not. In fact, when the opponent was only 1, it was really difficult for Lee Su to kill him. Now that you have split into so many, is it still difficult to suppress? Lee Su's eyes were bright, his eyebrows glowed, and the Kingping sword fruit broke out of his body and slashed directly at a soul. The sword light was fierce, and the sword intent rushed into the sky. It instantly turned into a sword formation, covering that clone. At the same time, he raised his palm and struck out with one palm. In an instant, the Buddha kingdom rose in his palm, and the Buddha's light shone in all directions. With a clang, he put another clone in. At the same time, blood and flesh spurted out, and terrible flames rushed up. A beast directly turned into a fish in the void. It was a huge fish. It jumped up, grew wings, and turned into a bird. With a cry, he rushed to the last clone, and entangled with it directly. That was the Kunpeng method, driven by the supreme power of flesh and blood, directly manifesting the original Kunpeng. Unfortunately, the realm was not enough, and it was a little small. But there was no doubt that the power was unmatched, and the speed was boundless. Boom. 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 The violent vibrations continued to sound. Kunpeng, the Buddha kingdom, and the sword formation. One supreme suppressed a clone, and the ghost domain quickly stabilized. The 6 reincarnations once again emitted a dazzling power. This time, it was different from the previous one. It completely suppressed the demon soul in place, and the eyes could not move. Clapping his hands, Lee Su himself was free, and directly let the magic power go to fight the opponent. The fight was in full swing, and could not be stopped. Kun Peng's shadows were all over the sky, and the terrible power was constantly vibrating. There were hundreds or thousands of attacks in 1 second. The sword formation was full of sword intent, and the sword light was like rain. King Ping's sword fruit waved the King Ping sword, chopping, chopping, chopping. In the Buddha kingdom, the lotus deo fruit transformed into a music conductor. It shook its lotus, and continuously sent down great power. The Buddha struck the bell to shake the soul. The Arhats held the infinite light sticks to beat him, and 3,000 bhikkhus grabbed the water of merit and smashed it continuously. The scenery was beautiful. Then there was the 6 reincarnations. It kept turning and squeezing the small body of the demon soul, trying to squeeze out the oil from it. Facing this scene, not only Zhang Shengying was stunned, but the demon soul couldn't help but be stunned, shocked, confused, and dumbfounded. If I'm not wrong, the power that the other party burst out is all the way of the saints, and it involves the root, the 4 saints Dao tongue. The demon soul was confused, shocked, and dumbfounded, and his thinking was chaotic. Is this a human? Are you still a person? Others may not be able to learn even one. How crazy can they be to master the 4 saints Dao tongue at the same time? Chapter 274 Hiss. Boom. 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 The demon soul resisted fiercely. It was very strong, really strong. Without a physical body, one soul was divided into 3, each of which was actually at the level of the supernatural realm, and the main body was even more powerful. Under the full suppression of the 6 paths of reincarnation, the opponent could still struggle, and kept shaking the 6 paths, which was extremely laborious to suppress. Boom. 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 Its souls were not bad either, and each of them had a combat power above the standard. The Flesh and Blood Supreme fought against it with Kun Peng, which had super speed, and could be transformed into light, and could attack thousands of times per second. Although the opponent could not reach the speed, he defended it, and his reaction was amazingly fast, and he could defend in time. And in the King Ping sword fruit, his sword intent was so sharp that it was needless to say that it could not only cut through real matter, but also severely damage virtual matter, and his soul was also in the slash of the King Ping sword fruit. The opponent used the magic fire as a domain, which was spread all over his body, to reduce the speed of the sword intent of the King Ping sword fruit, and then split his soul by himself to avoid being slashed by the sword intent that even the soul body could not escape. In the Buddha kingdom, facing the overwhelming attack, the opponent shrank down to a small dot. The shell was more troublesome than a turtle, and it was impossible to hit it for a while. The fight lasted less than a minute, and the opponent found the corresponding methods of his supreme way. This ability alone was beyond doubt and amazingly strong. For a while, there was really no way to take it down. One person and one demon soul were completely entangled, fighting there. Lee Su exhaled. No doubt, he was not relaxed. The opponent was in the supernatural realm. Even if he didn't have a physical body, he was still in the supernatural realm. Now Lee Su is strong enough, with the power of the mana realm, to fight against such an existence. You must know that he is definitely a demon on the side of the demon soul. On the side of Xia Kingdom, he is a well-deserved backbone and a high-level combat power in the supernatural realm. He can suppress the opponent. Although he has no physical body, his performance is still extraordinary enough. No, it should be said to be extraordinary. Under normal circumstances, there are geniuses who can break through the limit, and there are also those who can beat people above their level, but that is usually the case of the mana realm beating ordinary supernatural powers who have just entered the realm. It is not like Lee Su, where the mana realm directly beats the genius of the supernatural realm. The gap is too big, and there are billions of miles between them. The genius of the supernatural realm beating the ordinary supernatural realm who has just entered the realm is no different from beating his son. He was very tired. The 4 great supernatural powers simultaneously extracted his mana. Just to recover, it would undoubtedly consume a mammoth every minute. Fortunately, Lee Su had harvested a lot of leeks before coming, and basically ate up all the 1,000-year heritage of the demon soul. Otherwise, even if he had the 7th transformation in this battle, it would not be the opponent who lost, but him. The use of power in the face is really a bit of magic. A simple magic fire can be used by it to produce flowers and produce miraculous effects. Lee Su slowly walked to the front of the senior sister, first took a look at her situation, then he frowned and spread his hands. No solution. Love poison. Although it is called poison, it is obviously not a poison. It is a kind of lust, a physiological reaction, which evokes the desire and fire deep in the heart. Senior sister, how are you? It's okay, no problem for the time being. Zhang Shengying echoed, because the atmosphere was very tense. The devil soul was suppressed by the junior brother again. There was no increase in strength, and there was no shameful picture. Although the lust was still rising, it could be suppressed, of course. It was temporary. Okay. Lee Su nodded. His breath was not even, mainly because of too much consumption, but at this time Lee Su also discovered some unknown characteristics of himself. For example, the conversion rate of spiritual energy is really fast. As soon as the inner long river absorbed it and fell into the danshan, it was immediately converted into mana, and the progress was still increasing. It seemed that this was the first time that this happened, and he was not used to it. In addition, his body was shaking constantly, his bones were emitting golden red light, and his meridians were beating, transporting golden red light throughout his body, and his flesh and blood were vibrating, stimulated by the golden red light, and strengthening. The skin was faintly filled with golden red light, over and over again. His soul was glowing, the 7 supremes were vibrating at the same time, and the supreme scriptures were flowing. He was improving, unexpectedly improving. The opponent's unexpected strength made him look relaxed on the surface, but the actual pressure was very great, and he was in a dilemma. His body could not keep up with the magical power. Under this pressure, his body and soul undoubtedly showed a high intensity adaptability and quickly improved. This is the effect of breaking the 5 transformations. Lee Su was stunned. There was some improvement when he broke the 5 transformations before, but it was not obvious. Unexpectedly, now under pressure, and feeling the crisis, he actually grew again. I thought he had reached the limit of the limit, but I didn't expect that I would push the ceiling upward again, constantly enlarging, widening, and deepening this node. Lee Su kept breathing, and he was a little unsure about his own growth. Is he still in the realm of mana? Shaking his head, Lee Su didn't think deeply. After all, the timing was not right, the crisis was still there, and the situation of his senior sister was not good. Thinking about breaking through the ceiling of the realm of mana again, he would definitely laugh, really laugh. Think back, after 1500 years of perfecting his magic power, the last 2 points of leap directly brought him a qualitative change, which was undoubtedly breaking the limit. 5 transformations, 1 break at a time. Added up, 6 times. Breaking the 5 transformations, 7 times. 7 transformations, 9 times. Adding this now, does this count as breaking the limit 9 times? Others are at the 10th level of the magic realm, and he is at the 19th level? Junior brother, don't worry about me, just go. Zhang Shengying didn't know Lee Su's condition. In Zhang Shengying's eyes, she might be able to suppress him, but it was almost impossible to defeat him. The demon soul was too strong. She could feel that the strength of the junior brother was not weaker than hers. It was unbelievable that the other party had grown to such a level in such a short time. Because of this, he couldn't die here. He was undoubtedly related to the future of the human race. I'm walking. Lee Su answered directly. Of course, if he walked again, how could he stay where he was? What if the demon soul found something wrong? The magic realm has no wisdom, but the supernatural realm has. The demon soul that dealt with the senior sister was put into the 6 reincarnations by him. Without its demonic nature outside, what should we do if other demon souls of the supernatural power realm come in? It was so difficult to fight this one. If there is another one, it might be Lee Su himself who fell to the ground. But I don't know the way. Senior sister. Go again. Don't know the way. Zhang Shengying was stunned. Junior brother supernatural power can also move directly? This is a bit unexpected. But, don't know the way. Then junior brother, how did you get in? I don't know either. It's just that there was a small accident when the demon tide came. I was pulled down. When I came back to my senses, I was already here. I was being possessed. Zhang Shengying was stunned. It was really the way her junior brother talked that made her a little at a loss. What do you mean by waking up here? What do you mean by being possessed? This is serious, okay? There is a big problem. Li Su said, sister, do you know the way out from here? Zhang Shengying heard this, and a bitter smile appeared on her face. In order to prevent the demon souls inside from going out and causing trouble, the other roads in the 10,000 demons blood cave were specially blocked long ago, leaving only one exit, which was where the centipede monsters were guarding. Of course, there must be other roads, but they are obviously unknown. What's more, there are many dangers in the 10,000 demons blood cave, and you can't go in randomly, so there is only one place to enter and exit. And it is obvious that the demon clan will not let them pass. Li Su rubbed his eyebrows. After feeling Zhang Shengying, he had a hunch that the way back might be a bit difficult and inconvenient. Sure enough, it turned out like this. After thinking for a while, he said, sister, I remember you came here to break through the magic realm and advance to the supernatural realm. Zhang Shengying was stunned for a moment. Why ask this now? But she still nodded and said, yeah. Have you advanced? Zhang Shengying heard this, and a bitter smile appeared on her face. Advance? She went in naturally, and because she went in, she ran into a big problem. She was betrayed and ambushed by the demons, which caused her to be seriously injured. Although her external injuries have healed, her internal problems, especially her soul, are serious. She was pierced by the scorpion spirit with its tail stinger, and her soul was poisoned. If it weren't for her strong soul and the advantage of practicing the Moon Palace Taiyin method, she would not have had the chance to run into the 10,000 demons blood cave and would have died on the spot. Although she is a genius and powerful, she has obviously just entered the realm of supernatural powers and was immediately ambushed by the old demon of the demon clan. It is a miracle that she didn't die. Junior brother, don't think about it. My Deo body was injured and my soul was poisoned. So that's it. I was wondering why my sister's soul body is so strange. Li Su was stunned for a moment. He mastered the power of the 6 paths and could directly feel the soul. He could directly observe the soul of a person, especially a woman. This was undoubtedly very impolite. After all, the soul is different from the flesh. Generally, it doesn't wear clothes. Under the observation of Li Su's soul eye, even if there is clothes, it is useless. So he could feel something was wrong, but couldn't put it into words. His Deo body was injured, and his soul was poisoned. No wonder the other part his soul was half up and half down. His emotions were still in the process of transformation, and were stuck in the middle. Li Su's eyes lit up. Senior sister is in the realm of supernatural powers? That's easy. With the talent of senior sister, if her strength is restored, it will not be difficult for her to kill the guy who he could barely suppress together with him. It shouldn't be a big problem to rush out of the exit. Senior sister, what are you waiting for? Recover quickly. I guess if you recover, you should be able to suppress it in this situation. Zhang Shengying heard this and shook her head and smiled bitterly. Recover? She wanted to, but the problem was that it was impossible. The Deo injury was too severe, and she had to suppress the emotional poison. Under the double impact, it was already amazing that she could speak to Li Su. Treat the injury? Impossible. Junior brother, don't waste your time on me. My injuries will only be suppressed by the poison, unless there are a lot of precious medicines that can nourish the soul, to replenish the consumption of the soul. Nourishing the soul is a rare treasure for cultivators. Why is the 100,000 demon cave so popular? Obviously, the demon soul is poisonous and will pollute the soul, but people still come here. It is because the absorption of the demon soul can replenish the soul. So, Li Su said directly, senior sister, I remember that the demon soul can nourish the soul. Zhang Shengying had a bitter smile on her face. She was a little shocked and looked at Li Su in disbelief and said, junior brother, how did you get permission to enter the 100,000 demon cave? Li Su was stunned for a moment. How did you get it? Of course, it was sent directly by Pangu Banner. Zhang Shengying shook her head. The demon soul in the demon cave is poisonous. It was okay before I was injured. After I was injured, I couldn't use the energy of the demon soul to repair my soul. That's right. Why is she trapped here all the time? Because it's a dead end. The demon clan's plan was very good, very beautiful. They injured her, forced her into the 10,000 demons blood cave, and almost took her down without bloodshed. Oh, right, the demon soul is poisonous. Thinking of this, Lee Su's eyes lit up, which means that, if it is not poisonous, it will be fine. Senior sister, I'm sorry. Lee Su took a breath and directly stretched out his hand to press on the other's lower abdomen. The yang energy approached, and Zhang Shengying couldn't help but shiver. In an instant, countless pictures appeared in her mind. She was instilled by the damn demon soul in the past few months. She was shocked, and almost tears came out of her eyes. She squeezed her palms tightly, suppressing. Finally, the passion that was about to explode was suppressed by her. After biting her lips, Zhang Shengying was a little angry, a little embarrassed, and more ashamed, and was about to speak. Senior sister, absorb it quickly. Lee Su didn't think much about it. After all, his magical powers were still fighting. Not far away, the thunder and lightning were ignited, and the demon soul was furious and screaming. No one would do that. It was too infuriating, too infuriating. They were fighting a life and death battle, but the other party's body actually went to chat with that woman, and his hands were so hot that they reached out to the other party's lower abdomen. That was his woman, the demon soul was about to explode, and he had never been humiliated like this. Zhang Shengying was stunned, because a large amount of spiritual energy flowed directly into her danshan along the other party's palm. It has been so long. Even if it is said to be a magical realm, Zhang Shengying's danshan is basically dry. There is no doubt that it is like a long drought and a sweet dew, and the whole person is moist. Not only that, along with the spiritual energy, there is also an indescribable substance floating over. It is the unique brilliance of the demon soul, which can nourish the human soul, and has excellent effects on the transformation of the Tao. Zhang Shengying was shocked, because the brilliance transmitted was not polluted, it was extremely pure, which means that the demon soul's magic poison was absorbed by Lee Su. Junior brother, you. Zhang Shengying was nervous, her eyes were really big. This behavior was tantamount to using his own life to make her successful. Lee Su shouted in a low voice, and said directly, senior sister, hurry up. The Dao heart, that had not moved for thousands of years, at this moment, this instant, was shaken. Zhang Shengying's eyes became incomparably soft, and there are many ways to move a woman. The most difficult thing to refuse is undoubtedly to get hope in despair, and the other party uses his life to protect you in times of crisis. Do you need more words? Do you need to know more? No. Lee Su herself was not disgusted in Zhang Shengying's heart. She was one of the few guys who really regarded her as an opponent and scared her to death. Although she was very angry at the time, after the anger subsided, there was a different taste in her heart. Then let's talk about appearance. Zhang Shengying may not be picky, but no one likes ugly people, right? Lee Su is very handsome, very handsome. Not to mention the time when the Tao heart was planted with demons. He had transformed into Tao 7 times, and his life had exceeded the limit after breaking through various ceilings. It can be said that, unless practitioners deliberately become ugly and old, there are actually very few ugly people, and Lee Su is the best among them. His appearance is not offensive, and his personality is not disgusting. He can get along with her. In addition to the difficulties of saving her, he is even more selfless for her at this moment. Even if Zhang Shengying has a heart of stone, she will be shaken at this moment, not to mention that she is not, and the most terrifying thing is that she has been poisoned by love. She took a breath, and she looked at Lee Su deeply, and her eyes were softer than ever before. Shengying will never let you down, she said softly, then closed her eyes, and began to extract the magic soul brilliance that Lee Su poured in to repair herself. Lee Su was stunned for a moment, and he couldn't help but raise his head and look at his senior sister. Senior sister, where did you get this from? He was a little confused, and he was confused. What the hell is not letting me down? Life-saving grace? Lee Su did not think much about it. After all, it was the right thing to do to attack the opponent. As for the poison of the demon soul, it was ineffective against him. Besides, he was already at the maximum level and could not gain experience. Although he had a lot of demon souls in his hands, He probably entered the realm of supernatural powers, and it was probably a drop in the bucket. If the senior sister can use it, just give it to her. It's not a big deal. Boom. Ha. Suddenly there was a loud noise, and the demon soul suppressed by the 6 reincarnations moved. Its body was shaking, and it split out another clone. It didn't come to kill Li Su, nor did it attack Zhang Shengying. It directly bombarded the void, and wanted to escape from the ghost domain. This bastard. At this time, Li Su's face was a little black. It was very troublesome to fight 1 against 4. It was another consumption to send power to Zhang Shengying. It had to be said that the demon soul was really accurate in timing and had such a deep mind. He took a breath, his eyes were shining, and in an instant his head shook, and the Pangu banner came out of the world. The ancient banner vibrated, and the 4 forces of earth, fire, wind, and water soared into the sky. There were scriptures of the great Dao on it, and in an instant, the space was controlled by it. With a light hum, the Pangu banner directly slashed out, and with a clang, it hit the split soul, and directly slashed it out of this space, and fell under the Pangu banner. The flag was flying high, and the earth, fire, wind, and water merged into a spatial blade, slashing directly towards the void under the flag. Puff! A mouthful of blood was spit out, and the soul was split again. The main body was weaker, and could not withstand the pressure of the 6 reincarnations. It was shocked and vomited blood. At this moment, the demon soul didn't care. It widened its eyes, and its eyes spit out incomparable fear and disbelief. The 4 separated souls were trembling, and their faces were full of fear. The 5th saint? At this moment, Li Su didn't care about the other party. He was not feeling well either. He was a little overloaded. Alexander. He kept breathing in. Veins all over his body jumped out. His flesh began to vibrate. Blood spilled out. His internal organs were slightly cracked under pressure, bleeding. His 7 orifices were trembling. Blood was flowing out. Even if it is said that the body has broken the limit, you can't play like this. You are still in the magic realm. You will die. Li Su ignored it. He continued to output madly. As expected of the supernatural realm, the extraction speed is really fast, and it must be said that the senior sister is powerful. Once it is replenished, the soul will quickly begin to transform, suppressing the poison on the soul body and forcing them out. Feeling Zhang Shengying's situation, Li Su exhaled. Very good. If it goes on like this, once the senior sister recovers, he will be the one to hold the thigh. However, is the senior sister too anxious? Seeing that the other party directly gave up the management of the love poison and directly focused on dealing with the trauma on the soul, Li Su frowned. There is no doubt that this will be very fast, but once the love poison is everywhere, the senior sister will not look good next. However, thinking of Zhang Shengying's strength and character, Li Su didn't say anything. The other party shouldn't have a big problem. If he dared to do this, he should be able to suppress it. As time passed, Zhang Shengying's aura became stronger and stronger. Finally, after a full hour, after absorbing and digesting nearly 10,000 peak mana realm magic soul brilliance, an extremely vicious aura was forced out of her. Poison, extremely poisonous. It can infect even the soul. It is a magical toxin unique to the Scorpion Spirit clan. Zhang Shengying took a breath. Her eyes turned white. Her hair turned white, and the surroundings instantly turned into a world of ice and snow. However, it seemed that, because of the influence of the love poison, this world that was like withering, inexplicably had a hint of pink. Senior sister, are you okay? Feeling the other party's strength recover, Li Su smiled immediately when he felt that he could not beat the meaningless thigh level. The blood cave of 10,000 demons was leveled. Puff. As soon as the words fell, Li Su spat out a large mouthful of blood. Zhang Shengying had a smile on her face when she heard Li Su's words, although it was quite cold, but when she saw him spitting blood, her eyes were really cold, without any temperature. She moved and rushed directly into Li Su's sword formation. This is the 5 transformations, the real 5 transformations. Although the demon soul is evil, it is undoubtedly much worse than this extreme. Facing the sword formation, he didn't dare to resist head on, but as soon as Zhang Shengying entered, Li Su was frozen by the sword intent. The gap between the realms of the true geniuses was huge, very huge. She raised her little hand, ignoring the other party's magic fire, and directly grabbed the other party's head and pulled it up. No matter how chaotic you are, no matter how evil you are, you will be frozen by Zhang Shengying, and your head will be torn off. With a palm, the demon soul entangled with Kunpeng was shattered and turned into ice chips. Raising his hand and directly penetrating the outer space of Li Su's Buddhist country, the finger force instantly fell on the huddled ball and froze it to death. Poof. Facing Zhang Shengying's same realm and super level attack, the genius of the Demon Soul clan couldn't stand it. After all, it has no body, and even Li Su can't deal with it. Facing this existence standing in front of the ceiling, the gap is even greater, and the power is like a castle in the air. Zhang Shengying raised her white and tender little hand, and a full moon rose in her hand. As the full moon rose into the sky, countless silver lights fell down, and the whole returned to the world. Even the 6 reincarnations were frozen, and unable to move in an instant. Although Zhang Shengying did not learn the way of a saint, he was also one of the 3000 great ways, and the 5 transformations were all based on the Taiyin, and the nature of the level could enter the pseudo-saint level. No. The devil soul shouted in horror, and never expected that things would turn out like this. However, as the moonlight dripped down, the devil soul that had been entangled with Li Su for more than an hour and made him bleed from all 7 orifices withered and dissipated directly in the silver light. Hiss. Looking at his senior sister, Li Su couldn't help but shiver. Although he wanted to hug her thigh, he didn't expect her thigh to be so strong. He took a breath and prepared to speak. Zhang Shengying suddenly appeared in front of him, and her nose almost touched his nose. Huh. Li Su was stunned for a moment. It was not just the other party's behavior of getting too close, but the key point was the other party's eyes. Even though it was snow white, he could still see the flame that could melt the lowest. Master? Before he could finish his words, his mouth was blocked, and then a scene that could only be understood, but not described appeared. Wait, senior sister, don't get excited. Slow down, I can take it off by myself. Don't tear it off. Don't tear it off. I only have this set. Wait a minute. Hiss. This posture. Senior sister, you. Chapter 275. Inseparable. Senior sister. Yes. Will master beat me to death when I go back? Don't worry, grandpa will be happy. Zhang Shengying blinked and said with a smile. Really? That's good. Li Su was relieved immediately. But my father may hunt you for a while. Zhang Shengying said. Li Su's scalp jumped, and he couldn't help but said, excuse me, what is the strength of uncle? Divine power realm. Just divine power realm. Fortunately, he shouldn't be beaten too badly. Li Su was relieved immediately. After all, he was at the limit of the magic power realm. After entering the world fragment once, he was also in the divine power realm. Not to mention the problem of fighting back, he should be able to run away. Puff. Zhang Shengying couldn't help it. She giggled. She was not a shy girl. She gave up the suppression of the love poison and devoted all her efforts to healing the injuries on her soul. She knew what would happen. In order to save her, Li Su was in danger. In order to cure her, he absorbed a large amount of demon soul poison. He was desperate. Did she have to prolong the time it takes to heal her injuries because of the love poison? So she was prepared, and although she had used force, Li Su had to bear it passively. As a result, after everything was over, the other party did not discuss the matter, but directly asked whether the master would beat him, and was also prepared to be beaten. Zhang Shengying exhaled, and she wanted to get up, but the next moment she frowned. Her legs were a little weak, and she almost fell down halfway. Li Su hurriedly supported her, letting most of her body soften in her arms. Smelling Zhang Shengying's cool fragrance like osmanthus, little Li Su couldn't help but have a tendency to evolve. Feeling something, Zhang Shengying rolled her eyes at Li Su, and her pretty face blushed. Is this a human or an animal? Although it was her first time and she didn't know much about this, it didn't mean that she had no contact with it at all and had never heard of this. Many of her subordinates went to get their marriage certificates right after entering college. There are many topics about this, both men and women. I still remember that 2 senior sisters talked about the problem of endurance. One of them was very dissatisfied and said that she had gone to the wrong person. He looked strong, but he turned out to be a weakling. He never lasted more than half an hour at a time, which made her extremely disappointed. Then the other senior sister was very proud and said that her man lasted at least 1.5 hours at a time. The sisters next to her were envious and said that he was good at sex and capable. They couldn't help asking how he did it. He was really gifted. As a result, the senior sister smiled shyly on the spot. It's not a robot. It only has one function. Although Zhang Shengying didn't quite understand the last sentence before, she had been constantly indoctrinated by the demon soul for the past few months. Anger and shame are one thing, and the increase in experience is another. 1.5 hours is very impressive. So what about Li Su? Because of the love poison, Zhang Shengying was undoubtedly a little dizzy and did something that she would never have in her life. Whenever she thinks about it, she will blush. As a result, the junior brother not only resisted from all sides, but also woke her up for 8 hours. Zhang Shengying's body is not weak, it is quite strong. To describe it, there is a dragon hidden in every cell. Those with a low realm are not worthy of being her husband. They may die on the spot after a fight. As a result, she was poisoned by love. She was still stronger in realm, but she was killed. Feeling her weak legs, she felt a little dizzy and couldn't help thinking. She remembered that the relationship between her junior brother and junior sister Lucy was very ambiguous. She should call her next time. Looking at her long legs, she should be able to hold on for a long time. This fighting power is too terrible. It feels like the power of a division. Zhang Shengying couldn't help but think of a lot of things. She didn't get off Li Su, but leaned on him to rest. She was born in a military family. Her ancestors were all soldiers. She never hesitated in terms of feelings. Everything that should have happened happened, and everything that shouldn't have happened also happened. Why should she hesitate? That's not her character. As for the idea of monopoly, Zhang Shengying had no such idea. First of all, there is no monogamy in the worldview of this world. The world fragments as textbooks clearly state that a strong man has 3 wives and 4 concubines, and the same is true for a strong woman. So, after sorting out her emotions, Zhang Shengying said, "Junior brother, this is the geographical environment I remember when I came in. Can you see where we are? I will take a rest for a while and then leave here immediately. There is a big problem with the 10,000 demons blood cave. There are countless soldiers hidden in it. Once they go out, it will pose a huge threat to the Xia kingdom and even subvert the Xia kingdom." Zhang Shengying is Zhang Shengying after all. She quickly sobered up, with a solemn look on her pretty face. Li Su picked up the other party horizontally, and then sat on the ground. He hugged the other party like that, and then said solemnly, "Well, there is indeed a big problem here, which needs to be paid attention to, but don't worry about the soldiers. It is estimated that there will be nothing wrong for the time being." Zhang Shengying's pretty face was a little red. She was a little uncomfortable with such intimate contact. After all, she had never had it before. She did not struggle. In this era, holding a woman, especially a powerful woman, in your arms is not a simple act. It is like holding a lion in your arms. If something goes wrong, you will die. Therefore, Li Su's defenseless behavior made Zhang Shengying a little happy. But the next moment she raised her hand and hit Li Su's hand. Li Su was too dishonest and kept scratching her chest. Her pretty face flushed, and she couldn't help rolling her eyes and said, "Let's talk about business, don't be rash. Why do you say that manpower is not a problem? There are hundreds of thousands of peak mana realm magic souls. Although the magic souls cannot escape the evil nature of the magic cave, that is without wisdom. Now the magic souls at the supernatural power level obviously have logical thinking ability. Storing troops means that they are organized, disciplined, and have an action plan." Li Su was also direct. "Senior sister, do you still remember the magic soul lessons I instilled in you just now?" "I remember." "What's wrong?" "Thanks to them, I recovered." "Senior sister let you recover?" "It consumed almost 10,000 peak mana realm." Zhang Shengying couldn't help but widen her eyes, and the whole person was stunned. 10,000 peak mana realm. Why are there so many? How is your soul? Let me see. Is it polluted? Zhang Shengying was a little anxious. She was undoubtedly much more relaxed when she felt the other party's breath was stable before. Now, when she heard that there were 10,000 peak mana realms, she couldn't help it. After all, Lee Su was only in the mana realm, and she might not be able to bear such a large amount. Looking at the beauty who put her face in front of him, Lee Su took a breath, and without hesitation, he kissed her. Women, the first time is not easy, and the second time after the first time is not easy. But as long as it is more than 2 times, after 3 times, then 1,000 times, 10,000 times, 100,000 times, there will be no obstacles. Wasn't Yang Chena like this back then? Coming back to her senses, the number of times they had 6 was 1,000 times, 10,000 times more than the number of times the story of the Lotus Lantern was restarted. Even if she was a fairy, she couldn't resist it, even if she was in an extraordinary state of mind. Zhang Shengying was a little confused. This person, really, didn't consider the occasion or the atmosphere at all. After struggling to get free, Zhang Shengying exhaled. She couldn't suppress such a strong realm as the Divine Power Realm. She was a little out of breath. She looked at the other party with hatred, and then she had a little aftertaste, and then she pinched the other party and said, "Be serious and finish the business first." Lee Su's eyes lit up. "Let's talk about the business first. In other words, after the business is finished, everyone can do their best. There is a main road next to the place where I was captured. Inside the main road." Lee Su spoke directly. His words were fast and urgent. The article that could not exceed 30,000 words was reduced to less than 300. It took less than 10 seconds to finish it all. Zhang Shengying was stunned. Her eyes were blank. The peak mana realm of 400,000. Once it goes out, the demon race and the human race will have a headache, and it will be extremely difficult. Even the immortal realm will have a serious crisis. He was actually treated as a leak by his junior brother. The accumulation of thousands of years on the side of the demon soul. In less than 3 months, it was cut clean. For a moment, Zhang Shengying felt as if she was living in a dream. She didn't know how to describe it. You know, when she felt the existence of that group of demon souls, her mind couldn't help but shake. All she had in her mind was crisis, a big crisis, a disaster that could subvert the human race. She took a deep breath and relaxed. Demon souls have supernatural powers and even immortals, which is not scary, because the human race also has them. But hundreds of thousands of peak mana realms have a completely different meaning, and can subvert the situation. Even if the immortals and supernatural powers of the human race win in the end, the annihilation of the rest will be a real disaster for the human race, and it will be destruction. She is a serious girl. She has been taught to protect the Xia Kingdom since she was a child. This heart can cover everything, even personal feelings. Now she heard that there are only more than 4,000 demon souls left out of 400,000. Is more than 4,000 a threat? Yes, but it is not too big. As for doubting Lee Su, she doesn't doubt it. She doesn't believe in her own man. Is there anyone else in the world who can be trusted? Although Zhang Shengying did not agree with her mother's words that men are the only support for women, she had no doubt that she believed in her man. She was a unipolar Dao, but Lee Su was different. The other party was a fundamental multipolar Dao. Since she advanced, she could feel how strong Lee Su was. No kidding, when she was in the 5 transformations, she would definitely not be able to beat the other party. And it was obvious how many resources she had used to transform herself. Zhang Shengying couldn't help but feel numb when she thought about it. She spent countless years on this. Lee Su is now also perfect in the transformation of the Dao, and according to his words, it is not the 5 extreme transformations, but a breakthrough in the 5 transformations. How terrible are the resources required? It is simply unimaginable. Therefore, she said with a little bit of worry, "Junior brother, do you think that the way of the saints of the underworld that you have mastered can really be completely immune to the infection of the devil soul?" Lee Su bulged his biceps and said proudly and confidently, "Of course, senior sister, you see I have swallowed so much. If there is a problem, it would have happened a long time ago." Zhang Shengying was stunned for a moment, looking at Lee Su who seemed to show off in front of her with a perfect score. She couldn't help but smile on her pretty face. Under normal circumstances, the stronger the cultivation, the more different the mentality will be. In Lee Su's situation, if it were someone else, he would have been too proud. Even under Aang's humble appearance, he still had some arrogance. But Lee Su was different. He was almost the same as when he was in the military university. He was true to his nature and lived a real life. Looking at Zhang Shengying's beautiful face, her delicate face, and her smile, that could make people lose their hearts. Lee Su's eyes lit up, and there were scriptures rolling, which engraved the fundamental laws of living things, passing on the family line! Exclamation mark. Then, you. Zhang Shengying's pretty face flushed, and she couldn't help but cry out, with a trembling voice. Senior sister, we're finished talking about business, and your body hasn't recovered yet. This time I'll do it. Lee Su did it all over without hesitation. The development of the relationship between husband and wife has a direction. For example, Yang Jiuo and Xia Longnu are undoubtedly a fairy couple, but that kind of relationship is really fucked up in Lee Su's eyes. He can't play with a relationship where everyone is respectful to each other. What he wants is passion and paradise on earth. As for whether he will get bored, just kidding. When he met Yang Chan, they had 3 to 5 games a day, 1,466 games a year. Was he bored? I tell you, you won't get bored, even if it lasts another 100 or 80 years. So, after 5 hours, Lee Su took a halftime break with a satisfied look on his face. As for Zhang Shengying, her face was flushed, her throat was dry, she was a little hoarse, and her waist was so sore that it was about to break. Can you just say no to this kind of thing? This animal is like a cow. She doesn't have much experience, but the demon soul has instilled a lot of indoctrination in the past few months, so she still knows a lot of crooked ways. Lee Su was shocked by some new tricks. Senior sister, become my dependent. Lee Su said suddenly, hugging Zhang Shengying and lying in his own ghost domain. Sister, you control the power of Taiyin, which is the method of the Moon Palace, and I control the 6 paths of reincarnation, which is also the extreme yin, which should increase your strength. Zhang Shengying was stunned for a while, and soon she laughed and said, okay. There are many family relationships between husband and wife. Zhang Shengying herself is a person who seeks the Tao. If Lee Su doesn't say it, she won't mention it, and she will only strengthen herself. Now that it's said, she will not refuse it. The fusion of the Tao and the exchange of the Tao are her favorites. Well, now there is one more. The 6 paths of reincarnation shocked her greatly, and she was also very interested. Soon, Lee Su took out his world book and signed a contract with Zhang Shengying directly. Zhang Shengying was slightly shocked. Her eyes flickered, and there was a Tao ringing in it, and she was touched. Although Lee Su was only in the realm of magic power, he couldn't resist his super high talent and super terrible understanding of Tao. Even Zhang Shengying, who was in the realm of supernatural power, was greatly shocked, and something was inexplicably brewing and felt. Lee Su blinked his eyes and said, how is it, senior sister? Zhang Shengying kissed him directly, her eyes brightened. It is usually difficult to have both interests and family, but she was so lucky that she got both family and interests. It is worthy of being a saint's way. It touched me a lot. I feel that I can still improve. Thank you, junior brother. Passiveness can already make Lee Su crazy. What about activeness? He officially announced that the halftime break was over, and the second half began. How could you? ****. While Lee Su and his senior sister Zhang Shengying were inseparable and inseparable, in addition to the centipede and scorpion monsters guarding the 10,000 demons blood cave, there was another demon. It had a hideous face, dead eyes, and a dead and evil aura all over its body. At this moment, there was a line on its head, which was not obvious, but connected to the depths of the 10,000 demons blood cave. It tilted its head slightly, and did not go in, but stood in the distance, motionless and silent. Is that a ghost crow? Not far away, a centipede demon clan member spoke up, his expression solemn. Very strong, very strong. That aura is not like the supernatural realm at all. It suddenly came a month ago, and then stopped here and never left. What is it waiting for here? Who knows? I only heard that it was sent by the Crow King to hunt a certain human. Hunting a certain human? Isn't there only Zhang Shengying in this 10,000 demons blood cave? I don't know. Why don't you go and ask? The scorpion demon was startled. It took a look at the extremely strange ghost crow and shivered. It was undoubtedly too weird. How could it communicate? If it couldn't feel the soul of the crow in its body, it would have thought that it was possessed by the devil's soul. It spoke directly and changed the subject. Damn. How long are we going to guard it? The centipede demon heard this and was also a little annoyed. It has been guarding for several months and there is no movement inside. They are not in the magic realm, but a clan leader in the supernatural realm. They are undoubtedly quite impatient. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. The two demons stopped looking at the ghost crow because it was too strange. The ghost crow ignored them and locked its eyes on the 10,000 demons blood cave. The 10,000 demons blood cave does have the function of blocking cause and effect, but the means used are not ordinary demons, but the ancient demons that escaped from the fragments of the world, the Lord of the ancient heaven, Dang Hyang. Its means can be imagined. Although it is impossible to curse and kill directly from a distance, if it is just looking, it can still be found at the first degree of distance. The ghost crow stood there quietly, waiting for the target to appear. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.